Freeland's shock resignation on the very day she was to deliver the government's fall economic statement. That still happened, but it entirely has upended the government's agenda for this past week. Hello, I'm Rosemary Barton, CBC's chief political correspondent, and this is CBC News special coverage of the cabinet shuffle. We have reporters standing by at Rideau Hall, of course, but we also have CBC's host of Power and Politics, David Cochrane, Erin Wary, senior political writer with CBC News. Lots to talk to, and we have Vandana Qatar, a former advisor to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. She also will join us to give us some analysis through the next couple of hours. Remember, this cabinet shuffle expected to get underway at around 11:30. We are not expecting to hear from the Prime Minister today. So there won't be any questions about where his head is at, what he's thinking, and what this shuffle is really about. But we will see new names, new faces in this shuffle meant to stabilize the government and allow the Prime Minister to have some further time to reflect on his own future. And David Cochrane has some of the names, I think, or all of the names that we will be seeing come up to Rideau Hall this morning.
Yeah, Rosie, we think we've been able to piece it together. It looks like there are 12 ministers 12 people in total involved in this shuffle today. Let's start with the people who are already in cabinet and who are getting new jobs. Anita Anand will keep the Ministry of Transport full-time. She'll also add the title of International Trade to her portfolios. Gary Anandasangari becomes Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs, taking that from Dan Bandel, who's not running again, and the Minister responsible for Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency. Stephen McKinnon, who had been Labour and Seniors, is now the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour. Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor, who was one of those ministers who have been doing double duty, she is now going to become the President of the Treasury Board. So she gives up Veterans Affairs and the Employment Ministry that she had took over when Randy Boissonnault resigned from Cabinet. Rachel Mendayan becomes Minister of Official Languages and Associate Minister of Public Safety. She's a Montreal MP and a new addition to Cabinet. Elizabeth Briere, a Quebec MP, becomes the Minister of National Revenue. Terry Duguid from Manitoba, who is going to replace Dan Bandel as the Minister for that province in the Cabinet, becomes Minister of Sport and Minister responsible for Prairie's Economic Development of Canada. Nathaniel Erskine-Smith, who was not supposed to run again, the Toronto MP, is going to be the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities, replacing the departing Sean Fraser. Darren Fisher becomes the new minister from Nova Scotia. He is the MP for Dartmouth Cole Harbour. He will be the Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence. David McGuinty from Ottawa South, who was the chair of the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, becomes the Minister of Public Safety. So he will have a minister who may finally act on the reports he's been tabling in a meaningful way. Ruby Sahota becomes Minister of Democratic Institutions and Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario. And Joanne Thompson, an MP from St. John's, in my beloved Newfoundland and Labrador, Rosie, where I'm going for Christmas. She is the new Minister of Seniors. So 6 men, 6 women, gender balance maintained, regional ministers coming in from Manitoba and from Nova Scotia. Not here. A minister like a member like Charles Sousa, who was a former Ontario finance minister, a lot of people thought might be added to cabinet in an economic role. Also not here, a cabinet minister from Alberta. Randy Boissonnault left his job. George Chahal, the MP for Calgary Skyview. Not a great option when you stand up in cabinet and say the caucus, say the Prime Minister is
a little bit limited there.
That limits your options.
Although Chrystia Freeland was from Alberta, although her seat was not there, so she had sort of filled that void a little bit. Obviously, that has fallen by the wayside. A couple of things I would just say. Thank you. Great work for getting this, David. Appreciate it very much. This is not, I am told, this is not to be viewed as an attempt to reset. This is not to be viewed as an attempt to save the Prime Minister's job. That is not where we are at with this conversation. He continues to think about things. He continues to talk to people. This is about adding stability to the government, allowing the government to continue the important work it's doing, and to, of course, face Donald Trump in the coming weeks. So we shouldn't read anything into what this shuffle is. But let's do that anyway. Erin, what do you think of the names that David has put forward here?
I mean, on any other day, you know, the names that people would be paying attention to would be Nathaniel Erskine-Smith going to housing, an independently minded MP who's kind of made a name for himself as, I don't know if I'd say a maverick, but at least somebody who's willing to kind of follow his own course, make his own decisions, vote offside with the party periodically. But who has also, I think, become one of their better communicators on the Liberal side. both in person and online, I think he has shown himself to be a potentially valuable voice for them. And the other choice I think that would be again on a kind of normal cabinet shuffle, making headlines would be McGuinty for the reasons David outlined. Not only is he the chair of the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, but that committee has issued multiple reports with multiple recommendations. Also issued a report that pointed the finger at various parliamentarians. And that, so David McGuinty moving into public safety would be considered a pretty interesting move. But of course, the question here is how long is this cabinet in place and who is going to lead it exactly? The minister the only minister that matters right now is the Prime Minister. He so far doesn't seem to be moving. But the fact that he has left this ambiguity out there, the fact that he's not speaking, leaves the question of his future still hanging out there. One thing I think this government has taken, this Prime Minister has taken as an approach is you don't go out and say something unless you have something to say. And so the fact that he's not out there today leads me to believe he doesn't have something to say yet about his future. But I think that says something, that they don't yet know, or he does not yet know, whether he's going to see this out.
Yeah. I mean, it only happened Monday, to be fair. You know what I mean? And I know that the advice he's been getting, and Vantana, maybe I'll bring you in here and then I'll go to Ashley, is to take the time, that he is allowed the time to think about it.
Yeah, I think actually his cabinet, as well as most caucus members, still will give that to him. I think the fact that he hasn't spoken since Monday, except for at political events, shows that he is indeed reflecting. And that's knowing how I know him. I think that's what he's doing. I think he's meeting with some key advisors, his own core people, just to think of that advice. Like, there are lots of pros and cons to weigh here, and it's a personal decision. So I think he's really taking the reflection seriously. Yeah,
I mean, I would say not hearing from him indicates that to me, that he is taking it seriously. And when we come back, I'll go to Ashley now, but I would also say the people who weren't moved is very important here as well, because they remain in some key positions, and we'll talk about that in a moment. Ashley Burke is joining us, though, now from Rideau Hall on a very chilly Ottawa day. Ashley, good to see you. What is the mood there? And I don't know if you heard David read off this list, but any thoughts you have about that as well?
Yeah, Rosie, it is a very cold morning here. We're outside Rideau Hall for what sources describe is going to be a consequential cabinet shuffle, but as you all noted, not one that will potentially signal if the Prime Minister is going to stay or go. And you can see there's media set up behind us, there's cameras here, and once this gets going, what we're expecting is, because it's so cold out, there are going to be vehicles dropping off all of those people that David just listed out that have been tapped for this new cabinet. To my right, they're going to pull up and they're going to be walking into the front door that you can see behind me there. Often they don't say a lot going in. Obviously there's going to be different questions today about why they want to join cabinet at such a tumultuous time. There are 8 seats, eight cabinet ministers who have stepped down or said they're going to resign in recent months. They've got to fill those gaps, but also they have to get rid of some of those duplicate portfolios. Anita Ahn and Dominic LeBlanc doing double, triple duty. And we do know that one person that we're not going to see here this morning is Mark Carney, the former Bank of Canada governor. A lot of controversy, obviously, all week about him and that playing into Freeland's decision to leave. And Dominic LeBlanc yesterday said he's out. He's not going to be part of this cabinet. The Prime Minister really has had a challenging job here, because he doesn't want to elevate people, or has to watch out for elevating people to higher positions that could then leave, and also not upset too many MPs so they don't join that camp of backbenchers right now who are organizing and who want the Prime Minister to leave. And those calls really we have been seeing growing all week.
Okay, Ashley, we will come back to you, and please don't get too cold. I appreciate that. Let us know if you see anybody coming up. Let's go back now and maybe to talk about some of the people that aren't moving, only because some of those names were names that we thought were moving in what was supposed to be the original cabinet shuffle that Mark Carney would have been a part of. I will say that he was spotted at the NAC last night, the National Arts Centre, attending a concert. So he is still in the city and still around.
He was available if needed.
Yeah, he was available, but he will not be there today. Yep. The fact that Mélanie Joly stays in her spot, that François-Philippe Champagne stays in his spot, what does that tell us about what they're doing here and and what they're not doing.
Well, look, it's a couple of things in that Dominic LeBlanc can't be the minister of everything. As much as they may want him to be and ask him to be at various times, the Department of Janitorial Affairs is only so big, right? He has to focus on one thing right now, and it's finance. So they need to put full-time ministers in these ministries in areas where there was double duty going on, or where people have said, we're not in it for the long haul. You need to make this particular change, because you want that focus going forward into an election year. Anita Anand, along with François-Philippe Champagne, Mélanie Joly, and the now cabinet departed Chrystia Freeland, those are the names inside the ministries and the caucus that you think about when you think about potential leadership, right? Sure. The succeeding Justin Trudeau. Treasury Board, Anita Anand's been largely invisible in that job. Transport and internal trade. The premiers are focusing on international trade. She's going to focus on internal trade. An economic portfolio, more public-facing. All you
do is hand out money. I mean,
well,
really,
but also you get to do things like, hey, Air Canada, come talk to me about baggage fees. Come talk to me about your ticket prices. Come talk to me about flight availabilities. Sure. So you can do that, consumer-focused, politicking. None of those. So this is a good move for Anita Anand in terms of her public profile and whatever leadership ambitions she may or may not have. But you can't move Joly and you can't move Champagne when you are a prime minister and you're in this sort of a weak political position. You cannot make these sort of big moves. Yeah. We saw what happened when he tried to make the biggest move. It all blew up on Monday. So you have to leave them there, because who knows what you might trigger. And also, after losing Freeland, you just need stability in some of these other, like Bill Blair's not moving either.
Yeah,
like
Bill Blair,
defense,
Mark Miller,
foreign affairs, international trade. You got to keep those together, right?
Yeah, right. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, this does seem like a cabinet, as I think you said off the top, a cabinet change made to fill positions where you had ministers doing two jobs, fill positions where you had ministers who weren't going to run again, and just keep the thing moving forward. Yeah. You could have conceivably waited a couple weeks for the prime minister to decide his future and then do something. But for the sake of just keeping everything on track for the next 2 weeks, showing you have a government that's functioning, this, I think, is what you would do. Moving Anita Anand to internal trade is interesting insofar as one of the ideas that has been talked about in the wake of Trump is if trade between Canada and the United States is going to get harder, trade between provinces needs to be easier. Yeah. And so moving her there, that starts to look like something that could be a point of emphasis for the next 6 months. But again, it's hard to know what the next 6 months are going to look like. Yeah. And conceivably, if the prime minister decides to step aside, a leadership race starts, and all of the ministers who are currently thinking about running for leader or would run for leader would then have to step outside of cabinet.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So if Anita Anand, who has been talked about as a potential leadership candidate, if she were to run in a leadership race, say in January, how long does she have this job? Mm-hmm. Because she conceivably have to step out. And so, this is a cabinet shuffle, I think, for the next 2 weeks at least. And then we see whether he has to suddenly replace either all at once or, step by step, some of his more senior ministers.
The next 6 months is quite the horizon. I don't know what's going to happen in the next 6 hours. Yeah. The way this week has gone, right? I mean, nobody sort of, this is a cabinet shuffle. They were planning a shuffle this week. Not like this, not this shuffle, not these ministers, not this date. It's just they've lost a lot of control over the time.
Yeah, I guess the one factor that is also present or should be present in the thinking is Donald Trump. Yeah. Right, and I think that continues to be a factor for the Prime Minister, who is thinking about who is best placed to lead Canada during that, and whether you want a leadership race and all these, capable people in cabinet roles who would be talking to the president-elect's cabinet and secretaries about issues at a time when we are faced with those tariffs. Like, you could start to see how you could maybe make that argument and convince Canadians that is a reason for him to stay.
Well, and this is why Dominic LeBlanc, while moving into finance, is keeping responsibility for the border, right? Because he's made those connections with the border czar, Tom Homan, who's given positive signals, at least at first blush, on the plan that he's been presented with. And you need the continuity on those things, right? So it's an argument that can be made. Going back to the fact that we're not going to hear from the Prime Minister, it's an argument you'd like to hear from him directly.
Yes, yeah.
I get this is difficult on a personal level, but he's the Prime Minister of a G7 country. His Deputy Prime Minister and his Finance Minister quit. We've seen cheerful little speeches to Liberal crowds, nothing to the country, nothing to the markets, nothing to the financial institutions, and just nothing to Canadians about here's where I'm at, here's what I'm thinking about, and we've had a lot of people tell us he's reflecting, but we've never heard that from the Prime Minister directly, and it's been 5 days.
I mean, even a statement would be, even a sort of state of play statement without questions. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that whatever he says, they're not going to leave it at that, right? So, I mean, the minute he scrums, there's going to be so many more things out there. I don't think he'll be able to get away with just saying, I'm reflecting. It's going to be a question like, how are you reflecting? Have you thought of this? Have you thought of that? Which maybe perhaps he's not prepared to answer. At this time, I think the focus should be, the focus they want to have is on this shuffle. That's not a reset, more of a realignment, an opportunity for some skilled people to come in. And in a short time or a long time, make a positive impact to the country. So I think that's what they want to focus on and get back. I mean, this has been a good day for the opposition, or a good week for the opposition, rather. And we need to talk about Canadians, and I think they want to refer back to that conversation.
Yeah, I'll bring you in a second, Aaron. Where do you think? What are you hearing about where the Prime Minister's head is at?
I'm hearing that he is reflecting, that he is talking to people and considering his options. He obviously really wants to do what's best for the country, but best for his caucus and best for the party. One thing that someone mentioned to me is that how big the party was. I'm like, the party exists, and I've been to these parties under a number of leaders, right? So he wants to do what's best for them. So I think he's really taking those conversations seriously, but also thinking about the country and stability right now. What you said earlier is a great argument. Something my dad said to me is like, I just don't think right now with Donald Trump, if you think of the logistics of a leadership race, you're looking for 3 months almost where, the country's left vulnerable. So we have to have those considerations.
Aaron?
I think it is an interesting argument to make to Canadians. I would wonder whether it's an interesting argument that is going to be compelling to Liberals.
Oh yeah, I don't think Chrystia Freeland would buy the argument. Let's be clear. Yeah.
And so you can't. I don't know. I guess my question would be: are you positive if you go forward that Chrystia Freeland is the only minister who's going to leave? Do other ministers leave? How many more Liberal MPs come forward and say, "I'm done"? I'm not running again. You saw Jenica Atwin this week in Fredericton say, not only do I want the Prime Minister to step aside, but I won't run if he's the leader. How many other Liberals say that? I think it's fair to reflect, but when after the reflection has to come some kind of clear idea of how you move forward, either by resigning and triggering a leadership race, or by some kind of I've talked to my ministers. Everyone is on the same page now. We're moving forward, because otherwise, if he comes forward in a couple of weeks and says, I'm moving forward, and then the next 2 weeks after that are people resigning and quitting or coming out and saying he needs to step down.
Yeah, then it's even worse.
Then what has been accomplished?
Yeah, then it's even worse. Okay, let's just pop up that shot again, if we can, of the doors of Rideau Hall, where the Prime Minister. I also expect the Prime Minister will not come in the front door, I should say. No. He sometimes walks over from Rideau Gate and sort of enters the front door there. We don't expect that will happen today. He will go in some back door near his house and get into a Rideau Hall that way. So he will be there, obviously, for the Cabinet Shuffle, but again, won't be in front of cameras in the same way and won't be talking to journalists as he normally would to sort of give a message about what the Cabinet Shuffle is intended to project. But as we've been talking about, we kind of have a sense of what it's intending to project. Stability, giving the Prime Minister the time that he wants to reflect. No one in his office certainly suggesting that he has in any way made up his mind. In fact, I would suggest that it depends on the moment where you catch him to know which way he's leaning, because it does seem to be a very fluid conversation and a fluid reflection at this stage. Also, I would say that it has been an emotional week for him. Everyone around him describing his emotion around Chrystia Freeland leaving as shocking for him. And given that, perhaps hasn't fully processed where things are at this stage. Doesn't mean I don't have 17 questions for him, but that's probably, that's what we're hearing about how he's reflecting on things. Let's go to the CBC's Janice McGregor. She's been outside Rideau Hall all morning and joins us now. Janice, I'm sure you heard David list off all these names that we are expecting to come down where you are in about, well, they'll probably arrive close to 11 in about half an hour time. What stands out for you out of those names?
Yeah, super interesting choices being made here. Can we talk about Anita Anand's new responsibility for internal trade? Because this is one of the obsessions of my life is the interprovincial trade file. And I think it's going to get more important in light of the challenge, the trade challenges Canada is going to be looking at with Washington. It is a priority for Canada's business community. They have made that loud and clear in recent weeks, talking about the need for things here to get more efficient, for trade infrastructure to get more efficient. And if anyone was looking at this list and wondering at the connection between being the Minister for Internal Trade and the Minister for Transport, I'm here to tell you there are a ton of connections. Because if you are talking about the ports, the railways, your air infrastructure, your trucking infrastructure, there are so many issues where you have to harmonize regulations and you have to deal with things across interprovincial borders and get your systems working better. That is a very, very kind of good pairing, those two files, in a way that I don't know if that's self-evident to everyone, but just to sort of explain that point of view, it makes sense to me, I have to say. The other thing as I look at this list and some of the new names, I have questions looking at it quickly about Western Canada representation. He doesn't have a deep bench in Western Canada. We know that. He was losing Carla Qualtrough on the West Coast. We knew that. But as you look west and you look at his options and you look at this list, this is not a list that fills those gaps for him. They obviously can't have everything with the caucus that they have. The rumors about maybe bringing someone in that wasn't part of caucus have not come to pass here. But you sort of have Terry Duguid as your newcomer for Manitoba, but kind of then what, right? The other thing about Terry Duguid, and this is a question hopefully we can ask him, he had previously been serving as a special advisor for water. He has a background in environmental sustainable development. Also, David McGuinty, former environmental lawyer. This is a cabinet that around the table, maybe not portfolio by portfolio, but certainly if you're going to fight on climate stuff, this is a group of people that knows more about this file than maybe previous cabinets did, just in terms of professional backgrounds. But Duguid was responsible for water. Which is an important Canada-U.S. file in this environment, literally. I'm very curious whether he will retain that going forward, and whether that will still be something he does in addition to these other, like Minister of Sport, that's nothing to do with that. So will he still do that? Will there be someone else attached to the water issue? Because we haven't talked a lot about it, but it's a really emerging one and it's really important.
Okay, Janice, smart thoughts as always. Thank you for that. We'll come back to you through the course of the morning. Janice McGregor outside Rideau Hall.
Welcome.
Janice raises a couple of questions, issues there that I wouldn't mind discussing. One of them, and I'll point to Rachel Bendayan, the Minister of Official Languages and Associate Minister of Public Safety. And what had been suggested to me yesterday was that Bendayan would take on the issue of guns. Her riding is the riding where the Polytechnique is, and she has been very present on gun control. Obviously, a minister from Montreal. And when I look at that and I think about what Janice just said, I do think to myself, is this also about putting some wedges in place inside cabinet in case you are in an election? Because what the cabinet has to do here is not only provide the stability, as we've been talking about, but also potentially be a cabinet that you have to run an election with. And so am I a little crazy there, or do you think that that's possible, that some of these things are also about what happens if you find yourself in, and how do you open up some of those classic wedge issues that Liberals use during elections?
I think that is always a calculation when you're doing these things. I think you also have to look at the regional dynamics there. Like Carla Qualtrough has been replaced, but there's no new minister from British Columbia. They're underwater in British Columbia. There's no one in from Alberta, obviously, but you do have a second minister in Newfoundland and Labrador, right? You do have, 3 ministers from the Atlantic in the shuffle. You're growing in Ontario, 3 in Quebec.
So is that about saving the furniture then?
Well, look, if the Liberals are going to have success in this next election, it's going to be in Ontario, Quebec, and the Atlantic provinces, right? The 4 pillars of their governments have been those 3, plus the lower mainland of British Columbia. Langley, Cloverdale the other night, they lost by 50 percentage points. I know they've lost in other places and they're in trouble in the Atlantic, but if you're going to bolster some things, I mean, these are your areas to do it where you might have your best chance, right? I mean, we need to see specifically where Rachel Ben-Dayan's focus will be as Associate Minister of Public Safety, though our colleagues at Radio Canada had suggested, I think Ecole Polytechnique is actually in her riding,
Yes, that's
right?
what I just said.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. And it's been a long week, Rosie.
I know.
You know, and
1 hour 100.
you forget what you say in
I
our
know.
conversations in the newsroom and our conversations on the air. But you know how far they drive that. But there's the push-pull of their use of the gun issue. And, rural Atlantic Canada in particular, right? Like, hunting rifles that get used in crimes, for example, in big cities, it appeals to that urban progressive sort of voting base that the Liberals go for, but that rural, and urban Atlantic Canadian base that people own pickup trucks, that burn gas, and they have guns. There's a disconnect there in some of those priorities and the way it has been implemented. So that is a wedge for them, but sometimes it splits the way they don't like it to go.
Yeah, and I'm not discounting our thesis that this is about stability and buying time. I'm just saying that there's also other things that you have to do because this is politics and it's a minority government.
Yeah, and there are some moves here that could come in handy if they went into an election, right? Nathaniel Erskine-Smith was, up until, I guess, moments ago, not running again in the next election. Now, his riding of Beaches in Toronto, you might have assumed in previous times that it was reasonably safe for the Liberals. I don't know if such ridings exist for the Liberals anywhere in Canada anymore. But him coming back into the fold presumably gives them a boost, in a better chance of holding that riding. And him being housing minister gives them a spokesperson on that issue, a pretty significant issue that can, provide some of the fight back that they got with Sean Fraser. Sean Fraser, when he went into housing, was considered one of their better communicators. He obviously decided he wanted to step back. Nathaniel Erskine-Smith is sort of a version of Sean Fraser in that he is very adept, very comfortable in front of the cameras, very comfortable online, very comfortable in the social media space.
He's got a podcast.
He has a podcast. He
gets some big guests.
He scored an interview with
Maybe that's where the Prime Minister will speak next.
He scored an interview with the Prime Minister, which we now know is very hard to do these days. So he brings some things to the table. Now, the flip side I've heard on Nate Erskine-Smith is that it remains to be seen how popular he is in caucus. And, sometimes when MPs have a bit of an independent streak, the other MPs who are being more team players, quote unquote, don't always appreciate that. And so we'll see how this goes over with caucus, especially at a moment when Justin Trudeau can't really count on a tremendous amount of caucus support.
Can I just make one point about this?
Yes, yep.
You know what's missing from this list?
What?
The Canada-US role they offer Chrystia Freeland.
Right.
That does not exist in the cabinet built from the ashes of what happened on Monday, which is glaring, in terms of that. If that's where you needed to move her to make that a priority, it doesn't exist.
Does feel like if the idea a week ago was that there was going to be a shuffle targeted at Donald Trump and boosting the Canada-US response, that's not here. And so if the Prime Minister decides to stay, is there a next move, either with cabinet or beyond cabinet? I mean, if you go back to 2016, there was obviously the move within cabinet to replace Stéphane Dion with Chrystia Freeland, but there was also a lot of sort of beyond cabinet moves in terms of advisory councils and stuff like that to put together a team.
You could pivot Melanie Joly more towards Washington too, right? As part of this response,
so Melanie Joly, I think they would view LeBlanc as on that team.
Yeah.
Champagne, Eng are a part of it, the Prime Minister. It'd been suggested to me that Joly and LeBlanc might be heading down to the United States in the new year to talk to some of their counterparts. And it doesn't preclude, to your point, if the Prime Minister decides he wants to stay, him coming up with some council of those names that have been floating around that are helping the Team Canada thing that we weren't really talking about this week. Magda, any thoughts on what we've been saying there?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of things you said just now are pretty bang on.
We're good.
I would say,
We'll keep our jobs.
One thing about Rachel Bendian, I will say to her, like, she really cares about this file. So I can see her just asking for it and wanting it to be hers and something that she can really speak to, especially as a young mother, something that she's really cared about. She's really entrenched in that community, in the Polytechnic community and those stakeholders. I think for Nathaniel Erskine-Smith, again, like, my first minister at Queen's Park once told me that for politics, you need hard work, but you also need a bit of luck. And the one thing that's hard to do in the backbench is separate yourself from everyone else. And that's even before he ran against Bonnie Crombie for the Ontario Liberal leadership. So he's been able to change himself, but he's young, he's a progressive. He's also a young male that the Liberals have had a hard time connecting with young families, with more and more as millennials like myself. People are just having a hard time with the cost of living. Nathaniel once told my husband that, I can't afford a house in my own riding. But, you know what I mean? So, and I always thought the housing file, why I love Sean Fraser, someone from Toronto and the Greater Vancouver area who kind of faces that, gets it a bit more, and this is the way he communicates. Can US, it's a very good observation, but I think that was something specifically for Chrystia Freeland to give her.
Yes.
I think giving Mr. LeBlanc, and I've heard from him some of those relationships he's built and texts he's had, I think between him and Melanie Joly, who I know is itching to get to Washington, I think that they feel pretty comfortable with that, as well as I'm sure they'll tap others in order to connect with the US.
Okay, if you are just joining us, you're looking at the front doors of Rideau Hall in the nation's capital this morning, where we are expecting a cabinet shuffle to get underway at 11:30 Eastern, although we should start to see people arriving within the next half hour or so. Again, not the cabinet shuffle that Justin Trudeau wanted to do, but the cabinet shuffle he must do in order to stabilize his government after the shock departure of Chrystia Freeland on Monday as Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister. Her role has, of course, been filled, at the finance part anyway, by Dominic LeBlanc. And now other roles will be filled to account for people who will not be going forward, not presenting again, and people who had multiple portfolios and were quite frankly, swamped at work and needed that to happen. We are told that the shuffle, you shouldn't read too much into the shuffle, although that's what we will do for the next several hours. But we are told in terms of where the Prime Minister's head is at in his own political future, that this is not an effort to hang on to power. This is not an effort to stay or go. That is not an indication of where he is in his own thought process, that he is still talking to people, still thinking, still contemplating what makes sense for him. Obviously, that's the piece that will unfold in the days ahead. This is the part that had to happen first. I mean, I suppose he could have just walked away on Monday. Yep. It could have been very dramatic. I think potentially very damaging for the country, though, to be left sort of in disarray, again, because of the Donald Trump factor, because he was watching all of that closely. He was tweeting about it. And I don't know what that would have looked like. I mean, lots of people could say it's irresponsible for the Prime Minister to stay, given his deep unpopularity. But I think, given the Donald Trump piece, you kind of need someone to be running the ship.
Well, the irresponsible of him to stay is certainly the view of all of the opposition parties and an increasingly public segment of his own caucus. There is reporting in the Globe and Mail today that the Prime Minister was pretty close to stepping down on Monday, but was, as Bob Fife and others reported, kind of talked out of it by Dominic LeBlanc and by Mark Miller. I don't know if that is in fact the case. I have been told by people who have spoken to the Prime Minister or spoken to people very close to him that this has affected him more than the letter, than St. Paul's, than La Salle-Mard, and all the other earlier challenges to his tenability as leader of the Liberal Party. But some of the counsel has been, don't make emotional decisions. Take time to think about it. And that is an understandable position, whether you're the Prime Minister or just a normal human being, not to make rash emotional decisions. But the urgency of things right now is pretty high. And, I remember being in university, Rosie, and reading, the paper copy of the Globe and Mail when such a thing still existed in Atlantic Canada. And Ed Greenspan, who was the bureau chief back then, writing about senior Liberal insiders with these long quotes about the palace intrigue between Paul Martin and Jean Chrétien. And you'd read these quotes and like, how are they saying this? You can't believe it. Now they're doing it on camera. Do you know what I mean? Like, there is no on background, there is no off the record. It is just public saying he's got to go, or John McKay was on my show last night saying he's out of runway, and gave this analysis that, you know, the Prime Minister basically spent 50 plus years in what he called an aristocratic political bubble, and says he sees things differently than you and me, that, you know, where we see peril, he sees opportunity. And it's that sort of experience that's allowed him to do great things, but also, you know, gives him a blind spot to the political reality he's in. And I guess this is the dynamic, you know, they're navigating through in terms of what he's going to do. You know, the people, he's been reaching out to people who have either been in cabinet or worked with him in the past or worked on campaigns or have been there for a long period of time. And, you know, it seems that every person who hears from him or speaks to him, it's like one of those Rorschach ink blot tests. They all see
Different
what
things,
they want to see in it, or different things in it. And it's like almost like a psychoanalytic experiment, right? I mean, you know, the data and the political dynamic would tell you it's untenable. But right now, it is still unclear whether he is, what he's going to do.
Let's talk about that quote, because I know we all were fascinated by that quote from John McKay, and you obviously have written a book about the Prime Minister, so I've spent a lot of time with people who know him well and with him about that idea that where others see peril, he sees opportunity. I would think that that is perhaps his greatest gift as a politician, but McKay is also saying it is perhaps his biggest weakness.
Yeah, what struck out to me was how much it lined up with something else I was once told about the Prime Minister, which is that he doesn't really appreciate risk. Not so much that he's courageous or brave, but that he just doesn't consider the downside of things necessarily. And, you know, I think you can look at his time in office and say, you know, that's why he goes out and says, I'm going to get rid of every boil water advisory in 5 years.
I'm going to dump all my senators.
I'm going to dump all my senators. I'm going to legalize marijuana. I'm going to, you know, stand up in the House and say we're going to do a carbon tax. What John McKay was referring to, you know, I think there is a dual aspect to it. It does allow him to sort of take positions, take risks that other politicians probably wouldn't. But it also means that he is not necessarily quick to look at a situation and say, okay, I need to get out. So when Toronto St. Paul's happens, he doesn't see that and go, this could get really bad. This could get really ugly. It's time for me to go. I think the other aspect of Trudeau that you're seeing here is, as much as he may have thought on Monday, okay, maybe it's time for me to go, this government does not move fast.
No.
When there are big decisions to be made, there is a lot of consultation, there's a lot of thinking about it, and that's what I think you're seeing this week. The problem, again, for Trudeau is, so first of all, it does seem like in a moment like this, he needs to think about what the next 6 months look like. You know, not only for his own cabinet and his own caucus, but, you know, if the House comes back in late January, how many weeks does it stay there before the opposition takes this government down? How quickly are they going into an election? And if he is going to come back and say, yes, I am going to carry on, what exactly is the message? What, like, if you've spent 2 weeks reflecting, you know, what have you come up with? Because it can't simply be, I've spent 2 weeks thinking, and you know what, I was right, I'm going to stay. Like, what exactly is the plan going forward?
Yeah. Can I show that shot inside Rideau Hall? Am I allowed to show that yet? Maybe. Just inside the I don't know. Maybe someone will tell me. Because we are waiting for people to start arriving. There you go. There's the shot inside Rideau Hall. Probably a room that's familiar to Canadians at this point. You'll see cabinet ministers gather there. New cabinet ministers will be sworn in. I'm not sure if the whole cabinet is going to be there today. I think some people were allowed to go home to their ridings if they didn't get a job change. But there is also later today, I think at 3 p.m. Eastern, a cabinet meeting, which obviously would be partly virtual, I guess. But that also would be an attempt, I think, for the Prime Minister to talk to some of these people, to send a message about what he's thinking and what the next couple of weeks at least are going to look like. given that we are in a bit of a holding pattern in terms of his own future.
Yeah, I was thinking we should maybe reset and remind everybody.
I was going to get you to redo that again.
Yeah, because I realized it's been 40 minutes.
We're good at hosting, aren't we?
We've had a bit of experience this week. Okay, let's start with the four. Well, this is what we know. Let's start with the new faces, starting with Rachel Bendayan, who becomes she's the MP for Outremont in Quebec. She becomes the Minister of Official Languages and Associate Minister of Public Safety. Elizabeth Briere, who's the Quebec MP from Sherbrooke, becomes the Minister of National Revenue. Terry Duguid, who is the MP for Winnipeg South, will be the new Minister of Sport and Minister responsible for Prairies Economic Development Canada. Nathaniel Erskine-Smith, an Ontario MP for Beaches East York, will become the new Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities. Darren Fisher, who you see there on the screen, he is the MP for Dartmouth Cole Harbour. He is the new Minister from Nova Scotia and becomes Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence. David McGuinty from Ottawa South will become the new Minister of Public Safety. Ruby Sahota, who's one of the Brampton MPs, becomes Minister of Democratic Institutions and Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario. And Joanne Thompson, the Member of Parliament for St. John's East, will become the Minister of Seniors. Now, there are 4 other ministers who are currently in Cabinet who will be taking on new or expanded roles. Anita Anand gives up the Treasury Board role she's held to take on the Ministry of Transport full-time and also adds internal trade. Gary Anandasangari is the Minister of Crown, Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs and Minister responsible for the Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency. Stephen McKinnon, who was Labour and Seniors, keeps Labour, drops Seniors, but also becomes the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour. And Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor, who had been doing double duty in Employment and Veterans Affairs, will become the President of the Treasury Board. So that's 12 people in total, 6 men, 6 women, 5 from Ontario, 3 from Quebec, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Newfoundland and Labrador, and Manitoba, Alberta and British Columbia down cabinet ministers. And I think what will be an interesting thing to see, Rosie, is how do the people who aren't going in, even if this is a plug the holes cabinet. Sean Casey was on the show the other day, the MP for Charlottetown, saying the potential of a cabinet seat, the promise of promotion, is something that has held a lot of MPs back. Now that that promise has not been fulfilled for their individual ambitions, where does their internal calculus go? On leadership, on running again, on how publicly they come out, if they come out publicly. Because I was speaking to some people, yesterday, MPs who I would have thought were loyal to the Prime Minister, not anymore. Very frustrated with this week, likely more frustrated by this.
And I think we're now up to 18 is the new number this morning of MPs who are saying that the Prime Minister needs to go publicly. I have to say, I remain skeptical that backbenchers have as much impact as Chrystia Freeland did. Do you know what I mean? Like, I
don't disagree for 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, first of all, she put her name on the letter and signed it.
She sure did.
And she is, with all due respect to the members of Parliament, who did take great considerable risk by standing up in caucus and saying to the Prime Minister, you got to go, or have done it, on this show and others. People know who Chrystia Freeland is in a big way. She was, the surrogate satellite campaign, head in the elections. And she has been at the forefront of all of the key policy and political initiatives for this Prime Minister, really, since she agreed to run in that 2013 by-election when he was still the untested, unproven, famous, but unproven leader of what was the 3rd or 4th party at that time.
Okay, let's go back to Ashley Burke. She's at Rideau Hall waiting for people to start arriving. Ashley?
Rosie, I can confirm that the Prime Minister is not going to walk out in front of Rideau Hall here past all of these cameras. This is another day where we're not going to see him facing questions from journalists or making some sort of public statement. As you've talked about it a lot, the big question right now is, will he stay or go? And has he made up his mind yet? We do know that ministers are going to be showing up where you can see this area you see right now and walking past journalists and facing questions themselves about their decision to join cabinet right now at a time when some members of MPs are saying that they're considering not running again if the Prime Minister stays on. Jenica Atwin, the latest. Others have already made that choice. Sean Fraser came out on Monday, which feels like a long time ago now because there's been so much news. He said he wasn't going to stay on for family reasons. And his replacement, Nate Erskine-Smith, I spoke to on Wednesday. He wasn't confirming this position at that point, but he talked about how he, a year ago, announced that he wasn't going to run again. He had a challenging provincial leadership run. He said he wasn't spending enough time with with his family. He's got young kids, and the balance wasn't there, but suggested that he was open to reconsidering that if it were for something like a cabinet position where he could help more people. Now, clearly, that's something that he's said yes to. We're expecting to see him today, and I think that a lot of these MPs are going to see walking in to become ministers have really had to think about that. It's such a tumultuous time for the party when the polls have been so bad for a year now and really haven't budged. Is this something they want to do?
Ashley, stay warm down there. Thank you for that. And I know you'll come back to us as soon as you start seeing cars arriving, because that's what will happen. People will pull up, they'll get out of their cars, but usually with a member of their family. They'll head into Rideau Hall for this cabinet shuffle, where the Prime Minister will be, but as Ashley says, not be quite as present in front of the cameras as usual. And in fact, a cabinet shuffle is often sort of a moment of celebration and excitement for people who have finally got to this point in their career. It may be that a little bit for some of these people, but of course, hanging over all of it is the week that was and the political crisis that continues, even if it is a little bit more muted. So that is outside Rideau Hall. We will bring you inside the minute things start happening. The cabinet swearing in process itself expected to start at around 11:30 Eastern. Aaron, let me just ask you where you think we are at politically, to David's point. Pierre Poilievre wants an election. That's not new. And it points to what has happened this week as a more urgent need for that to happen. The Bloc Québécois says Justin Trudeau's government is over. And Jagmeet Singh says the Prime Minister should resign, but very unclear, as our David Thurton reported this morning, actually what that means, because it seems to mean different things depending on who you're talking to.
Yeah, I mean, I think the NDP position has been somewhat unclear since they ripped up the confidence and
sure,
supply agreement.
I think that's fair.
In terms of where their tolerance ends and what they want. That said, I think if the Prime Minister stays in office, if MPs, however many number of MPs on the Liberal side have called for him to resign, if Chrystia Freeland's out, I imagine, at the risk of making a prediction when one shouldn't be, I imagine the next few polls will show the Liberals down by a few points at least. The incentives for the NDP to finally vote against this government and trigger an election are presumably going to continue to increase.
Yes.
And so by February, you would imagine they would be in a position where what's the point of continuing to support the government? What could they possibly squeeze out of it? People always speculate about, well, is the NDP ready for an election? Are their polls moving? Fair things to speculate about, but at some point the calculus just does not make sense for them to continue supporting the government. And even if your polls are not suddenly shooting upwards, the moment to strike has arrived. And so the idea that, even if Justin Trudeau decides to stick this out, if he comes back in January and says, I'm going to stay on, it's not obvious that he isn't then running in an election 2 months, a month after that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that, to your point, at some point, the NDP just has to sort of pull the pin and hope that an election campaign improves their fortunes.
Yeah. Because
there's opportunity here for them that I'm not sure that they are grabbing fully at this stage.
If you go back to an election we covered, a campaign we covered, 2011, there was all sorts of speculation about whether Jack Layton, the leader of the NDP at the time, would support the Conservative government. And looking at the polls at the time, there was no reason to believe that the NDP should be angling for an election. But the rope had sort of run out. There was nothing more they could get out of the government.
That's right.
There was no other time, so why not go to an election? Now, I'm not saying the NDP is now poised for a 2011 style breakthrough.
No.
But at some point, you just run out of runway if you're the NDP, and you've got to make a choice. And, looking at the Liberals at this very moment, if I'm the NDP, I'm looking at them and saying, this is as vulnerable a Liberal Party as you're ever going to get, so why not go for it?
Rosie, can I just jump in
Please,
here?
yep.
I'm hearing that at 11 o'clock, Jagmeet Singh is going to release a letter and a video. This is his thing, announcing that he may bring forward a motion of non-confidence. So when he's been saying all options are on the table and steadfastly refusing to sort of do anything to pull the plug on this government, this is coming from him today. This is how he did the supply and confidence agreement, right? Chrystia Freeland uses letters, he uses videos. This seems to be the way we're communicating.
Interesting, though, that it's
2024.
coming on the day when we're putting the screws to them about, well, what the heck are you actually saying?
Well,
now he's going to say it.
There was this weird incoherence, right?
Yeah.
Like where he came out and said, the Prime Minister needs to quit, but and all options are on the table when it comes to the idea of voting on confidence. And then Peter Julian was on my show later that day saying, in February, March, if the Prime Minister is still the Prime Minister, then we'll vote non-confidence. But then the next day in a CTV interview, Jagmeet Singh wouldn't commit to that because he says, we don't know what's going to happen. I don't want to be boxed in. But now apparently he's got something coming today that will clarify the position. So broadly, it's sort of laying out in written and video form, not in a scrum. Not in an interview, it's going around, laying out what the NDP is apparently prepared to do. Yeah,
I was going to say it would be nice for him to answer some questions from political reporters because he's been avoiding my show for about 5 weeks, and I think you about the same. So that's my subtle invitation to Jagmeet Singh to speak to a political reporter in this town about where his head is at if he's going to put out a video to make that clear. We are waiting. Surely in the next, I would say, 10 to 15 minutes, we'll start to see some of the people, the many names on this new cabinet start to arrive at Rideau Hall to begin the process of being sworn in. Again, the Prime Minister will be there, but he will not be in front of the cameras the way he usually is, and he won't be taking questions today, is what we are told. And that just sort of triggers me in terms of where we are in the week that has been, because it was just last Saturday that the GST holiday went into effect, that the government was really pushing the message of how this was going to help Canadians over the next couple of months, and particularly through the holidays. And in fact, that was sort of some of the questions that I had for the Prime Minister when he was going to do his series of year-ender interviews on Wednesday, was certainly about some of those policy choices. And now all of that obviously has taken a back seat to what I would describe as an ongoing political crisis for him and his political future. And today, this attempt with the cabinet shuffle to try and calm the waters, offer some stability to his government and to his own political future, and indeed to the country as well, as he tries to get things sort of rolling, because of course the government, in spite of what might be happening politically, does have to function, has to be able to respond, make decisions, and address concerns that Canadians have. Vandana, do you want to weigh in on the NDP there, knowing that you are a partisan? That's fine, but that we may get this news that Jagmeet Singh is taking a much clearer and direct approach to the future of this government?
Yeah, I mean, I think what we were saying earlier before we heard that, it sounds like the NDP, I understand, do not want an election right now. It doesn't work well for them. I mean, Jack Layton was famous really because he got to opposition. That was really because of what happened to the Liberals, but it doesn't look that way right now. It looks like a lot of young people are going conservative and looking for change, and supplying confidence. Well, that worked really well for me. I would say what happened probably that they merged too much, so it's hard to differentiate. Even on things like the Middle East, where we got to on those things like those motions, they're pretty much the same. So it's hard to differentiate. If he does come out today saying there's non-confidence, it could just be that he feels that his runway is out. Yeah. And then he has to, even from his own supporters, needs to show that authenticity. Yeah. Jagmeet, I met him 2011. He was actually a client when I was a teller at the bank. And, he was always, full of energy, and I see he's matured, and he needs to think about, how do I get some of that mojo back and show that I'm a new person here. Sure. But I think it could be that he's looking at the numbers, talking to probably Anne, and thinking of the campaign and being like, now I have to do it.
Well, I mean, I would argue that his own political future is 100%. Probably on the line, right? Not only do you have to sort of stand up to the Liberal government, but you have to position yourself so that you can survive an election yourself.
Yeah, of course.
Because he's survived elections where he hasn't vastly improved NDP fortunes, not to make it about him, but that is a reality.
Well, look, Parliament is back on January 27th. We know the Conservatives will vote non-confidence at the first opportunity. Yeah. The Bloc Québécois says they will vote non-confidence at every opportunity, unless it's like a non-confidence motion that somehow insults the people and the aspirations of Quebec. Yeah. And now if the NDP joins that, unless the Prime Minister prorogues to have a Liberal leadership race, they then still need to do things like, to be very technical on it, they need to pass a supply bill before the end of March so that the government has money to operate and function. We're looking at a late winter, spring election. So that has some pretty profound implications, obviously, for the country, some pretty profound implications for the Premier of Ontario, who I think also wanted to go in that particular window and may have to reconsider that now that he's taken on foreign affairs and international trade as well as part of his duties. But, depending on where Jagmeet Singh comes in on this and how explicit and specific that threat is, if it's conditional on the continuance of Justin Trudeau, for example, right? Like if it's
we'll see what the language is.
If it matches Peter Julian, if it's still Trudeau, we vote non-confidence, then there is a window here where this gets extended so the Liberals can do a reset. But we need to see exactly what Jagmeet Singh is going to say at 11 o'clock when he brings this out.
And that would put additional pressure, Aaron, on the Prime Minister, I would think, and factor into his thinking. Because now if an election is in the offing at the earliest opportunity, well, do you really want to do that, or what is what makes sense for the country?
And do the Liberals want him to lead them into the next election? There was a theory at times that maybe it was still best for Justin Trudeau to lead the Liberal Party into the next election, regardless of how slim his chances were of holding on to power through that election, because there was no sense putting in a new leader and having them lose and having their sort of name and brand tarnished. So maybe just have sort of Justin Trudeau go down with the ship. I guess Liberals now have to decide, if they are facing an election, and let's assume Jagmeet Singh's motion is fairly straightforward, are they content to go in with Justin Trudeau as leader? Even if they prorogue, David's putting his finger up.
Rob Oliphant has just joined the chorus of people calling for the Prime Minister to step down. He had an emergency meeting with his Don Valley West Federal Liberal Association, and he has come to the conclusion that it is time for the Prime Minister to go. He says, I consider Justin Trudeau to be a friend. We were elected together in the small class of 2008. I've witnessed firsthand his capacity to gather, inspire, and motivate Canadians to dream bigger, to act with more kindness and do better, and Canada has done better. Nonetheless, it is time now for him to do his part to ensure that Canada remains strong and united in the face of changing continental and global reality. With profound thankfulness and great respect, I joined the Don Valley West Liberal Association in requesting the Prime Minister take appropriate steps to relinquish the leadership of the Liberal Party of Canada to a new leader elected through a robust, open leadership contest. So that number continues to grow. This is a parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. So this is not cabinet, it's cabinet adjacent. And so the dam broke when Chrystia Freeland did what she did. He's going to take time to reflect over the holidays. So is everybody else. And more and more of this, based on just what you're hearing.
I would also, with all due respect to Mr. Oliphant, suggest that this is someone that also would have liked to be in cabinet.
Oh, no doubt. But
no. But my point is the one that you made earlier, that Sean Casey made to you, that as it becomes apparent that it's just never going to happen, then you say, well, then what am I doing? This doesn't make sense for me anymore. Quickly, and then we're going to go to Janice.
Yeah, I was just going to say to one other thing that came up earlier about how to weigh sort of, Chrystia Freeland versus a backbencher. Chrystia Freeland, by all due respect, is a massive bomb against this government. But, one backbencher on their own isn't necessarily as big, but 12, 24, 50 backbenchers,
yes.
That's a big problem.
We are up to 19 at this stage, people who have spoken out publicly calling for the Prime Minister to resign. Janice McGregor still standing outside Rideau Hall all morning, waiting for people to start to arrive, which should happen in the next couple of moments. Janice, what can you tell us?
Yeah, I don't know whether I'm bouncing with anticipation or bouncing to keep warm here. Maybe both. Look, a couple thoughts and a couple things kind of milling about here. As you know, on Cabinet Shuffle Day, you not only see new people sworn in, but you also sometimes get more information about some things that don't require kind of taking an oath, but are nevertheless integral to the functioning of a government. And our colleague Chris Rand's, not his first rodeo, just pointed out that one of the people entering cabinet was previously the whip, Riri Sahota. So who will be the whip? I would suggest to you that if Justin Trudeau is working on a strategy to stay, or if the Liberals are serious about being able to kind of navigate, get creative, prorogue, deal with a filibustered parliament if they don't prorogue, confidence votes, etc., that whip's job is not an entry-level position. That's super important, and I'm interested to see today if beyond the oaths, we learn who the new government whip is, because that's not going to be an easy task. That's going to be a rough spring ahead for that person. However much longer this Parliament lasts, notwithstanding sort of all the things you've been talking about with Jagmeet Singh and the NDP potentially flipping over into the column of those wanting to pull the plug. The other thing that's coming down the pipe, and I know we talked about this, I talked about it a little bit earlier, you talked about it a little bit at the start of your special, but we have to keep in mind with this David McGuinty appointment over to public safety. First of all, that means we're going to need a new chair for NSICOP. I want to say a very perilous moment internationally and also domestically, heading into an election of our own. We are going to be talking about intelligence more than ever geopolitically, vis-a-vis Five Eyes, the U.S. and stuff like that. They're going to have to find someone to take on that massive job, a job that's only ever been done by David McGuinty. But secondly, having someone as public safety minister that is already that read in when it comes to the intelligence agencies, that has seen this material, the learning curve for him much different than sort of some other posts to public safety. I wonder, I'm not inside the head of the Prime Minister's or his top advisors, but you do wonder in this moment if that didn't recommend him to the job, the fact that he would not have the steep learning curve for public safety that others would have at a time when we are expecting Marie-Josée Hogg to have some pretty serious things to say about reforms to intelligence and big changes necessary going forward at a time when our relationships with other intelligence agencies in Washington and so on, very, very critical. So anyway, these are thoughts as we mill about, expecting the arrivals at the top of the clock.
Okay, Janice, two very smart thoughts. Thank you for that. I think the David McGuinty piece is spot on. And the fact that we understand that border security will remain with Dominic LeBlanc. And as we've been hearing, that the gun control piece may land with Rachel Bendayan, who's going to be the Associate Minister to Public Safety, which then allows David McGuinty to really stick to that lane that he has developed an expertise in, which was pretty interesting. We are now at the top of the hour, expecting the cabinet shuffle to begin in half an hour's time. And of course, for some of these ministers, new ministers, to arrive shortly at that shot there that you're looking at just outside Rideau Hall and make their way in. We are not expecting to see the Prime Minister, nor are we expecting to hear from him. Hopefully we'll hear from some of these new ministers, though. That might be interesting. It comes just moments after we learned the following two pieces of information from David Cochrane. One, that Rob Oliphant, another MP, parliamentary secretary, has, after consulting his riding, now suggested that the Prime Minister needs to leave, that he needs to start thinking about how that would work. And we'll talk about that in a moment. And we are expecting a video from Jagmeet Singh, the NDP leader, to make it clear in his position, because we were lacking some clarity there, that he also would vote non-confidence in the government in the next opportunity, at the next available opportunity. I believe we have a letter from Jagmeet Singh that we can pull up, and maybe David, as he's pulling it up, can start reading it, because my eyesight is not that good, David. You go ahead.
I've got it here on my laptop,
okay.
So bear with me. I'm going to read it. Fellow Canadians, the Canadian dream is a good job that gets you a home and a fridge full of groceries with enough left over to save for vacation. The Trudeau Liberals said a lot of the right things, and they let people down and again and again. I called for Justin Trudeau to resign, and he should. He can't fix healthcare. He can't build homes. He can't lower your bills. The next fight is a big one. I'm looking for...
I have no confidence in the government. Looking for that line?
Yeah, the Liberals don't deserve another chance. That's why the NDP will vote to bring this government down and give Canadians a chance to vote for a government who will work for them. No matter who is leading the Liberal Party, this government's time is up. We will put forward a clear motion of non-confidence in the next sitting of the House of Commons. I call for Justin Trudeau to resign, and he should.
So that's clear.
So there you go.
Clear, yeah.
That is very clear. The timing is unclear. Now, that's because they don't necessarily control the timing. Karina Gould will have to find an opposition day for Jagmeet Singh to try to end her job. But this is an explicit promise in writing, and we think there's a video coming where Jagmeet Singh finally gets to the point that he's been asked to get to ever since he ripped up the supply and confidence agreement, that we will put forward a clear motion of non-confidence in the next sitting of the House of Commons. So there you go. The starting pistol has kind of been fired for the possibility of an election and maybe a clearer decision on prorogation, if that's what it takes, if the Prime Minister is going to leave and if there is going to be a leadership race to replace him. Vonda, that seems like something they might have to consider now.
Yeah, I think this definitely will go into considerations at the time right now, both on the staying and for the leaving. I mean, they'll probably just really be holding down to writing maps and looking through what the pathways are. I'm sure they'll still try and see if there's any other partnerships or anything they can do with the House of Commons, but I do think this will definitely factor in whether it makes sense to stay on or it makes sense to prorogue and go to a leadership. And
the Conservatives would like us to remind everyone that Jagmeet Singh and the NDP have voted confidence in the government 8 times since ripping up that agreement, and the fair point. And now they have decided that the time is up. The Conservatives' play here, though, would obviously be to remind people of that Singh was able to support the Prime Minister for much longer than perhaps was even expected by his own party. As we wait for people to start arriving, David, let's go through your list again if we can, if you have time.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to print. I'm trying to print the Jagmeet Singh letter so we can all see it and actually
nice,
read it in a more reasonable font than we do on the laptop.
If you wouldn't mind just sort of resetting where we are and what we know.
Yeah. Here's where we are, just sort of like on sort of the news we've heard over the past hour, in that another Liberal MP has come forward to say the Prime Minister should step down. It's Rob Oliphant, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Jagmeet Singh has said the NDP will introduce a motion of non-confidence. Until we get to that point, this is the cabinet that we're going to see unveiled today. Start with the ministers who are changing jobs. Anita Anand becomes the Minister of Transport and Internal Trade. Gary Anandasangari is the Minister of Crown, Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs and Minister responsible for the Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency. Stephen McKinnon becomes Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour. Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor becomes President of the Treasury Board. And in addition to those people changing jobs, there are 8 new ministers coming in. Rachel Bendayan, the MP for Outremont in Quebec, becomes the Minister of Official Languages and Associate Minister of Public Safety. Elizabeth Briere, who represents Sherbrooke in the House of Commons, will be the new Minister of National Revenue. Terry Duguid, who is the MP for Winnipeg South, becomes the Minister of Sport and Minister responsible for Prairies Economic Development Canada. Nathaniel Erskine-Smith, who represents the Beaches East York and all podcasters in the House of Commons, becomes the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities. Darren Fisher from Dartmouth Coal Harbour in Nova Scotia will be the new Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence. David McGuinty from Ottawa South is the new Minister of Public Safety. He's had some notoriety in a positive way for being the chair of the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, which has driven so much of the conversation over the past year. Ruby Sahota, the whip, becomes the Minister of Democratic Institutions and Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario. She's an MP from Brampton. And Joanne Thompson, the MP for St. John's East and Newfoundland and Labrador, is the new Minister of Seniors. So there you go, Rosie. It's 12 names in total, 6 men, 6 women, 5 from Ontario, 3 from the Atlantic, 3 from Quebec, 1 from Manitoba.
That's great. So that gives you a sense of who we're looking for on that shot there on your screen as they arrive at Rideau Hall for this cabinet shuffle that was not what Justin Trudeau expected or necessarily even wanted to do. There was talk that there would be a cabinet shuffle this time last week, that it could happen as early as Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and it was going to look very, very different. There was going to be a significant shake-up of senior prominent positions, including Chrystia Freeland, who was going to be moved out of finance into a role that was being defined as looking after Canada-U.S. relations. And depending who you ask, whether it's her side or the Prime Minister's side, it was either a departmentless, symbolic role or a significant leading role for Chrystia Freeland to take on Donald Trump. I'm just being told that David McGuinty is arriving. Maybe we can pop up that whole shot. There he is. David McGuinty has long wanted to be in cabinet. I think that's fair to say. He would agree with that. I'm not sure if we had the audio up there, but we will listen to see if people say anything on their way in. He is becoming today the new Minister of Public Safety, leaving what was a very important role, is particularly right now as the chair of the NSICOP committee. That's the parliamentary committee that deals with intelligence, where you really have to give up a lot of your partisan sort of moves because you are focused on getting these really top secret briefings on intelligence to help Parliament understand what's going on. And of course, they put forward that kind of shocking report earlier this year about suggesting that there were people inside the House of Commons who perhaps were wittingly or unwittingly aiding and abetting other states in that foreign interference. So he leaves that with an enormous amount of expertise in that area.
Mrs.
So probably.
Ben-Dian, how are you?
There's Chris Rand.
Chris Rand is at Rideau Hall, everybody.
As is Rachel Ben-Dian
How are
with
you
her.
feeling today, Miss Ben-Dian?
Do you still have confidence in the Prime Minister?
She's arriving with her husband and her daughter.
How does it feel to go from Chief of Staff to an actual minister?
Probably pretty good, Chris, is what I would guess.
Can we at least have a wave, please? A wave, perhaps.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Chris. He's doing his best. I will say, fair to ask whether you have confidence in the Prime Minister. If you have accepted a job in Cabinet, you now have confidence in the Prime Minister. Because if you don't, then you've got that job for about 2 minutes. It's not only the principle of Cabinet solidarity here, but you are also making a decision, clearly, when you're offered that job, that you are willing to step up and step behind Justin Trudeau. Here's someone else arriving. Let's see.
How does it feel to get north of 60
Gary
into your
Anderson,
portfolio,
Gary.
sir? Do you have confidence in the Prime Minister, of course?
Okay, he is the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, but he is picking up a portfolio. He is picking up Northern Affairs and the Northern Development Agency for Dan Vandal, who did that job as a minister from my home province of Manitoba. And now he is adding that, which makes sense to sort of put those two pieces together because there's a lot of overlap in those positions as well. So we've got 3 people who have now arrived. We can see it's being kind of highly choreographed there from behind the scenes. Sometimes they put everyone in a bus and then they wait on the bus and get called out one by one. David?
It's just interesting, though, Rosie. You can hear the questions being shouted there by Chris and others. Like, this is the biggest moment of the political career for some of these people, going into Cabinet for the first time, becoming a full minister. You know, as he said to Rachel Ben-Dian, who was a Chief of Staff, I believe it was Barton Checker, when she's Minister of Small Business, in the initial Cabinet. She's now a full minister. But on a day where you're hitting that political high, a personal political high, you're being asked about, the party's political low right now, and do you still have confidence in the Prime Minister? So it speaks to the sort of the fraught political environment in which all of this is happening, right? That, normally a cabinet shuffle is about renewal and promotion and reorienting and preparing for the future and all of these things. That was the intention when I think they had that conversation with Chrystia Freeland a week ago, right around now, I think, because it was early on Friday morning that it happened. That's not where they are a week later. And this is the sort of challenge that they have, right? That while this is a great day for all the new MPs being promoted, it's still a very difficult day at the end of an incredibly difficult week for the government.
Yeah, and that'll just go back to the piece that I can, continue to try and wrap my head around as we watch this very organized, coordinated, orchestrated shuffle where clearly they've thought a lot about representation and people and stability and messages they're sending. And that just makes me, Aaron, think, what the heck were they thinking last Friday? Saturday, Sunday? Why did they think they had someone in Cabinet who was not in Cabinet, i.e. Mark Carney? Why did they tell someone they didn't have a job? She didn't have a job when she did have a job? Like, it is, I don't know.
It begs questions.
It begs many questions, and maybe we'll get answers at some point, and maybe it'll be very clear what went down. But right now, I am still, 4 days later, in that headspace.
So the first question is...
Here's someone else arriving. Sorry, I'll just interrupt you for a minute. Oh, maybe just a journalist.
Yeah, you dress like that when they don't let you in, right? That's how you show up to these things.
Sorry, keep talking.
The first question is, what led the Prime Minister to believe that Chrystia Freeland would take that job? Why was he confident that was a good idea?
Here's Ruby Sahota arriving.
Make Cabinet!
And then...
Who will become the new whip?
Yeah,
I don't think she gets to annaunce that.
No, probably not. Probably get fired immediately if she did that.
Though we'll see is a pretty good
Brampton to have a cabinet minister again.
Chaos now.
The other part of this, though, is what happened over the weekend.
Do we have a wave for him?
How did that phone call between Chrystia Freeland and Justin Trudeau end? And what did the PMO think was going on throughout that weekend? Did they think things were fine, or did they have reason to believe that things weren't fine?
It sounds like they thought things were fine. That's
right,
that's
which is
what I believe.
Which is remarkable,
Yeah.
either because they didn't understand her position, or because, I don't know what she could have said to them to lead them to believe that things were fine.
It speaks to something you and I were talking about in the newsroom, what the level of communication breakdown or trust may have been between the two of them.
But
in the first
that
place,
is, look, we talked about this on Monday too.
Looks like Nate Erskine-Smith, yeah.
We talked about this on Monday too, that Chrystia Freeland is now sort of part of a trend of cabinet ministers and Justin Trudeau falling out. The difference being that Chrystia Freeland is supposed to be.
How does it feel to carry on that legacy?
It's good.
Was it a difficult decision to join? Sir, do you still think there should be a leadership review for Trudeau?
Will you be running in the night delay?
He says he's feeling pretty good about taking on the housing portfolio, I would imagine, given that he's taken the job.
Which I don't think he's technically supposed to say, Rosie, until it's announced inside that room. But Maverick and a Maverick. But he's
been watching. He's been watching us.
Yeah,
yes,
he's been reporting it for 24 hours
and
now.
uncharacteristically quiet Nate Erskine-Smith going in there. He's done some legendary scrums coming out of caucus with a cup of tea in his hand and not spilling much tea going in there.
For a long time. I'll let you finish your thought, then I'll go to Ashley.
Well, I just want to say, as we're watching all of this, let's go back to Jagmeet Singh's letter, because I think it is important to emphasize this. Quote, no matter who is leading the Liberal Party, this government's time is up. So either the government falls under Justin Trudeau in February or late January, or this government falls under a different leader in March or April or May.
That's a good point.
The other thing I want to just go back to Rob Oliphant. It's a big week for open letters.
Good thing Canada Post is back.
Yeah.
These were all emailed to us, Canada Post. Sorry to tell you.
Quote, our leader has become a key obstacle preventing many progressive voters who have supported our work from doing so again in the next election. Part of the argument you could have made for Justin Trudeau is that his floor at least is higher than other leaders, and there's no obvious leader that would do. It's not obvious that another leader would do better. And this is Rob Oliphant throwing in his opinion with, we've now reached the point where someone else is better.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is the fundamental question. How many Liberals now are willing to make that decision?
How about high-speed rail?
Do you still have confidence in the Prime Minister?
Here's Anita Anand arriving. She is already the Minister of Transport, but she's there to pick up internal trade. She said, we'll chat later. How wonderful. I hope we do. I hope she's one of the ministers that's allowed to speak today. And we can go to Ashley. I mean, I'll go to Ashley, but I do want to talk about the decision by people who are very interested in the leadership job to take on roles inside cabinet. But let me bring in Ashley Burke here for what it's feeling like on the ground. Ashley, people aren't saying much, but they do seem pleased to be there in spite of the clouds that hang overhead.
Yeah, and Rosie, this is the first cabinet shuffle I've been at where one of the questions being yelled at the new cabinet ministers walking in is, do you have confidence in the Prime Minister? And when Gary Anasangari was asked that, he said, well, that's why I'm walking in. So don't expect anyone to answer that question any differently here this morning. But really, they had to consider whether or not they wanted to be in this cabinet at such a tumultuous time right now. David McGuinty, when he walked in, all he said was, it's a nice... It's a nice Canadian morning. He's going to be taking on one of the files, the public safety files, sources say, which has been, really Canada's. Canada is up against the U.S. trade war and obviously a potential trade threat, and that's going to be really a big challenge that the government's got to face right now as Justin Trudeau faces his own personal crisis. So you can hear some of the things that are being yelled in the background. I can hear it in my ear in the distance as those walk by. Sort of a light tone here, but also some really difficult questions that some of these MPs are going to have to face.
Okay, thank you for that, Ashley. That was Terry Duguid going in behind you as the new Minister of Sport and Minister responsible for the Prairies, Economic Development Canada. He, of course, now the minister that will be responsible for my home province of Manitoba, where I hope to be on Sunday if things allow for. I will just say I'm just getting a little bit of clarity about what happened over the course of the weekend with Chrystia Freeland and the characterization that the Prime Minister's office did not think things were fine on the weekend, but they certainly didn't expect that she was going to resign, that they thought she was unhappy, but that the conversation that happened was only the beginning of the conversation, not the end. So that gives you a sense of how things were unfolding. There's Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor. She is now the president of the Treasury Board. Quite a promotion for her, actually, to take on a big economic portfolio, which I don't believe she's had in the past.
Had a very sort of up and down cabinet career, right?
Very
Remember,
much
she was
so,
in
very much
cabinet
so,
and
yeah,
then out to be sort of like part of the House leadership team and then back into cabinet over time. And there are 6 Liberal MPs in her province of New Brunswick. 4 of them say the Prime Minister has to go. The 2 who have not said the Prime Minister has to go are the 2 that are in cabinet, her and Dominic LeBlanc. So
there you go.
If either of them were to switch with Jenica Atwin, Serge Cormier, Wayne Long, and Renee Arsenault, that would be news. But I don't think, no matter how many times a cabinet minister is asked her to shuffle whether they still have confidence in the Prime Minister, I don't think anyone is going to say, you know what, I don't. It's just not the day for that.
David, do you want to respond to some of the details about what precipitated all of this, that the conversation that started with Chrystia Freeland was a conversation, that it was supposed to be ongoing in terms of what that role was going to look like, and that they understood that she wasn't happy with the first offer, but it sounds like it was a negotiation of some kind.
Yeah, so there's, this whole thing is like punching fog, right? Because we hear it was a conversation and that she was receptive to the idea early in the process. But then we hear that, you know, she viewed it as a demotion and that she was told she was going to be replaced by Mark Carney, and that...
who, to be clear, had not accepted the job at that stage.
Right. So why would she have been told that this is who was going to replace her, right? You know, it's these sorts of things. And the challenge we have, Rosie, is that none of the actual people on that call have gone in front of the camera and said anything about it. So all of these background conversations and source conversations, which that is Joanne Thompson, by the way, and her husband. She is the MP for St. John's East. She will join Goody Hutchings, who is the Minister for Rural Development, who is the west coast of the island of Newfoundland MP. So 2 Newfoundlanders and Labradorians back in
You should tell a little bit of your anecdote.
No. I mean, no. She is, you know, she is an MP for an area. I believe I would have lived in her riding at one point before I moved from there.
Fair.
But the going back to this whole amorphous situation of the narratives, right, is so much of what happened about the deterioration, reportedly, of this relationship between the finance minister, and if it's not the Prime Minister, with the Prime Minister's office.
Sure.
This is all played out mostly in the pages of the Globe and Mail, so that clearly in there somewhere, someone who purported to speak on behalf of the Prime Minister, others who purported to speak on behalf of the Finance Minister, and others who purported to speak on behalf of Mark Carney were all talking to reporters, while none of the principals appear to have been talking either to each other or talking publicly. And this sort of impression was created of tension, which Chrystia Freeland sort of confirmed, and then some in her resignation letter. And exactly what happened in that conversation is unclear, and speaks to the need for her to say something, perhaps, but more importantly, for the Prime Minister to say something, because she left on December 16th. If he is not speaking today, as you say, then we go into Christmas. We're not going to hear from him until January, probably. That's weeks and weeks and weeks after this. That is a big void to leave filled with the notion that they approached her, it wasn't a done deal, she may have been open to it, but then it failed spectacularly. And there's Stephen McKinnon, who was sworn into cabinet this summer after Seamus O'Regan, who was one of the other cabinet ministers of Newfoundland and Labrador, the former Minister of Labour and Seniors, left in a quiet and orchestrated way and was replaced by Stephen McKinnon. He now picks up Randy Boissonneau's employment duties, who did not leave in a orchestrated and deliberate sort of way.
Yeah, we should say we've obviously asked to speak with Chrystia Freeland, but at this stage she is not doing interviews or talking publicly, though she's making a lot of phone calls behind the scenes, because what she did too was part of a political calculation around her own ambitions. Vandana, do you want to come in on that or what we're seeing so far?
Yeah, I mean, Couple things. I think on the Minister Freeland thing, I wouldn't be surprised if no one actually gets the full scope of what happened. You know what I mean? There's going to be a lot of perspectives and hearsay and she say, but what I do know is that there's a lot of respect for Minister Freeland and understanding that she polled very highly, understanding that she was most recognizable minister out there. So I would find it hard to believe that they said, this is it and too bad. Right? Chances are, if she said, I don't like this, it's not good enough, I would like something else, that would have happened. They would have given her pretty much what she needed. It sounds like maybe I'm not sure over the weeks, but I've seen those other ministers where things get leaked, you don't know who to believe anymore, you just don't know, and then you say, you know what, you make a calculation. She had a very strong one. She worked through her comms and she did a masterclass at it on Monday. So I don't think we'll ever actually get the full story of it, but I'm pretty sure.
Well, we'll get the full story. We'll find out.
Yeah.
I mean, I take the point that it was the beginning of a conversation, but if the beginning of the conversation is you're not the Minister of Finance anymore, I have a good sense of how she would respond to that.
But that is part of being in cabinet. Like, I mean, we talked about Jeanette just now, and I've talked to a number of ministers, both at the Laureate Club and the Christmas party, saying, I didn't like being moved. I didn't like being moved out, but you serve at the pleasure. And I've had nomination candidates say, what's my chance of getting in cabinet? And I said, you know what, that's a chance you're going to make. Yeah. No, you sometimes have good luck, sometimes you don't. And sometimes you're going to be a great backbencher or retail politician, but that's just how it is.
Yeah, not everybody gets into cabinet.
No,
that's for sure. All right, who's this now?
And that would be Elizabeth Briere.
Elizabeth Briere.
The MP for Sherbrooke.
I will admit I don't know Elizabeth Briere at all, so this is.
But Marie-Claude Bibeau was also an MP for the Sherbrooke area,
yes.
right? So national revenue is like very Sherbrooke specific. Is that what's going on here? Like,
can only be done in
What is it about national revenue in Sherbrooke? But that's what this is, right? So this is she is going in there as Marie-Claude Bibeau. Just a month or so ago, it was announced that she wasn't running again. I believe she was on vacation at the time when it came out. But she is still there in cabinet and in caucus. Well, not anymore once the shuffle happens. But yes, the Ministry of National Revenue will stay in the greater Sherbrooke region. So,
because I'm looking at your papers here, you have put provinces beside all these people. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ministers from Ontario in this. Is that am I right here? 2 from Quebec.
No, I have 5 from Ontario. 5. Am I wrong on that? I have Gary Anandasangari, Anita Anand,
Steve McKinnon is Quebec.
Nathaniel Erskine-Smith.
Yeah.
Yes, he's just across the river. David McGuinty and Ruby Sahota. Okay. Steve McKinnon is Quebec. Elizabeth Briere and Rachel Bendayan, Quebec. Jeanette Petitbat-Taylor, New Brunswick. Terry Duguid, Manitoba. Darren Fisher, Nova Scotia. And Joanne Thompson, Newfoundland and Labrador.
Any thoughts this morning,
there's Darren
sir?
Fisher.
Oh, there's Darren Fisher.
This is an interesting one.
Yeah, I also don't know Darren Fisher very well. What can you tell me about him?
Darren Fisher is the MP for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour, which in a region where not a lot of seats are safe, that may be the safe seat in Nova Scotia.
Yeah, so why put someone in cabinet from that seat?
Well, that is going to be a question I think a lot of Nova Scotia MPs may be asking themselves today, because there was a lot of talk yesterday, Rosie, that Mike Kellaway, who's one of the Cape Breton MPs, was told to get to Ottawa. He was apparently going to be on his way to Ottawa until suddenly he wasn't on his way to Ottawa. And I don't know if that's a fog of war thing or a jump to conclusions by Mr. Kellaway, but there was a very strong belief that he was going to be the Nova Scotia Cabinet Minister yesterday. Absent as well is Cody Blois, who is the chair of the Atlantic Caucus, who was the driving force on the carve-out for home heating oil as part of the carbon tax revisions that were done a year or so ago. An ambitious politician not going into cabinet. Would have been, I think, Rosie, the MP people would have looked at and said, maybe this is going to be the new Nova Scotia minister because he went to Washington.
Yes. When
the Prime Minister went there right after sort of the caucus discontent, some of the more disgruntled MPs were taken on that trip. He's not going into cabinet. Talib Noor Mohammed, who has been out on shows like mine and yours, I think, sort of carrying the government message, a vacancy in a British Columbia cabinet seat with Carla Qualtrough leaving, but Talib Noor Mohammed not going in. So some interesting people excluded here. I mean, look, you can't put everyone in cabinet, but it's just interesting to see who got in and who did not.
And so with that is everyone who has arrived then, who needs to be sworn into cabinet, and reporters and journalists are making their way inside Rideau Hall now, where the actual ceremony is set to get underway in just a few minutes, and we will let you listen to that ceremony. It'll also be our first chance to see the Prime Minister, who slipped in the back door, because he just lives like one greenhouse away from from Rideau Hall, frankly. Vanda, now talk about that, the fact that we had heard lots of names, and there were some people in town And some people get vetted for cabinet jobs and then don't get them.
That's true.
And one of the questions I would have is, did anyone get offered a cabinet job and then decide, I'm not going to take this?
I have not heard that.
No, but it's possible.
It is possible. I mean, there's also like different things depending on what you're looking at in life that ministers can't have, and MPs can't. Like if you have like certain investments or a side job or whatever. Like I mean, you can't do that as a minister, right? So if it may not work out, there's also some people like David McGuinty, you would have had already clearances that you needed to get in if you needed to move things really fast. But I do think in terms of like people like Darren Fisher and just kind of thinking through who it is, Darren was a city councillor. I actually got to know him really well when I worked with Minister Baines, and he was responsible for COA at the time. And I always felt bad because he's right next to Andy Fillmore's riding, and all the announcements were Andy Fillmore's riding, but he's right next door. But he's a really hard worker. I think it's also one of those things you did mention earlier, that how would people feel about Nathaniel Erskine-Smith? But when I think of Terry Duguid, when I think of Ruby Sahota, when I think of Darren Fisher, people will actually really enjoy seeing them go into cabinets, which is, I'm sure they would like to as well. But has a great background and a great attitude. So I think he already would have had the background in that area and just be a good team player. I mean, Cody is great as well. So is Mike Hellaway. But as David, you said, can't get anyone in there.
Yeah, I mean, I had also heard that. Well, this was for the original shuffle, not what we have, the OG, I'll call it, that they were actually considering reducing the size of the ministry as well, that they thought, well, this could be a moment, given an affordability crisis, we could shrink things down. Obviously, all of that stuff not happening anymore.
Yeah, events, dear boy, events, as the famous quote goes. I mean, that's what led us to this, right? I'm curious to see. This reminds me, Rosie, when we were sitting here, I don't know, an hour 80 on Monday, and we were looking at the outside of Rideau Hall in the dark with the single microphone, waiting for Dominic LeBlanc to come out and, do his Dominic LeBlanc thing that he does, which is like calm things down in a difficult time. These ministers are going to come out and take a lot of questions, and it's not going to really be about how you feeling, how's your job. It's going to be all about what is happening inside the caucus.
I would imagine not all ministers come out. It would probably they're more skilled politicians.
But the new ministers will want their opportunity.
Maybe.
I don't think not today.
Maybe not.
Maybe not today.
I'll wait a couple of weeks, see how things go.
Look, I'm not a comms professional. I have never worked in politics, but my God, if you don't put something out there definitive, it's just going to be the critics filling the void.
I mean,
they've got to start saying some things. Like maybe they send Anita Anand out or Stephen McKinnon out. Someone has, I assume, to take questions today. If it's not the Prime Minister, who I thought it was going to be, and I think a lot of people think it kind of should be, maybe it's, I don't know who, David McGuinty could probably handle things. He did a long scrum the other day, Nate Erskine-Smith. If he doesn't suddenly speak, that tells you something, that there is a clamp down on the ability to go out and say anything, because if people like him suddenly are silent.
Yeah, I think your point is a good one. For instance, if there's no one on your show from this shuffle later today, it will be a bunch of people saying the Prime Minister should go instead.
Like Rob Oliphant, for example. I'm pretty sure he's going to be available.
Yeah, so you need to sort of counter that narrative in some way effectively. Let us remind you, as we wait for the actual shuffle to get underway, that the other development today, as well as the shuffle, as well as a couple new names added to the list of people calling for the Prime Minister to resign, Jagmeet Singh has clarified his position in a letter on X this morning, saying the following in a statement, quote, "The Liberals don't deserve another chance. That's why the NDP will vote to bring this government down and give Canadians a chance to vote for a government who will work for them. No matter who is leading the Liberal Party, this government's time is up." He goes on to say, "We will put forward a clear motion of non-confidence in the next sitting of the House of Commons." That a significant shift for Jagmeet Singh, who, although he ripped up that supply and confidence agreement with the Liberal Party, was that all the way back in September? He has gone on to support the Liberals, as the Conservatives want you to know, 8 times since the end of that agreement, because he did not want to trigger an election. And while he did call for the Prime Minister to resign on Monday, there was a lack of clarity around what that would mean in the immediate. And now the NDP have made it clear that they too will join the ranks of the Conservative Party and the Bloc Québécois in voting to get rid of this government at its earliest opportunity. So whether Justin Trudeau stays or goes, an election is in the offing, perhaps as early as this spring. unless the only way to prevent or delay that would be for the Prime Minister to prorogue Parliament, to shut down the opportunity to vote non-confidence, and to buy the Liberal Party a little bit of time to reassess how it's going to go, or get itself a new leader, or sort itself out. I think there would be a large outcry if the Prime Minister were to prorogue and there not be a leadership contest. I think that would be the one reason he would do it. But if it was just to buy himself some time, I think that would scandalize many people in this city, and particularly Conservatives.
Well, interestingly, Pierre Poilievre did a radio interview recently saying he felt that would be unconstitutional and the Governor General should stop that from happening, when it's kind of precisely what Stephen Harper did years ago, and when I believe Mr. Poilievre may have been the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. So it is constitutional to do it.
Sure
whether
is.
it's politically wise, I don't know, and whether the Governor General will go along with it, I also do not know. But that is
Yes, it's a tool in the toolbox.
There's precedent from the Prime Minister just before this one.
Just to do some basic civics, the Prime Minister does have the confidence of the House of Commons. That, he passed
Until
some
he
votes.
doesn't.
He passed some votes quite recently that were confidence votes. So there's no question that he has the confidence of the House of Commons
Right now.
Yes. It doesn't. MPs, party leaders can put out statements saying that they intend to vote non-confidence in the government. But as far as the Governor General is concerned, the Prime Minister, there's former Ontario Premier Dalton McGuinty.
Look at that.
Brother of David.
Oh, we don't have that. We don't have that picture up there. Let us do that first.
There it is.
If he's going into cabinet, it's a plot twist. So let's set aside the constitutional questions. Politically speaking, there really is, as you say, only one good reason to prorogue right now, and that's if you're having a leadership race. If he prorogues under some other pretense, people will see it as ducking from accountability and trying to hang on to power. And, so I think there is only one scenario in which he prorogues, and that's if he decides to signal his intention to resign. He would, in that case, most likely stay on until a new leader has been chosen. It should be emphasized we've never had an interim prime minister. But even as going to Jagmeet Singh's letter again, if there is a new leader, if there is, that leader is obviously prime minister at that point, that new government, that new prime minister is conceivably on borrowed time too. They're not going to have a ton of time. They would come back to the House with a throne speech, but there would likely be a vote of non-confidence against that throne speech fairly quickly. So whoever the next leader is, or whoever the leader is, they're going into an election very quickly.
Okay, and as we can see, is this the ballroom? Is that what it's called? The ball? I think it's the ballroom.
Something like that.
It's the room where cabinet swearing-ins happen. That's starting to fill up with friends and family of the cabinet members who will be making their way into that room. As we saw, Dalton McGuinty, the brother of David McGuinty, former Premier of Ontario, there to support his sibling, and other members there as well.
Maybe Dalton McGuinty will come out and scrum. Maybe he'll be the person to sort of weigh in.
Set my bar a little bit higher, if that's okay. Not that he's not, but he's not a current player. So, but this swearing in will get underway very shortly, and we'll get all these people that came in, these new names that have been circulating, some not so new, some really new, will make their way in to take on their new portfolios, and of course the Prime Minister will be there to shake hands and give hugs to everybody in these new jobs. But a day that is usually about renewing, refreshing, reorganizing, trying to create some momentum, which is what the original cabinet shuffle that sparked all this was trying to do, to help the government sort of regain support of Canadians, or to send a message about its priorities, is not what this is doing.
This is more regrouping.
This is regrouping, and this is stabilizing. And we have been told not to assume that this means that the Prime Minister has reached any decision whatsoever in his own mind. This will just allow the government to continue its important work of governing as it grapples with all of the very real political threats that are in the offing, including now that all opposition parties are ready to vote non-confidence in the government at the next opportunity. All right. David.
Well, I mean, the key roles that are being filled today, I would argue, would be Minister of Transport and Internal Trade with Anita Anand, because you're going, it's a holiday travel season, for example, so airlines are going to be in the news, and internal trade is going to be a focus in terms of like squeezing out some economic productivity going forward here in the country. Stephen McKinnon is employment and labor. He's still going to be dealing with sort of these hot button labor disruption issues that we've seen from Canada Post to railways and everything else. And David McGuinty, going into Minister of Public Safety. You know, he was, as we've talked about a few times, Rosie, he was the chair of the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, which has driven so many explosive headlines and conversations with a lot of their findings and the reports and the documents they've assessed, some of which have been leaked, some of which have been not. But Justice Ogg is going to come back with her report on what to do on foreign interference and things to make changes for the next election. And the new minister responsible for it would have been the head of the committee that flagged a lot of the concerns and a lot of the problems and put it out there. So he'll know the issue well. He has either held the pen or signed off on the consensus letters and opinions in reports demanding the government do more and expressing frustration with the lack of action and the lack of speedy action from the government. He'll bring an urgency, presumably, to that, at least as the minister. You know, things do have a way of bogging down, you know, as they move through the center and go through the cabinet process. But with something like this, if they need to show that they're serious about dealing with some of the big issues that have sort of plagued the government over the last little while, McGuinty presumably would have a lot of leeway to drive that. Another interesting thing is...
Just say that is the RCMP Commissioner, Mike Duane.
Mike Duane, yes, he's been a busy guy too,
yes,
dealing with Donald Trump, and we'll be going ahead. Dominic LeBlanc is the Minister of Finance, Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, and he's going to keep responsibility for the border and presumably be the lead on the Canada-U.S. position. Interesting that the Canada-U.S. role and the finance role together with Dominic LeBlanc, but wanted to be separated with Chrystia Freeland. You know, that's a proof point, I think, that supporters of Freeland and critics of what happened this week will suggest that she could have done both. It seems as if they didn't want her to do both.
Yes.
Now, it's precisely what the Canada-U.S. strategy is going forward, I don't know, but LeBlanc was vice chair or co-chair or deputy chair, whatever, of the cabinet committee that was reconstituted. Presumably, he's now the chair.
He is the chair,
He's the lead on the border. He is the Minister of Finance. He's got to get a budget ready. You're in that cycle now, and you're dealing with the Trump issue in that same time frame. That's a lot.
Yep.
You know, why they're willing to have him do all of that and not her do all of that is one of the, maybe that's the 18th question.
Yeah.
That you
I mean, I think the answer is Mark Carney, but I'm, you know.
It may be. It may very well be.
I think that was the answer anyway.
But then that's a personnel decision rather than a structural decision,
Sure,
right?
sure.
And that would be the explanation I'd like to hear.
As we were talking, Yves-François Blanchet, the Bloc leader, has put his reaction on X, formerly known as Twitter, saying the following: "It sounds harsh, but reshuffle or not, there is no longer a government in Ottawa on the eve of a diplomatic and trade crisis with the U.S., yet allies, partners, and friends," this may be a bad translation, "we are all hostages to Justin Trudeau's soap opera. Now that the NDP is also committed to bringing down the government, we look forward to a new parliament in early 2025. I'm just going to look at the French version. Yeah, he does say there's no longer a government in Ottawa, which of course is not true. There is a functioning government in Ottawa. You may not like it, you may not have confidence in it, but there is a government in Ottawa that is tasked and has the mandate to manage things. That's indeed what this shuffle is about. I think Mr. Blanchet's point is likely that he doesn't like the government and that they have lost authority or credibility to continue to govern, and that's why he will seek to bring them down. But that is the Bloc leader weighing in on the events today. Certainly the shuffle, as well as providing stability for the country and the government. There's Katie Telford sitting there in the back of the room. This is the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, the longest-serving Chief of Staff in this country's history. And someone who some people have pointed to as a source of problems within the Prime Minister's office as well. There were reports that she had offered to resign this week as well, but she is still there and obviously watching things unfold closely. I don't even remember what I was saying at this stage. I was talking about the Bloc Québécois and the United States.
Well, Mr. Blanchet, of course, is the only other political leader keen for an election because
Yes.
they know their political fortunes may rise.
Yes, they're leading in Quebec.
Yeah,
Yes.
Here we go.
Okay. The ceremony is about to get underway, so we'll let you listen in and dip in when we need to. This, of course, cabinet shuffle that was maybe not quite as intended. I think that would be the kindest way to say it. But people moving into portfolios in order to fill people who had left, or ministers who had multiple portfolios.
Hello and welcome to Rideau Hall. La cérémonie, j'aimerais vous informer que notre photographe officiel prendra des photos lors de l'événement et qu'elles vous seront partagées dans les jours à venir.
And they will be shared in the coming days. Consequently, I would ask you not to take any photographs during the ceremony. I would also like to ask you to remove the sound on your cell phones.
The ceremony will now begin with the entrance of the Secretary to the Governor-General, Ken McKillop, the Clerk of the Privy Council, John Hannaford, and the Assistant Clerk of the Privy Council, Wendy Nixon. La cérémonie débutera maintenant avec l'arrivée du secrétaire de la gouverneure générale, Ken McKillop, du greffier du Conseil privé, John Hannaford, et de la greffière adjointe du Conseil privé, Wendy Nixon.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here today. I would now ask you to please rise, if you are able, for the arrival of the ministers designate, the Prime Minister and the Governor-General of Canada. Bonjour, je vous remercie d'être ici aujourd'hui.
Hello, and thank you for being here today. I would now ask you to rise, if you can, for the arrival of the ministers designate, the Prime Minister and the Governor-General of Canada.
Please be seated. Veuillez vous asseoir. Mr. John Hannaford, the Clerk of the Privy Council, will now seek the Governor-General's consent to proceed. Mr. John Hannaford, greffier du Conseil privé, demandera maintenant la gouverneure générale la permission de
the permission of the Governor-General to proceed.
With the Governor-General's approval, we will now proceed with the swearing in of members of the 29th Canadian Ministry. Maintenant que la gouverneure générale a signifié son approbation,
with the approval of the Governor-General, we will now proceed with the swearing in of the members of the 29th Canadian Ministry.
The ministers and minister-designate who are members of the King's Privy Council for Canada will please come forward to swear the oath of office. The ministers and ministers designate
who are members of the King's Privy Council are asked to come forward to give their oath of allegiance.
Taylor, President du Conseil du Trésor. The Honourable Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor, President of the Treasury Board.
Je promets et jure solennellement et sincèrement
Petitpas-Taylor, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as President of the Treasury Board.
I, Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skills and knowledge execute the powers and trust reposed in me as President of the Treasury Board.
Okay, Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor getting her hug from the Prime Minister as she takes on this new role as President of the Treasury Board. She'll also get a photo. So this is our first chance to see the Prime Minister. I mean, we got a quick shot of him yesterday leaving the office after a long day, but our first chance to see him in a couple of days as he's been hunkered down with staff working on this shuffle.
Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor, of course, had been one of the ministers doing double duty as
right.
Minister of Veterans Affairs. She also had official languages, and then she added employment. So there's something
Sounds like a lot.
I think at one point between her and Dominic LeBlanc, New Brunswick was running about 75% of the government, and that clearly
Running the country.
Wasn't a tenable
The Honourable
situation.
David Joseph McGuinty, Minister of Public Safety. Honorable David Joseph McGuinty, Ministre de la Sécurité Publique.
I, David Joseph McGuinty, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Public Safety. Moi, David Joseph McGuinty,
do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Public Safety.
David McGuinty, first elected as an MP in 2004, has won his riding 7 times. His riding in Ottawa South, a riding that last week may or may not have been on offer to Mark Carney to eventually run in that riding. And obviously that's not happening. As David McGuinty becomes Minister of Public Safety.
Well, not yet. Who knows, Rosie, with the way this week has gone. But, you know, he would have been an easy pick to go into cabinet because there's a clear skill set, experience for the role, right? With his work on the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, NSICOP, or NSICOP, as we've all called it on the show. He has the background, he has the clearance, he has the knowledge. It's going to be the easiest departmental briefing on some of these things that any transition team has ever had with a minister, I would argue.
Which is good given the nature of the portfolio for certain.
Minister of Transport and Internal Trade. L'Honorable Indira Anita Anand, Ministre de Transport
Minister
et
of
du Commerce
Transport
Intérieur.
and Internal Trade.
I, Indira Anita Anand, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Transport and Internal Trade. Moi, Indira Anita Anand,
I do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Transport and Internal Trade.
All right, Anita Anand continuing with the portfolio of transport and picking up internal trade. I have been told that she wanted to take transport, that she was very interested in it. Treasury Board, while the Prime Minister's office had insisted it was not a demotion, it was a position where she was not as public-facing as she had previously been as Minister of Procurement and National Defence. And I think that was kind of frustrating for her, particularly because we know she does have other ambitions to potentially lead the party, David.
Well, and here, these are economic portfolios too.
That's right. Yeah.
And very important ones in terms of the moving of people and goods around the country and dealing with these internal trade barriers. As the premiers try to take on international trade challenges, we'll have a federal minister trying to deal with inter-provincial trade challenges.
Which I don't think are going to make up if we have a 25% tariff on us, but sure, I take the point that it matters.
The Honourable Stephen Garrett McKinnon, Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
I, Stephen Garrett McKinnon, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
I, Stephen Garrett McKinnon, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
Okay, Steve McKinnon taking on this new role. Of course, he most recently had to manage the Canada Post strike, which ended. Perhaps too late for many people waiting for Christmas presents, but Canada Post workers back at work this week, and he becomes the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour. And as we were saying, another minister from Quebec to balance things out.
Former president of the party.
That's right.
Former president of the party had stepped in as House. Wasn't he former president of the party, I believe? National director.
Oh,
excuse me. I don't know if that's a promotion or a demotion, but I'm wrong. Greg McEachern came in, and as we're bringing more people in to join us here, but he went into cabinet when Karina Gould took her maternity leave, then replaced Seamus O'Regan permanently, and now picks up Randy Boissonneau's portfolio in addition to his
The
Labour
Honourable
role.
Gary Anandasangari, Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs, and Minister responsible for the Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency. The Honourable Gary
Anandasangari, Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs, and Minister responsible for the Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency.
I, Gary Anandasangari, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs, and Minister responsible for the Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency. Moi, Gary
Anandasangari, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs, and Minister responsible for the Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency.
So Gary Anandasangari takes up the Minister of...
Anandasangari. It's a mouthful, isn't it?
Thank you. Good for you. It's actually one of my worst flaws. I'm terrible at pronouncing names. Picks up the Northern Affairs portfolio, Minister responsible for Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency. I must say, in Cabinet, he has a very good reputation of being a very hard worker. He was the Parlsec to Mark Miller when he had one of the Indigenous portfolios and is well versed in the subject matter. And of course, there would be a lot of overlap between Northern Development and his previous portfolio.
Yeah, and when Gary Anandasangari went into cabinet last time, one of the explanations given to me is he worked incredibly hard. When he had big leads in his riding, he helped everyone around him. And it was like to help float everyone's
The Honourable Ruby Sahota, Minister of Democratic Institutions and Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario.
I, Ruby Sahota, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Democratic Institutions and Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency of Southern Ontario.
All right. Ruby Sahota was Deputy Government Whip previously. I was just trying to see if she had been in cabinet. I don't think so.
No, she hadn't been.
No. So that's a significant promotion for her, for sure.
Yeah, she's one of the she's the MP for Brampton North, which obviously a key important electoral battleground for the Liberals in the next election. And you know, as that whole GTA and Toronto itself, I mean, that is where what furniture is to be saved. That is the Leon's floor showroom area for them. It's the brick. They've got to win big there in the next election, and having cabinet representation in that area may help.
And my apologies, she was Chief Government Whip, which means we are wondering now who will replace Ruby Sahota. We'll perhaps find out later. Sometimes those announcements come out via press release later in the day.
The remaining ministers designate will please come forward to take the oath of allegiance, the Privy Councillor's oath, and the oath of office. Les ministres désignés
The remaining ministers designate should please come forward to take the oath of allegiance, the oath of the Privy Council members, and the oath of office.
Ministre des langues officielles et ministre associé de la Sécurité publique. Rachel Bendayan, Minister of Official Languages and Associate Minister of Public Safety.
Moi, Rachel Bendayan, je déclare
Rachel Bendayan, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trust reposed in me as Minister of Official Languages.
I declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors.
I, Rachel Bendayan, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty.
I, Rachel Bendayan, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things, to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated in Council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty.
I, Rachel Bendayan, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Official Languages and Associate Minister of Public Safety.
And I, Rachel Bendayan, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Official Languages and Associate Minister of Public Safety.
Rachel Bendayan, a newcomer and a new face in cabinet. That's why David reminds me she had to take so many oaths, not just add a couple of oaths. Really interesting story for Rachel Bendayan. She, of course, is the MP for Outremont, which was previously Tom Mulcair's riding back in 2019. She served as parliamentary secretary to Chrystia Freeland. So this is kind of interesting dynamics here. She is, as well as the Minister of Official Languages, taking up an Associate Minister of Public Safety. We believe that that is going to be around managing part of the gun file. And just on a personal note, she had suffered a concussion back last year and was off for many months, in fact, recovering from that. It caused her a lot of problems. So now she is feeling better and making her way into cabinet for the very first time.
Elisabeth Brière, Ministre du Revenu National.
Elizabeth Brière, Minister of National Revenue.
Minister of National Revenue.
Moi,
I, Elisabeth Brière, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors.
I, Elisabeth Brière,
do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall
to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Elisabeth Brière,
do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty.
I, Elisabeth Brière, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things, to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Elisabeth Brière,
do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of National Revenue.
I, Elisabeth Brière, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of National Revenue. Thank you.
Okay, and that is Elisabeth Brière, MP from Sherbrooke, who takes on the role of Minister of National Revenue, as David pointed out earlier. Marie-Claude Bibeau, also from Sherbrooke, so they're keeping that portfolio in that town. And Greg McEachern, who's joined us, happily reminds me that she won in 2019 by less than 1,000 votes, but won in 2021 by 5,000 votes. So also a seat where she's put in the hard work and it's paid off, and maybe that's part of what this is about. She also was a parliamentary secretary, so also being elevated to cabinet today, David.
And Rosie, in the initial Trudeau cabinet, the Minister of National Revenue was Diane Leboutillier.
That's right.
So this is a job that has always been held by a female MP from Quebec.
Yeah, I think there might be a reason. I think there are a lot of Revenue Canada offices in Quebec. I don't think I'm making that up. I think that's true. But that might explain it.
Minister responsible for
all right, Rosie, this is your province.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Terry Gordon-Duguid, Minister of Sport
and Minister responsible for Prairies Regional Development.
I, Terry Gordon-Duguid, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Terry Gordon-Duguid, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Terry Gordon-Duguid, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Sport and Minister responsible for Prairies Economic Development Canada. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, that is Terry Duguid, as David points out, from my home province, being elevated to Cabinet as Minister of Sport and Minister responsible for Prairies Economic Development Canada. He's been an MP since 2015, so part of the original win for Justin Trudeau. He's been a Parlsec as well before, so also being promoted. And his riding, Winnipeg South, is one that previously was Conservative, but he's held it since 2015.
Yeah, interesting that Kevin Lamoureux,
Yep.
Ben Carr, other names,
Yep.
there. Ben Carr, of course, the son of the late Jim Carr, who was also a cabinet minister in the Trudeau government. Duguid seems a loyal guy, been there for a bit, and people have wanted him. They've been kind of rooting for him to get this job when it became available, because he's a well-liked and seems a decent guy.
Nathaniel Erskine-Smith, Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities. Nathaniel Erskine-Smith,
Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
I, Nathaniel Erskine-Smith, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Nathaniel Erskine-Smith, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Nathaniel Erskine-Smith, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Housing, Infrastructure, and Communities.
Okay, Nate Erskine-Smith taking on a cabinet role, which is surprising for lots of reasons. One, because he said he wasn't going to run again, and obviously he's changed his mind by taking on this role. Two, because he has had sort of the reputation of being, I think we used the word maverick, an independent, someone happy and willing to criticize government policy when needed. And when you become a cabinet minister, you can do that around the cabinet table, but you cannot do that in front of a TV camera unless you want to lose your job pretty quickly. But holds the riding of Beaches East York, which would be an important one, David, for the Liberals, and has been an MP since 2015.
I'm curious to hear some of the reaction from people inside caucus who have been more towing the party line than Nate Erskine-Smith has, how they feel about this. Not saying it's a bad pick or not.
Darren Fisher, Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence.
I, Darren Fisher, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty, King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Darren Fisher, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty, King Charles III, as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Darren Fisher, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence. Thank you very much.
Okay, bit of a giggle there because Darren Fisher noticed the wrong name was on what he was supposed to read, but he caught it, so a good sign that he's capable. He, of course, is the new cabinet member, MP since 2015, from Nova Scotia, taking on the role of Veterans Affairs. I just also want to update people that we are going to hear from some of these new ministers. We are expecting to hear from Anita Anand, Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor, Terry Duguid, Darren Fisher, and a handful of others. It sounds like they're going to come out in small groups of 3 or 4. That has happened before. So all of them will be in front of a microphone. And you can well imagine the questions will be much beyond their excitement of the day and their portfolios, but we will get a chance to hear from some of them.
Yeah, what are your priorities for Veterans Affairs? Is
probably
not a question
they probably don't
today.
have to
It's
answer
going to be more
that.
about the larger political climate they find themselves
Minister
in.
of Seniors. Joanne Thompson, Ministre des Aînés.
Minister of Seniors.
I, Joanne Thompson, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Joanne Thompson, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly revealed or treated of in council. Generally and in all things, I shall do this as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Joanne Thompson, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Seniors.
Okay, and that is Joanne Thompson, a new cabinet minister from Newfoundland and Labrador, where David Cochrane hopes to be in a couple of days, unless something else happens in this town. I will say, when we were hearing her name yesterday, I did notice that she had called for the rebate check, the $250 rebate check, to be expanded to seniors. She's now become the Minister of Seniors. I don't know that those rebate checks are in any way ever going to be a reality, but interesting that position, that she took that position and then got this position, David.
Well, there are a lot of seniors in Atlantic Canada and a lot of seniors in Newfoundland and Labrador. She is also in a very tough fight in her riding with St. John's East. Her opponent is David Brazel. He's the nominated federal Conservative candidate, former cabinet minister in the Newfoundland and Labrador Progressive Conservative governments, and former leader of the party for a period of time.
The clerk of the Privy Council will now sign the oath books to formally witness the swearing-in of the ministers.
Now the Governor General, the Prime Minister, and the Clerk of the Privy Council will sign the oath book to demonstrate the swearing-in of the new ministers.
So sometimes, if you were doing a cabinet shuffle of this magnitude, you would have everyone there. They would pose for a picture in that ballroom, and it would be, there would be coffee, tea, and sandwiches. I don't know that that's what's going to happen today. Certainly there won't be a family photo because not everybody is there. It is only the new names that have been added and then the people who have been shifted slightly or had things slightly changed or added. And so that won't happen today. But we do have confirmation that we will hear from these ministers in small groups once this process is done. We will not hear from that man, Justin Trudeau, who has had, I would say from a political perspective, probably the toughest week of his political life. And it is not over yet by any extent. He is still facing opposition inside and outside, and still reflecting on what that means for him. This is a stopgap measure right now to allow the government to continue functioning and to allow the Prime Minister to think about things. So an exciting moment for these people who may or may not be in these jobs very long at all, but they've decided to take them. And in doing so, expressing confidence in the Prime Minister and endorsing him as a Liberal leader. There's a nice moment. Rachel Bendayan and her daughter.
We thank you all for being with us today at the ceremony. Merci de votre participation à cette cérémonie ici aujourd'hui.
Thank you for being with us at the ceremony
for the
today.
departure of the Governor General, the Prime Minister, and the ministers. Veuillez vous lever pour le départ
Please rise for the departure of the Governor General, the Prime Minister, and the ministers.
And as they leave the ballroom here, and again, we're not going to hear directly from the Prime Minister today. I will say it has been a remarkable, we are now on day 5 of this for the Prime Minister, and I'll say that on Monday morning, I thought the Prime Minister was out of a job. So the fact that he's held on to the job all the way till Friday is already, to some extent, a bit surprising to me. And I also know that his moods have been up and down. He's been very, very stunned by events, and also felt very welcomed by the party at the Christmas party, by caucus and by others. And so as he continues to deal with the fallout from, as I said, definitely the most difficult political week of his life, he still has much to reflect on. I want to just recap changes that we have just seen happen here in Rideau Hall in the ballroom, and then we'll talk a little bit more about them. These are the new faces joining Cabinet, although there were some changes within the additional positions, but we'll just go through the new faces. Quebec MP Rachel Bendayan is the Minister of Official Languages. Quebec MP Elisabeth Brière is the Minister of National Revenue. Manitoba MP Terry Duguid, Minister of Sport. Ontario MP Nathaniel Erskine Smith becomes Minister of Housing, taking over for Sean Fraser. Nova Scotia MP Darren Fisher becomes Minister of Veterans Affairs. Ontario MP David McGuinty becomes Minister of Public Safety, taking on most of that portfolio, though not all of it. Ontario MP Ruby Sahota, Minister of Democratic Institutions. Newfoundland and Labrador MP Joanne Thompson becomes Minister of Seniors. So those are the 8 new faces inside Cabinet, and there are, of course, 3 people who were already ministers who had things added or taken away from their portfolios today. And we will hear from all those people in some form or another. There they are. Those are the ministers changing their positions, either dramatically or slightly. And we will hear from them, as I said, in not too long. And the questions will likely be not, how excited are you to be the transport minister, but more, why are you doing this? And how do you feel about it not lasting potentially very long? So to talk more as we wait for those scrums to get started, we have brought David's Political Pulse panel, his Party Insiders panel. I just borrow his panels some days. Just this week anyway. Yeah. Greg McEachern's a former Liberal ministerial staffer. Fred Delory, a former Conservative campaign manager. And Melanie Richer is a former communications director for the NDP and still with us now in Studio 2. Vandana Qatar, a former advisor to Prime Minister Trudeau. I always feel like it's kind of like if I let you borrow at issue. I don't know that I'd feel good about it.
But you know, Rosie, there's so much TV to go around this week. There's so much political news. I think we just roll with it, right? Because it's interesting when you talk about this being the low point of Justin Trudeau's political career. Yep. I can only think of one other moment where it felt this tenuous for him, and it was during the 2019 election, and I was traveling with his campaign at that point in time. We were driving from Truro to the Halifax airport to fly to Winnipeg, and that's when the blackface photos dropped. Yep. And it was clear to all of us on the plane that it was over, and that he was going to have to leave, and then he did a masterful recovery the next day in a press conference in a park in Winnipeg, and sort of shifted things and ultimately ended up winning that election, a minority, but still a victory. This feels a little bit different even than that, because it maybe is even more perilous for him. Yeah, and I would also, the SNC-Lavalin moment also comes to mind, but again, they're not the same because Jody Wilson-Raybould and him were not getting along for a long time, and so that shuffle also didn't feel like he was going to lose his job in that moment. And I certainly know that from a policy perspective or events that have happened to him, there are outside events that have shaken him. Mm-hmm. The assassination of 2 Canadians in Thailand comes to mind back in 2015, which was devastating at the time, and I know that was very difficult for him. But in terms of the politics, his questions around his leadership, it has never been like this. It has never been this bad. It has never been this unclear about what is going to happen next. And so we'll ask everybody here the question, I'll start with you, Greg, about what this shuffle does and whether it sends a message of any kind.
So I think it continues the mechanics of government, which is incredibly important right now. as we face a new president coming in and just the day-to-day operations of government. So that in itself is a good thing. But I think it doesn't change the conversations that are continuing to go on since Monday. You know, we spent a lot of time earlier in the fall talking about the caucus revolt. And, you know, you just referenced 2019, that, you know, how the SNC-Lavalin issue was handled. There is an expectation or a hope within caucus and with party supporters and staff that, you know, you learn from these activities and it's going to get better. And I kept saying to David in October, when the Prime Minister came back from that trip and he walked into this situation, I'm really hoping that the Prime Minister is curious about why he's in this situation, and he asks a lot of questions about why is he here. And I feel that had he asked those questions, we wouldn't be in this spot. There seems to be an inability to get outside of a small and increasingly smaller group of people. And all week, you know, for the good of the country, I went to several social events.
For the good of the country, did you?
For the good of the country. And
not all heroes were kings.
Yeah,
they do go for drinks.
Yeah, I give my liver in service to the king. But on the lips of every Liberal at these events, and some of them were, you know, partisans who had traveled into Ottawa for events, or staff at parties, or members of Parliament, and places like Politico and Kate McKenna with CBC, they heard a lot of this as well and reported it. But everyone was asking the same question: how last Friday could you have considered this not to be seen as a demotion by Minister Freeland, by the country, by political reporters? And that's, you know, why are we in this situation again? And if you're not going to answer that question, you're not going to be able to make any changes.
Yeah. And the answer seems to be, and I'm sure you know this, was the beginning of a conversation with Chrystia Freeland, not the end of the conversation. But, you know, as I said earlier, if the conversation starts, you're fired from your job. Yeah. You know, for me, the conversation also would have been over, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
and after 9 years, like, that's a bit of a negotiation. It doesn't have to be a negotiation. No. The buck stops with the PM. He gets to decide who's in cabinet and who's not. But if you approach it that way, you're opening a door, and we can see the exit that Minister Freeland chose.
Fred? Where do you think this fundamentally changes as we end the week, still with lots of questions?
We've had these questions since June, when the Liberals lost St. Paul's, and no one has answered them. No one has come forth. Why does he want to be Prime Minister? What is his plan? Anyone who runs for public office should be able to answer in one sentence why they're running, whatever it is. He can't do that. There's no narrative. There's no message. They've had so many opportunities to go to ground and figure out where are we going with this and what are we doing, and they keep coming back with nothing. Just wait for 2 weeks in the election they're hoping for, where they drop some bombs on the Conservatives and hope that works again.
Yeah.
It doesn't work if you all the time, and right now they are heading off a cliff. This is look at all of these ministers that have been put in, all these new ministers. They're all battleground seats.
Yeah.
They're all seats that the other parties
well, maybe not Outremont, maybe for the Bloc.
The NDP held it previously, and the Bloc are knocking on the door.
Guy, but
We're seeing the Bloc now in Quebec rising up everywhere.
I
think the Bloc's going to be the official opposition in the next election.
They did lose LaSalle, right?
Yeah.
They did lose Toronto St. Paul's.
David McGuinty, I don't know that they would lose either. But anyway, I take your point.
Oh, he's toast. I think these guys, like all of these seats, unless they make a big change, they're going to fourth place.
Yes.
If Trudeau is leading them into the next election, they are going to fourth place. Unless, of course, the NDP have to show up and do something better than Jagmeet's wishy-washy.
He's not. Today he ended the wishy-washy.
Yeah, four or 5 days later, he put out.
He got there.
The Fred Delory decision desk is very aggressive on seat projection.
I was right last time. I'll be right next time.
I mean, you do have some experience in projecting things. I'll give you that. Where do you think we are? And I'll get you to weigh in on Singh as well.
Yeah, where I think we are. It's funny when you mention, we've never really seen it this bad, and it's not just Minister Freeland resigned on Monday. It's the loss in Toronto. It's the loss in Montreal. It's the MPs asking for his resignation. Like, there is multiple things that have now led to this, where this just feels like there is absolutely nothing that this Prime Minister can do to change the tide of things. So it's hard to see how the cabinet shuffle today makes a difference. And the other thing that we didn't see today, which I think most folks are really looking to hear the Prime Minister say is what happens with Canada-US. Who is leading that? Who is going to be the head of that team in the next few weeks? Of course, we didn't see that today. We may hear of it in the next little bit.
Well, Dominic Leblond is the chair of the committee, and he is the finance minister, and he is in charge of borders. To me, that sends the message that that's the fella in charge now.
But why not say that, right? Yeah. Why not say that? I think that's the thing that folks are worried about, and that'll happen before the House comes back. So you kind of have to message that a bit, right? You have to kind of say that. As it relates to Jagmeet, I thought that was smart today. We're talking about Jagmeet today when we shouldn't be talking about Jagmeet, saying clearly this is what he's going to do. So for all intents and purposes, what are you doing with this cabinet shuffle if this government's not going to survive the next few weeks or few months? And the other thing that I thought was smart about him putting that letter out today is we're not hearing about Pierre Poilievre. So this is an opportunity on a day that should be talking about what's next for the government. The NDP leader saying clearly, we're done. Canadians are done.
I mean, we may hear from Pierre Poilievre.
Well, he's already quote tweeted Jagmeet Singh's letter, saying, "Oh, now that it's months before you can put out a motion."
You're amplifying Jagmeet.
But then saying when you've qualified for your pension, they're driving that.
It's in January. He won't have his pension in January.
Well, January 27th is when Parliament comes back. Who knows when the first non-confidence day is? I'm just saying this is what the Conservatives are doing. You know, it is.
I encourage everyone to do interviews and take questions from reporters. Because nobody's interested in that part of democracy today. CBC's Janice McGregor has been outside Rideau Hall all morning, is still there, is not turned into a popsicle. Janice, what can you tell us about what we're waiting to hear from and who we're waiting to hear from there?
That's right. I'm going to pick up on a couple of things that you were just talking about, actually. I think to Mel's point about Canada-US files. I'm actually hearing from some folks kind of on the business side of sort of this file, the trade side of this file, and they're echoing a question that the premiers asked, a few weeks ago, even when Chrystia Freeland was there. Who is in charge of this file? And we don't have, I think, the ministers we would expect to drive this file in front of us today, and yet I think if you are looking at issues that this cabinet will be very seized with over the next 2 or 3 months, tops, assuming sort of that's the lifespan here, we kind of don't have that voice out there today to say we've got this, everything is fine, and that sort of strong sort of Canada-US kind of champion to sort of articulate anything today. So from a communications standpoint, I'm very interested to see if any minister will step up and say, okay, here's this plan, because there's a couple of them that have things that are adjacent, but we don't really have the bigs on this file, so we understand, I don't know, to sort of carry that can today, which is a little awkward, I think. But in particular, when it's David McGuinty's turn to face a few questions, I think we need some clarity about how they're carving up the public safety file. Like, what exactly is going to be his job going forward? Is it going to be very much kind of like the intelligence, the foreign interference part of it, which, as we discussed earlier in the day, with the inquiry report coming out at the end of January, it's going to be, frankly, massive as a file. Is he just going to focus on that? Well, Dominic Leblond has the border agency stuff, but, when things overlap, like who actually is going to be the accountable minister, I can see all sorts of complications taking what was all Dominic Leblond, the guns and the border and sort of the intelligence kind of stuff, and like carving it out sort of to a couple other ministers, but also keeping some of it because it's Canada-US. That seems super complicated to me. And for the stakeholders on these files, I wonder if they're watching this and thinking like, what the heck is going on? I'm not really sure even who I should be talking to anymore. That's a bit wonky on my part. But the other thing I just want to say as an observation watching the ceremony, and no one fear for my well-being. They did let us into a little room to watch it indoors on a screen. But one observation I had watching the ceremony, again, all day long I've been contrasting this with being here in 2015 when we had such a warm ceremony and people gazed into each other's eyes and smiled and hugged and felt so happy to be here and so warm towards Mr. Trudeau. It seems so businesslike today. It seemed cold. It is cold here, and nature is working with us on this metaphor. Even the bro hugs didn't seem super warm. And again, just to sort of point to something a bit superficial, but I think the tone in that room boy, so different from, earlier in his time as Prime Minister.
Thanks for that, Janice. Appreciate it. Do stay warm. It has been a decade, so things change. Things don't stay positive forever, as anyone knows. But let's talk, as we wait for some of these new cabinet ministers to come out and take a few questions, let's bring in someone who is not going to be impressed by what unfolded today. One Liberal caucus member who's been calling for some time now on Justin Trudeau to resign. That's Wayne Long, the MP for St. John Rothesay in New Brunswick. Nice to see you again, Wayne.
Good to see you, Rosie.
So maybe I'll just get your thoughts about the cabinet shuffle. Any of those names or people surprise you, and did it make you think any differently about the future of your party?
Didn't make me think any differently about the future of our party, for sure. I want to congratulate them all. They're all good people.
Sure.
And, in particular, Joanne and certainly Darren at our Atlantic caucus, good for them. They got a front seat to the chaos factory right now. So I wish them well with it. They deserve it. They're great MPs. They'll be great ministers. And they'll be ministers for probably 10 to 12 weeks.
Listen, I know you're not running again, but I'll ask the question that I think anyone at home will ask. Is any of this part of you angry that you've never made it into cabinet?
No, not at all. If you had asked me that in probably 2019 or 2021, when I held the riding and was really the only Liberal riding in the southern part of the province, you probably would have had a point then, but not now.
Okay.
It's, you kind of get used to it. I mean, the phone's over there. I've been kind of watching, waiting for it to ring for a couple days now. It didn't happen.
Or 9 years, maybe.
Hey, you know what? Not everybody can get in, so
no, that's right.
All the best to them.
That's right. We're now up to, I think, 19 people, Wayne Long, who are asking for the Prime Minister to resign. Rob Oliphant now has publicly joined the group. Are you hearing of anyone else that's going to speak publicly in the days ahead and perhaps sees the cabinet shuffle and isn't thrilled that this has happened?
The list will grow. Count on that. Obviously, we've had more calls today from people who kind of want to join the movement. We're not backing off. We're not stopping. This is unstoppable. The Conservative Party currently has a 25-point lead on us. I think the last numbers I saw was 11% think that he should be reelected. Step back and think of that number. 11% of Canadians, 67% of Canadians want the Prime Minister to go. So we're not backing off. As I said to you before, we kind of were nice in October and thought we'd give the Prime Minister time to reflect, which was 18 hours. But very clearly the skill of self-reflection doesn't exist.
Well, he does seem to be reflecting now.
Prime Minister's office.
Yeah, he does seem to be reflecting now, by all accounts that I've had of what's going on inside the office. But he will not speak today.
Right.
Would you have wanted to hear from him?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Canadians want to hear from the Prime Minister. I came from the business world before I was a politician, and if I had a leader of an organization who produce results like our polls, and that leader of the organization wouldn't address, the board of directors or was avoiding talking, it's just not acceptable. Canadians want to hear from the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister certainly needs to do the right thing. And you know what? I have a thought that, the Prime Minister can reflect, and maybe the week of January 6th, he stepped down as leader of the party. We have a prorogue, have a leadership convention, stay on as interim leader, and then let us reboot, refocus, rebrand, and move forward with a new vision that's going to at least give us a chance to compete. Because right now we're just simply not competitive.
Can I ask you, Wayne Long, has Chrystia Freeland called you?
No, she hasn't called me.
but...
I did reach out to her.
Oh, you reached out to her. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I reached out to her, and we've certainly exchanged, brief conversation via email.
And was she looking for your support at the time for future endeavors?
No, not at all. No, I just I said we needed to keep in touch, and we will keep in touch.
Yeah. And is there someone that you're eyeing to become leader now that things are moving fast?
No, I'm not. Obviously, I would expect that there's some great candidates out there, whether it's Melanie Joly, Nita Nanon, Dom LeBlanc, Mark Carney, maybe Sean Fraser will put his hat back in the ring, but that's what leadership contests are all about. Like, I know everybody talks about the big five, but it doesn't mean that there's not other people outside of politics that may look at this.
Yeah.
We tend to think in our bubble that these 5 people or 6 or what have you are the only people that would be a new answer or the answer for the Liberal Party. I don't believe that at all. I think the party could use a fresh face, a fresh look. As I said to you before, we absolutely need to move back to the center. We've gone way too far to the left. And let's mount a viable alternative. Like, Canadians deserve to have an alternative. And right now, there's no alternative. Liberals are telling me they're going to vote for Pierre Poilievre. That's disastrous.
Okay, Wayne Long, thank you. I appreciate you making the time. I didn't expect that your position would have changed, but I appreciate you confirming that, sir. Nice to see you.
Yeah, I'm consistent at least.
Yes,
Thank
you
very
are.
much.
Yeah, you got that going for you. Good to see you, Wayne.
Yeah,
Merry Christmas if we don't talk again. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you also.
Okay, thanks, Wayne. I'll bring back Vandana Qatar, former advisor to the Prime Minister now. I mean, no one expected Wayne to change his stripes with that. And I don't think that would convince the other 19 either. But where do you think this sort of puts us on day 5 of this?
So I find it really interesting and caucus was pretty much my, key part of my job.
Yeah.
But I see a bit of a pattern here, and not that those change things, but the ones who in 2015 who are now saying he needs to go are the ones who are always like a bit ornery, a bit of a thorn from the beginning. And the ones who are new, the difference is like a lot of these candidates came in 2014 and we were in third party. I was the Ontario desk at the time and many other things because you're third party. And they were like the driver, they were the advanced person, they were the person like, hey, Ruby, can you pick him up? Okay, can you go over here? Okay, that chair looks nice. Could you move it a little bit? Like, as that's the advance I had, right? So you had a different relationship with him. You got to know him. There was no rush to a briefing, no rush to a G7, no long time where he's gone. I remember being in Minister Justin Trudeau's old law office and just spending time with a whole group of East Side caucus candidates at the time. But I think that a lot of times when you become Prime Minister, you don't have that same time to build those relationships, especially with the world where we live in now, where the news cycle is 24 hours and you have to respond instantaneously on Twitter, for example. So I do see that change. So I don't know, no one on the list who speaks out for the PM surprises me right now. I would be curious to see if anyone who is that group that spent a lot of time with him, if that shifts. And that, I think, that would be the change. The only thing I will say, and I have to say this too, is that every time they do this, as much as they have a right to do it, they can do it in the caucus room, it's not going to advance their cause. It's actually going to do more to have people.
Well, what do you mean? It's not going to improve polls? Is that what you mean?
No. It's just not going to push him out further. Like those MPs coming out, I don't think it's going to advance their cause to be they're going to push further.
So help me understand that, because it's 19 publicly, more privately, and our colleague Louis Blouin at Radio Canada has reported that some of the ministers in the one-on-ones with the Prime Minister have told him you should go. I mean, what's the threshold? What's the critical mass? Is it just his decision alone, or is there a point where if it's 40, 50, 60 caucus members? Vandana, what's your insight into that dynamic?
I think there's 2 questions he has to evaluate. One is what is good for the country, which is, again, he's thinking of Trump, he's thinking of the border, he's thinking of stability right now. And the second question, what's good for the party? And I think that's two different things to think through. From a party perspective, yes, some people feel that if you stay here, then we're going to go down to Fred's very catastrophic views on it. And some people will say, but is there anyone who's in leadership who's just a good campaigner? But we won't know until we find out. So I think he's evaluating those two different questions.
So on that though, with the data, and look, I get yelled at every time I mention public opinion polls. It's so trigger warning. But there is no, not by you. But there's a lot of data out there, Vandana, that says that with a new leader, it opens up a whole new world of potential for the Liberals, and at least like double-digit percentage share of the electorate would consider voting for them again. I mean, where does surely the internal data must show that too. So where does something like that factor into that?
I think it goes back to the same thing, the two different questions. Yes, is someone being open could open up the party to other things and give people a chance, really. He is a good campaigner, but you never know what else might come out there. But also, again, good for the country. In this time right now, going out to the leadership campaign, how much time it would take to get there. That is definitely a question to weigh in the pros and cons.
But that kind of goes to, maybe I'll get you to weigh in there, Greg, to what John McKay told David last night about where some see peril, Justin Trudeau sees opportunity, which sounds great if there's a path forward, sounds terrible if there's no path forward. Sounds like someone can't see the writing on the wall otherwise,
And I thought that interview was fascinating. I've known John McCain for a long time, and he tells it like he sees it. And then earlier on your show, Aaron Wary was talking about this perception that the Prime Minister does not see risk where other people do. I would just a little bit different about 2019 is that following the Jody Wilson-Raybould, SNC-Lavalin things, there was, leading into that summer break, I noticed with a lot of MPs that they were very unhappy. And what had happened was the Liberal Party had no farm team because they went from third place to government. They didn't have a lot of experienced staff. And there was a real heavy hand with PMO staff, ministerial staff on MPs. And only around that fourth year did they start to realize their power, and then they came back with a minority government. And all of a sudden, the backbench MPs played a much more important role, and they remembered, which staffers condescended to them, didn't return calls, beat them up, criticized them really, heavily, unnecessarily so in some cases. So I think, they had a longer honeymoon with their backbench than they normally would. They also brought in a lot of people who had no political experience whatsoever. So a lot of people just took it as this is the way it's done. When I'm, being told I have to say this. I remember Sean Fraser freelanced as a parliamentary secretary, had a big successful line in question period. He was being congratulated, and a staffer walked up to him and said, "What you said today is not in the QB book. Don't do that." And then the next day, new paper came in, and his line was part of the official line.
Okay, you're looking here at the door of Rideau Hall, where we're expecting in just a moment's time a first group of new cabinet ministers. Here they are: Anita Anand, Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor, Terry Duguid, and Darren Fisher. They're going to take some questions.
First of all, I want to congratulate my colleagues on their new positions, and we look forward to taking your questions.
All of my colleagues, we're excited to move forward for working for Canadians, and looking forward to your questions. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Minister. So one question, no follow-up. We're going to do about 5 to 6 minutes per group. If you could state your name and outlet, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ministers. Ashley Burke, CBC News. This is a question for all of you. There are a growing number of members of your caucus who no longer have confidence in the Prime Minister. By accepting these positions, you are confirming your support for him. To each of you, why do you think he deserves it?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Darren Fisher, Member of Parliament for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour and the Minister for Veterans Affairs. I would say I'm so proud to serve with all of my colleagues in the House of Commons on all parties. But what I would say is I would ask that at this time, this very critical juncture, that we all push in the same direction. We have issues left, issues right, and issues in front of us. It's important that we all ran to serve Canadians. And you will never have to ask me twice to serve Canadians. And it's time that we all get on the same track and work hard to solve the issues that are facing us in the near future.
And I'm simply going to say we're all here today because we absolutely support the Prime Minister. And I think we can't answer that question on behalf of folks that have already made comments. We are here today. We are a united front. And again, we are truly looking forward to working for Canadians. And again, looking forward to working with my caucus colleagues and also all parties, because Canada is the best country in the world. And we have to ensure that we put our best foot forward in moving forward in wanting to work collaboratively with the U.S. administration that's coming in very, very soon. And again, we're all excited to do the work that's ahead. Encore une fois, je tiens à dire que nous sommes ici aujourd'hui comme membres du cabinet.
We are here today as members of Cabinet, and we fully support the Prime Minister, and we look forward to continuing to work for all Canadians. In the coming months, there is a very strong relationship with the U.S. that we will have to work on, and this is the time for us to work in the best interests of all Canadians.
For me, you know, I've been thinking a lot this week about the events of the week, and have chatted with the Prime Minister a number of times. And I believe this is a moment where we need to stand united. We need to stand united in the face of a growing incoming American presidency, growing threat to our domestic economy, which is why I'm so pleased to be taking on the role of Minister of Transport and Internal Trade. We need to work together for the domestic economy and for our trade relationship with the United States. And if we don't all band in the same direction, the results are not going to be as strong as they otherwise would. And so I'm here today. I'm taking on an additional portfolio in internal trade because I believe that that is the way we will maintain and grow our domestic economy and our relationship with the United States. This is a time for unity. This is a time for us to stand together. And I look forward to the work I will be doing with the provinces and territories on interprovincial trade and commerce, because we need a Team Canada approach, not only vis-a-vis the United States, but in our own country. We need to grow our domestic economy, and we need to work together to do that.
Hi, I'm Terry Duguid, the Member of Parliament for Winnipeg South, the new Minister of Sport, the new Minister of Prairies Economic Development Canada, and that is a mouthful. But I would just echo my colleagues, my amazing colleagues' message of unity. Important that we keep Canadians' concerns about affordability, about growing our economy front and center. And I'll be particularly focused on Prairie Canada, Western Canada, so important to the prosperity of our nation. 25% of the Canadian economy, and that will be my focus, working with some amazing colleagues.
Bonjour, Juliane Lapointe de Radio-Canada. Comment vous allez convaincre les militants libéraux sceptiques
the activists that this government can still accomplish something when in fact it could fall as early as January? Perhaps I should start. Certainly, we've been in a minority position for 3 years, but I think we have been able to work in collaboration with the other parties. Now, obviously, our focus continues to be Canadians. I know that when I'm home in Moncton, in my beautiful region, people want to know what the government is doing for them. And that's what has to be our priority. We have to continue to work for them and support Canadians right across this country. With my colleagues, the focus will be to work together to ensure that we always have the welfare of Canada and Canadians at heart. And that's what we'll continue to do. And perhaps I could just add that we have seen quite a bit of success in the last Parliament with very important projects that went forward for our country, such as pharmacare, such as the other measures involving affordable housing for children and families and seniors. We have seen that kind of success, and we will continue to work for Canadians. That is our responsibility, and that is our goal.
This will be the last question for this group. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Catherine with the Ottawa Citizen. My question is for Minister Petitpas-Taylor. I'm wondering if you can share, what are your priorities in the role given the potentially limited amount of time that you have? And, do you plan to continue to build on the work that's been done by the previous minister, including with the Refocusing Spending Initiative? Thank you.
Well, first of all, I want to thank the amazing Minister Anand for the work that she's done as the President of the Treasury Board. And I certainly, for the next few weeks ahead, it's really going to be getting briefed up on the file as well. But again, the department has been left in very good hands with Minister Anand, and I'm going to continue to do the work that has been planned out. Again, there's certainly a lot of priorities for our government, and we are going to be hard at work. Starting this afternoon, we have our first cabinet meeting at 3 o'clock, I believe. So it's time to roll up our sleeves again, and I think we're all very excited to take on these new responsibilities. We have some that are maintaining with their traditional responsibilities, and many of us are adding on or being here for the first time. So again, we're just really excited and rolling up our sleeves and just really wanted to get to work for Canadians.
I might just add something to that. The incoming president of the Treasury Board has been a member of the Treasury Board with us and has therefore been at the table for those key policy discussions, not only on refocused government spending, but on all the measures that have been passed by Cabinet and must be reviewed by Treasury Board in order to ensure accountability and fiscal prudence before they leave the Government of Canada. So Minister Petitpas-Taylor, the new president of the Treasury Board, is very, very well placed to take on this responsibility, and I look forward to supporting her and working with her as she makes this important transition.
Merci beaucoup tout le monde.
Okay, that's our first group of ministers coming out to take some questions. I will just note the comments by Anita Anand because I thought they were perhaps most interesting. Only because there was conversations through the week that Anita Anand was not happy with what had unfolded. But she says that she chatted with the Prime Minister several times over the week and has decided and says there's a need to stand united in the face of the incoming president and that the threat to our economy is real and we need to be working together. Otherwise, the results are going to be fairly catastrophic. That's kind of the framing, David, not to take credit for myself, but that's kind of the framing I said off the top of the show, that you could see perhaps how the Prime Minister could mount that argument.
Yeah, and Anita Anand is probably, I would say, the most senior minister we're going to hear from today, so she was doing a lot of lifting there, right? Yep. And being, quite forceful about the need to put together, driving that message home, and if we don't do that, saying the results won't be as strong as they otherwise would be, speaking sort of to the threat that the Canadian economy faces. One missing piece to fill in on this shuffle. We're all wondering who the new whip is going to be now that Ruby Sahota has been promoted to cabinet. I can tell you it's going to be Mona Fortier, the MP for Vanier, a former cabinet minister, going into a House leadership role as the person in that House leadership role, Rosie, goes into the cabinet.
In a I think a pretty safe Liberal seat in a riding that had also been.
Fred says it's the only one, right? Yeah.
Okay,
Fred says it's it. It's going to be Mona Fortier and nobody else.
You're really twisting the knife into these people. But also a riding that had also been rumored for Mark Carney. And I can also bring you this little bit of news because one person has heard my call and will be taking questions from the media. Pierre Poilievre will be out at 1:45 Eastern to react to events, so that's great. We encourage press conferences by everyone today, including the Prime Minister, but we won't hold our breath for
With
that.
question and answer sessions as long as they're prepared remarks. That would be a good thing to see when people speak publicly
Yeah,
today.
he says it's a media availability, so I expect he will take a few questions anyway. Anyway, he will be out at 1:45, so we'll bring that to you live as well. We are now waiting for our next group of ministers to come out and say something. Mel, maybe I'll just bring you in on what Anita Anand said there and whether you think that is just a message about right now or whether that's something else.
Well, hopefully it's a message that's going to carry them into whatever is awaiting for us after President Trump's inauguration in January. But I guess we'll wait and see. Yeah. One of the interesting things that you just mentioned, Fred, that we're joking about the. Safe Liberal seats, though I just wanted to touch on that quickly. Sure. What I've been hearing from a lot of folks who are in the Liberal camp is what they saw in Montreal and in Toronto is the party took for granted. The infrastructure was not there when those folks who had been there for a long time had left, right? So in places like Ottawa South, which feels like a very safe Liberal seat, what I'm hearing is actually the infrastructure is not there. So if somebody like David McGuinty didn't run again, maybe not a safe seat, right? So I think that that's an interesting thing to pay attention to, particularly with a lot of the folks who are leaving, are unhappy, are saying stuff publicly, because I think we'll probably see a lot of that in those seats. So, you know, we may just write them off as, well, they're angry, their comments don't mean anything to the Prime Minister anymore, but the party should be paying close attention because they need to win them again.
It's such an important point to drive home, right? Because a Prime Minister depends on a cabinet and a caucus that is filled with the backbenchers who may be anonymous, but they are the seats that get you the confidence of the Parliament, right? And after Toronto St. Paul's, after LaSalle and Verdun, after getting 4% in Elmwood Transcona, 4%, maybe the lowest result for a sitting government in an urban seat in the history of the country, and then losing Langley Cloverdale by 50 percentage points, you know, not to, you know, join Fred in the choir here, but that tells you of a fundamental structural weakness that just on the mechanics of campaigning and vote delivery that you face, right? And you know, Fred and Craig, like this is something you got to figure out between now and when this non-confidence vote comes, because it looks like it's going to come, Craig, I guess. And how ready do you think they are? There's about 100 candidates nominated right now, and you need 343, right?
So I think, I don't want to be a bad luck schleprock here, but the other aspect of this will be if there are situations that were perhaps not as dramatic as what happened with Freeland in terms of how they did the cabinet shuffle. We all heard rumors during the week that people were being approached and they were thinking about it. I even heard of somebody perhaps turning it down. We heard, David, I think earlier you chatted about some speculation about people that were told to come to Ottawa and then told not to come. So if you are trying to send a message to, you know, the people that are inside the fortress that you are ready for the next battle, and you're handling that very badly, that is going to be like that's where the caucus is going to continue to move away from the Prime Minister. And right now it does feel that, you know, I'm not going to say that there's momentum, but, you know, there were a lot of questions about why a cabinet shuffle this week and when it was going to be, and whether it was going to be Wednesday originally and then Thursday and then today. And part of that is, you know, not understanding the logistics of travel in Canada right now, post-pandemic. It's pretty basic stuff. So again, if the inner circle is really, really small and you don't have people in that room, you know, with the challenge function saying, well, yes, we do, you know, you want to have it this week, but is it physically possible to get the people back here that we let leave this city this week, and you don't have that answer, you're not sending a message of confidence to your own MPs.
On that front, there's, you know, 5 or 6 new cabinet ministers. There's a lot of backbench that have been waiting for so long to get in and have been loyal soldiers. Nate Erskine-Smith has been one of the biggest internal and external critics of this government. He's now in cabinet. If I was a Liberal member of Parliament, I would be furious right now to see if I've been a loyal Trudeau soldier and this guy goes in over me on the dying days.
But there are lots of people that do fill that. David McGuinty, I would argue, fills that role that you're talking about.
Rachel.
Yeah, there's a handful.
Rachel
There's
Bendian. Yeah,
this is a 150-member caucus that is the relationship with the Prime Minister and caucus has reportedly over years not been good.
No.
It sounded like in June he was making all these phone calls and we were making jokes. It was the first time some of them may have heard from him. He does not have these relationships.
So I'm curious about that, right? Like, you know, how do you think some of the people who get put on shows like this, you know, the parlsecs and people to defend policy at difficult times, while Erskine-Smith has been a critic, you know, and I'm not, I actually like free-thinking, free-speaking politicians who have sincere, you know, conversations. So I think that's a good thing, what Nate Erskine-Smith brings to the world of politics. But as a caucus management issue, do you think there's, I'm already hearing some people saying, come on, man, what are we doing here? What are your thoughts on how that plays?
Yeah, and I did hear a few conversations from MPs who said to me, like, what do you think? Like, you've been in this, you know, you've been in these decision-making rooms, like, what do I not have? And so I do think while that is there, I think Rosemary also brought up a good point where Terry Duguid, you know, Dave McGuinty, Ruby Sahota, also Darren Fisher, all 2015ers, you know, they did do the work, they're high fundraisers. And it kind of comes down to, again, like I said earlier in the show before all of you were on, that as a backbencher, he's been able to pull himself out a bit differently and establish himself. And again, before even the Bonnie Crombie leadership race that he ran against, he already had his own views. He was a maverick. He was able to stand out. So if you're looking for a strong communicator, someone who looks a bit different, they'll kind of say, like, this is it. That doesn't make caucus feel better. Like, I see them shaking heads. But it is something that, they're going to take a risk on.
It is a risk for him personally, I would argue, to say you're not going to run, and then suddenly you're going to run because now you have a plum job and you're happy to join a team that you weren't really keen on. I mean, there is some risk there with his own constituents about how he goes on to sell why a cabinet job is enough for him to make him run again. I guess he could say it's for the good of the country and I care about housing and
as a Toronto MP in the core of the city, having that file,
Sure.
It's going to be a key issue we can work on.
I wouldn't fault him on that, taking this role. It's a big, important role in this country, and if he feels he can help deliver on it, then by all means, he should do that.
And I just don't know that I would put him in that role, right? Like, we were talking about this yesterday when it was still unofficial, and my reaction was just, as somebody who used to caucus manage as well, like, that is a nightmare situation, right?
Because of him or because of
him, because of who he says, because of how he communicates. Like, and the highlight there is it's not, a minister that we don't talk about often. It's not one of the issues that we talk about all the time. The thing here is it's housing. If they want to get reelected, they need to talk about affordability and they need to talk about housing. And the fact that he's Minister of Housing, they need to try something. I get that, but this to me just seems so.
But I think it's actually perfect for him. He is a housing advocate. He has said he can't even afford a house in Toronto, and he's a young family. He's a male. A lot of times, a lot of those like millennial votes that are kind of pulling away from the government. So why not use somebody who has already a platform, who's a great communicator, who also communicates authentically? And there are communicators, and there's people who talk like Miller or like Minister LeBlanc or Minister Miller, and or like Minister Erskine Smith, right? And that authenticity in communication is so important.
Yeah, I was going to pick up on that because I'm not sure the audience in this choice is the Liberal caucus. There are a lot of strong Liberal voices that really like Nate. They like his honesty. And if you look at the people who are successfully communicating right now, it's people like Mark Miller. They're very blunt and they answer the question. And I think, this is when we discuss the problems with Minister Freeland's communications, it just seemed, like there's a lot before you actually get to the point. CBC went to a Jagmeet press conference the other day, and he started telling the story about his brother, and he talked for about 7 minutes, and then, you haven't told us what your announcement is. Answer the question, and I think Nate's a bit of a disruptor, and this feels with the president who's coming back in is very disruptive times. So I think it is a bit of a interesting choice, but I'm not sure the audience is caucus.
You want it in there one more time? No?
No, nothing to add more than that. Other than I think Nate is a huge risk, and he is a guy that. But they're at that stage.
It's a time for risk, though, right?
It's a time for risk,
right?
They're at the bottom. There's nowhere.
Because I tell you, at the caucus meeting where they presented the letter but not the names, but made the demand thing to the Prime Minister's face that he stepped down. Erskine Smith was one of the first people to come out because he had to get on a flight to Toronto. And he was standing there, I think he didn't have a suit jacket on, tie loose and a cup of tea in his hand, and just dancing around, trying not to break caucus confidentiality, but laying out plainly how he saw the situation. Right. And it was like an authentic, sincere moment with a guy who speaks in complete thoughts and complete sentences. Yeah. And he has something to say when he speaks.
Right, and to your point about Minister Miller and Minister LeBlanc, they do authentically speak. The problem is there's no message. There's no coherent story this Liberal team is trying to tell about why they're running for government.
I'm buying you a narrative for Christmas, man.
Do you know how to write one? Because I'm not convinced Liberals do.
Okay, just want to bring viewers up to speed on where we are and what we're waiting for. That, of course, is the door of Rideau Hall. We are waiting for the next group of cabinet members to come out and take a few questions. Nate Erskine Smith will be one of them. So look, we've all got a bunch of questions for him. We'll see when any of those are reflected by the reporters who are waiting for that group to come out. A couple of other developments to keep in mind as this cabinet shuffle is now over and we hear directly from them. One is that the NDP leader Jagmeet Singh has now firmly said that the party will vote non-confidence in the government at the next at the earliest opportunity. So that is a change, and means now that the Prime Minister, while he has confidence of the House right now, won't next time a confidence vote pops up. The Bloc Québécois leader has also weighed into the cabinet shuffle today, saying that that the government again is done and that this is doing nothing to change the situation that Justin Trudeau finds himself in. And finally, we will hear from the leader of the Conservative Party, the official opposition, Pierre Poilievre. Is promised to give us a press conference at 1:45 Eastern to give us his perspective on the cabinet shuffle. I would guess this won't change his mind in any way, since he's been calling for an election for some time. Where this leads us in terms of Justin Trudeau's leadership is still, I would say, largely unknown. We have been told that the cabinet shuffle is not to be viewed as an attempt for Justin Trudeau to stay or go, that is still very much a decision that he is contemplating and thinking about, and that he will continue to do that over the course of the holidays, that this cabinet shuffle is to keep government working and to get some people into some key portfolios and sort of share the work and the labor that many cabinet ministers had been doing. And another thing we can tell you at this hour is that Justin Trudeau will not be speaking. He will not be taking questions, and he will not be making a statement today about where things are at. But we know from the people that we've talked to inside that he is seriously thinking about his future, while perhaps at the same time looking at a way to stay. Anything you want to add here?
I still find that remarkable. I still find that remarkable that on a week of this importance, where he lost a minister as senior as the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister, and has made a cabinet shuffle involving 12 people, like a third of the cabinet, more or less, that we may not hear from the Prime Minister of Canada until 2025. You know, it's striking to me.
It's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. He's the Prime Minister, leader of our country. We're facing down the biggest potential threat in our country's economic history.
So what? But what? They're going to come out in just a minute, so I'll probably cut you off. But what would you want him to say? I understand as conservative what you would want. Okay, they're coming out now, so hold that thought and you'll come back to it. This is Rachel Bendayan, Naderskin Smith, Joanne Thompson, and Gary Unnensengary.
Hello, everyone. I'd like
I'll
to
get it by the
begin
end.
by saying that this morning we saw some shooting against a school in Toronto, and earlier this week there was a criminal fire started in Montreal. We have been attacking hate crimes since 2019. Hate crimes have doubled in a couple of years, and hate crimes targeting the Muslim community have gone up considerably, and we're talking about 3 times more crimes of this nature against the Jewish community over the same period. In 2022-23, the number of crimes against Jewish Canadians went up by 71%, the highest increase in many years. In my own riding in Montreal, we have seen multiple incidents, including shots being fired against schools, primary schools, Jewish schools, not once, not twice, but 3 times. And as I was saying this week again, in Montreal, a synagogue was hit by arson. And in the news this morning, I was able to talk to Commissioner Duhem, the Commissioner of the RCMP, about what happened in Toronto. And what we're going to be doing, and what I'd like to announce today, is a forum on anti-Semitism. We will be bringing together our allies and our partners from the provinces and territories, but also the municipalities, as well as police authorities, to look at how we can all work together, to combat hate crimes.
I'll just briefly make an opening statement regarding, in particular, the gunshots fired very early this morning in Toronto on an elementary school. An elementary school located on Shepherd Avenue. This was a Jewish school. Earlier this week, just
48 hours ago, a firebomb was launched at a synagogue in Montreal. I think everybody is aware that crime, hate-motivated crime in particular, is on the rise. Since 2019, police reported that hate crimes have more than doubled. A significant increase in hate crimes committed against the Muslim community, and strikingly, anti-Semitic hate crimes have almost tripled in that same time period. Although the Jewish community represents only 1% of the Canadian population, they are the number one community that is targeted by hate crimes, a 71% increase in the number of hate crimes against the Jewish community. As a result, and in order to ensure that we stem this violence, I will be convening, along with the Minister of Justice, our counterparts provincially and territorially, also municipally, as well as police authorities. As you all know, the police of jurisdiction are the ones that are responsible for investigating, but I took the opportunity here today to speak to Commissioner Duhem of the RCMP, who is in touch with the Toronto Police, and we are going to be working all together in order to address this heinous and intolerable rise in hate crimes in Canada. We're now happy to take your questions.
Good morning. Antoine Trepanier from the National Post. My question is for Mr. Erskine Smith, pardon me. You said that you weren't seeking re-election in the upcoming election, and you seem to have put some thoughts before accepting this new job. Why did you accept the job, and are you running in the next election?
I had decided about a year ago, I guess, that I wasn't going to run. After conversations with my family, I got 2 young kids. It's actually my soon-to-be 5-year-old's birthday party later today, and this morning at 5 a.m. I was stuffing a creeper piñata with candy. So it's been a day. But you know, it was a tough leadership race last year, and that balance wasn't right. That balance between, you know, sacrifice, but also that ability to make a difference. And is the sacrifice justified by virtue of the difference that you're able to make? And that balance wasn't there. And an opportunity came along where you can make an even bigger difference. Sean's a good friend, and he's done important work on housing. Housing, to me, is, outside of Canada-U.S. relations, the most important file for, you know, I see millions of Canadians who are rightly angry about housing, where they see their parents are better off than they are, even though they're working just as hard and have a job that's just as good. I see, you know, you look around, every one of our communities is affected by homelessness and encampments, and that's a consequence of housing. You look at productivity, and people want to talk about productivity in this country, and we should, and people are leaving my city, my province, and our country because they can't afford to live here. And so you know, look, I understand there's going to be a short runway. I'm not blind to that. But if I can make a small difference, if I can make a big difference, I want to make the biggest difference that I can. That's why I joined politics in the first place, left law for politics. And so, you know, it wasn't an easy decision by any means. And yeah, I consulted colleagues. I consulted my wife more than anything. And I plan to run in the next election in order to protect the progress and really in the short term make the biggest difference that I can.
Good afternoon, Jillian Piper with Global News. This question is for all ministers. What assurances has the Prime Minister given you that he will be staying on as leader until the next election? Has he shared a plan?
What's clear is there's a lot of work to do to help Canadians and to ensure that Canada is prepared as a new administration takes shape in the U.S. As someone who's continued to serve as a minister, that is the singular focus that we have. Each one of us have individual portfolios. In my case, the work around the North is particularly important. Responsibilities to ensure that the Arctic sovereignty is intact, I think, is essential for Canada's long-term well-being, as well as North America's overall defense system. So I look forward to working with Mr. Blair and Jolie on that work. As a government, the Prime Minister has been very clear that our task is to ensure that we deliver for Canadians, whether it's the fall economic statement or to ensure the work on reconciliation, the work on housing, the work on public safety is something that we are tasked to do, and that's what we will be focusing on going forward.
En français, s'il vous plaît, si on peut entendre quelqu'un.
Would someone like to respond in French? Yes, absolutely. As new Minister of Official Languages, I'm always happy to respond in both official languages, so perhaps you could ask your question again.
What assurances has the Prime Minister given you that he will stay on until the next election? That was the question. English and French, please.
Well, I think politics is a matter of choice, and those choices are often very difficult. And I think the Prime Minister has been very clear with us as a caucus. He told us he had a difficult choice to make, and that is the choice facing him at this time. Today, I myself made a choice, and like my colleague was saying, the choice that I decided to make was to serve my country. I was asked to serve as minister today. And the reason why I got into politics to begin with was to be able to support Canadians. And now I have that possibility. So I think it's important to see, I don't know, look at France and Germany and many other countries. There's a lot of political instability right around the world right now. And I think President Trump will be inaugurated in January, so we need stability here in Canada. It's important to defend the interests of Canadians first and foremost. So I don't intend to lose even a minute of my time engaging in partisan politics. And I'm not thinking about elections, I'm thinking about Canadians.
About choices, very often those are difficult choices. I think the Prime Minister was quite clear that he has a choice that he's reflecting on. I think each one of us, and certainly I'll speak for myself, I made a choice today, and the decision that I made is based on the intention that I always had, and that was to enter politics not worrying about the next election or the partisan nature of this job, but in order to serve Canadians. And I have an incredible opportunity to help protect Canadian safety, and I will do that with every ounce of my being. I also, like all of my colleagues in Cabinet, have an opportunity to serve Canadians at a time of great instability around the world. Political instability exists in many of our peer countries at the moment. I think it was on Monday we saw what was going on in Germany and a few weeks ago in France. The important thing is for Canadians to know that there is stability here in our country, particularly given that President-elect Trump will be sworn into office in a few short weeks in January.
This will be the last question. Dernière question pour ce groupe. Merci.
Lise Denis, Le Droit. Madame Bendayan.
Madame
Oui
Bendayan, yes
français
or
est en
no,
déclin au
is French in decline in Quebec? Quebec has a very important role in Canada. It is the province that must be francophone first and foremost to ensure that Canada's linguistic duality can be protected and maintained. Personally, my father is francophone, my mother is anglophone, so I have experienced directly that kind of linguistic duality, and I know just how important it is. It's part of the but is French in decline, yes or no? I think that my role as the Minister of Official Languages is to ensure that we maintain bilingualism and ensure that the Anglophone minority in Quebec is protected and that the Francophone minority outside Quebec is also protected, so that bilingualism is protected right across this country, and that we maintain our linguistic duality, of which we are so proud.
That was the last question for this group. Thank you very much, ministers.
Thank you. Okay, that is the second group of cabinet ministers who were sworn in today, speaking with the media. A couple of interesting points from both Nate Erskine-Smith and Rachel Bendayan. I'm not going to say other people didn't have interesting points, but they were trying to justify, I guess, sort of why they made this decision. In the case of Nate Erskine-Smith, who said he wasn't even going to run again, said that he believes that outside of Canada-U.S. relations, housing is the most pressing issue for the country right now, and he felt that he wanted to take this on to serve. Rachel Bendayan said that it was clear that the Prime Minister has told caucus that he has a difficult decision to make. Which I'm not sure that we've actually heard that he said that directly inside caucus on Monday night, but that she too had a difficult decision to make, and she chose to take this opportunity and serve her country. David, any thoughts there?
What I thought was interesting from Rachel Bendayan is some clarity on, I think, her role as Associate Minister of Public Safety. We talked earlier that there was some suggestion that it may be to deal with the issue of guns. She made very clear, she is a Jewish MP from Montreal, that dealing with the rise in hate crimes, in particular the anti-Semitic attacks we're seeing on places of worship and day schools. This is going to be an urgent priority for her in this role, and her and Arif Virani, the Justice Minister, are going to be pulling together police forces and provincial counterparts to deal with this because of the rise in hate-motivated crimes, not just obviously at Jewish communities, but they are acutely vulnerable and have been right now.
Well, and the hate crimes have risen exponentially for Jewish communities in this country compared to other communities. We are standing by to hear from, I think, one more group of ministers to take some questions from the media on this day, this cabinet shuffle that was not expected, at least in this form, I think is fair to say. Yeah. This cabinet shuffle in response to the dramatic resignation of Chrystia Freeland on Monday, and we will get some reaction from the Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre at 1:45. We will bring that to you live as well. Maybe let's just pause for a moment and talk about Chrystia Freeland, because we haven't heard much from her since that letter on Monday. She did attend caucus. She did attend the Christmas party. We know that she was warmly welcomed there. And I think one of my colleagues at Kate McKenna got a little moment with her, but we haven't really heard her on camera speak, explain further. She's letting the letter stand for itself, but she's certainly not shrinking away from cameras and opportunities, David.
No, look, she went to the caucus meeting Monday night and she hugged the Prime Minister at the end of it. I mean, that is not how I think anybody saw the agenda that day.
I'm not sure that's how the Prime Minister saw that unfolding either.
Yeah, well, you know, I don't know, right? But look, there's all kinds of buzz that, you know, the letter and a subsequent email to supporters saying this will not be the end of the road is a declaration of intention to seek the leadership. We do not know that for 100% until it actually happens. And there is a leadership, but that's the narrative taking root inside, I think, the Liberal caucus, inside the Liberal Party.
It's hard not to see it as staking ground.
Definitely hard not to see it, you know, and even you hear about like phone calls and conversations, you know, is she calling people or are they calling her and she's calling them back? And is that a sign of just, you know, thanking people for their support, or is that the start of trying to build something? We've not heard from her directly. We are all requesting, and the request still stands. We've not heard from the Prime Minister. We're not going to hear from him today either, which is something we were talking about before that last group of new ministers came out. But, you know, she has obviously unsettled further an unsettled government. This regrouping of a shuffle today stabilizes things from a governance perspective. Mm-hmm. The political crisis is still there and may expand even further.
Yeah, the thing that I heard not Monday, but in the couple of days after that, I did hear a couple of MPs who were not super happy with Chrystia Freeland, who understood the principled position she wanted to take, who understood defending herself and what she viewed it as a demotion, but also thought that this was super damaging for the party and the government at this particular time. I'm not saying it's a wild number of MPs, but I have heard that from people feeling a little bit of betrayal, I think. So I imagine she is working the phones to try and explain some of her reasoning and her timing, Greg.
Yeah, I mean, it was very much a boom mic drop moment. I mean, if I had been doing this panel for the fall economic statement and things had gone ahead, we would be talking about the Conservatives who are asking for her resignation. I've been very critical on David's panels about her communications abilities. But I saw her Wednesday morning. She got off the elevator where my office is, and I was quite surprised to see her. And
you just ran into her.
Just ran into her, and I said, good luck. And we kind of passed each other this way. And you know when something kind of hangs there for a second, you don't know how you meet it? She looked at me, and I just said, take care and Merry Christmas. She wished me a Merry Christmas back. As critical as I can be about her communication style, I am 100% critical of the way this was handled. And it cast doubt on people's ability. She deserved better, but it also says something about the judgment of the people around the Prime Minister right now that they thought that this could work. I'm also told that, at caucus, there was a mention Monday night to call off the attack dogs. Do not, attack her, because if you were supporting her up until that moment, you can't suddenly turn around, and it's fair to talk about her budgets and her decisions. That's fair. But if you do an abrupt U-turn where you've only been in defending her and now you're only going to be criticizing her, you're going to lose not just Canadians, but I think a lot of Liberals around that.
Yeah.
One thing I'm seeing here, and that's not a lot of talk happening on, is there's an internal civil war happening right now quietly that we're not seeing. We're seeing all these leaks coming out of PMO that are very damaging. Like last week, the stuff between Freeland and the Prime Minister's office, and I don't know who's behind it, but there's clearly factions there that are causing major issues, and that's what's amplifying all of this. And for her to come out, she was obviously hurt by the Prime Minister and had every right to leave, but that was a scathing letter. And to hear that at caucus or whatever, the Christmas party, I wasn't invited to either, she got a standing ovation apparently. Yeah. That is very
that was a caucus. That was a caucus. And then receiving
ovation.
Lines and everything at the party as well.
And people there is a big war happening that we're not the undercurrent.
But I guess my point is it was a strategic move on her part as well. Yeah. She could have done it many other ways, but she did it in a way to best position herself for that kind of welcome at the party and whatever comes next.
The phrase "costly political gimmicks" is a very powerful phrase and a deliberate one that she chose, and also the warnings that Canadians know when we're working for them and working for ourselves in terms of whose interests you're suiting. That's also a pretty damning and withering phrase from the Deputy Prime Minister.
Yeah, particularly as you all sit here and wonder, well, who's actually in charge of the Canada-US file? Well, that was kind of the point that Chrystia Freeland was making, that we need to take this more seriously because it is upon us. Angela?
Yeah, I was just going to say, well, I think the person in charge of the file is Don LeBlanc. I can confirm that. But by all intents and purposes, I think for this, again, I can see how this goes from Chrystia Freeland in a few ways. I think one way, yes, I think you mentioned it well, caucus. Some people feel like if you're running for leadership, you're trying to protect the party, you didn't do a good job of it on Monday. There's so many ways to do it, which also sinks. It sinks you, it sinks me. And that's my seat. So I think that's a risk that she's taking. I'm curious what the sustainability of this will be. It's good that she's positioning herself because she doesn't want to be counted out, and maybe she wants to keep that position open, that possibility open, but I'm not sure the longevity over Christmas and whatnot, how that will continue that. But I will say, to Fred's point, I don't think it's a full civil war. I do think there are factions, but that has to come through. There has to be a caucus unity, but I think the PM's reflections, and then I think caucus coming in together again in January. There should be another caucus retreat at that time. Hopefully that. I think the goal, should he be staying, is to mend all that.
Yeah, I think one of our colleagues in a meeting this week, I think I can say it, I thought it was very astute in saying that Chrystia Freeland went from being the ultimate insider to the outsider. Yeah. And positioning herself in that way in case Mark Carney does decide that this is a job that he wants, in case we do get into this place of a leadership race. And we are not in any of that space right now. Just to be clear again for viewers, that the Prime Minister has made no decision. And the decision he made is the one you see today, these new cabinet ministers and keeping things sort of where they are, Greg.
Yeah, the one thing about the Civil War aspect that Fred just said, and what you just said about the caucus, it's the staffers that I think they really got to put a lockdown. David, I'm trying to remember the way you put this the other night. I think when former Director of Communications of the Prime Minister, Cameron Ahmed, was on your panel, and you talked about the difference between the outside lines and the leaks. They have to get a handle on that.
Yeah.
Okay. We've got our last group here of new cabinet ministers coming out to take some questions from the media. Let's listen in live.
It's cold.
It's cold. Just before beginning, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to make an opening statement and then turn it over to you for questions. I want to begin as the new Minister of Public Safety to recognize the terrible tragedies that have taken place in both Toronto and Montreal over the last 24 hours. There is no place in Canada for this kind of conduct. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the Jewish community. This is a very, very serious matter for us and our government. I will be leaving this media availability to be briefed by senior officials on these two occurrences and more. So I just wanted to express, we wanted to express our solidarity with the Jewish community. Our hearts and thoughts, prayers are with them at this difficult moment. We'll have more to say about this in due course. So on that note, we turn it over to you for your questions.
Bonjour. La question, Monsieur McGuinty, est pour vous. Juste une clarification.
The question is for you, Mr. McGuinty. Are you the one who will be in charge of the border as Minister of Public Safety? And I know, Ms. Brier, you're having problems with your voice, but as you may know, the leader of the NDP has said today that at the first opportunity he will defeat the government. That being the case, what kind of instructions were you given by Mr. Trudeau? Are you preparing for 1 month, 2 months, or 3 months? Well, first of all, with respect to the border, I will obviously be working in very close cooperation with Minister Leblanc, who is already very much involved in this file. So we will be cooperating, and I will be part of the Canada-US Cabinet Committee. So as I say, we'll be working together to implement the border together, because this is a Team Canada approach vis-à-vis the United States, and we have a number of ministers, including the ones standing with me today, with whom I will be working to do what we can to address the issues with the incoming U.S. administration. So you are preparing for how many months? You will be receiving briefings during the Christmas period? Well, the Cabinet is there to govern. The Cabinet obviously has new energy and new experience today, and these are people who will be fighting for Canadians as long as this Parliament will last. Parliamentary affairs are very serious, so we will continue to govern, of course, and continue to offer solutions. For my part, they will be economic solutions offered to workers and to Canadians across the country, and we intend to do that as long as possible.
What you're seeing today is a cabinet full of new energy, obviously coupled with experience and competence with all of my colleagues. For my part, the economy, jobs, workers, that's going to be my focus. And this cabinet and this government will continue offering solutions for Canadians as long as we go. Of course, other opposition parties are free to vote as they will, but we will be continuing to offer solutions for Canadians right up to our last day.
Hi, Ministers. Laura Osmond with The Logic. My question is for Minister McGuinty. I wanted to dig in a little bit deeper on your role in terms of U.S.-Canada relations. Chrystia Freeland and Minister LeBlanc work quite closely on that file. What do you see your role as being in terms of leading the government's efforts against the Trump tariff trade threats? And what will your responsibilities be, given that LeBlanc is taking so much responsibility for the border?
I think our approach is one where we recognize that we need all hands on deck, where not only different portfolios, different ministers must cooperate, but for that matter, we have to cooperate with our premiers, our big city mayors, our Indigenous leaders, different business representatives, because this really is a Team Canada approach. I'm convinced that we're going to be able to resolve the issues between Canada and the incoming American administration. We have a history of cooperating. This is the largest undefended border in the world. We have always overcome challenges between us. Both sides of the border understand the importance of security in terms of the economy. Yesterday, we had the border czar from the United States on Canadian television saying there were very, very many positive developments in the relationship as we find our way forward and manage this most important of relationships. So I'm encouraged. I'll be working with Minister LeBlanc and others to make sure that we bring a seamless approach to resolving these issues on behalf of Canadians. And we're getting right to work. I mean, right after this meeting, most of us are meeting with our deputy ministers and moving forward.
But what specifically is your responsibility?
My responsibility will be to work obviously with the RCMP, with the Canada Border Services Agency, with overseeing Correctional Services Canada, obviously the security CSIS, Intelligence Service. My responsibility will be to work with my partners in the United States and to actually begin delivering on much of the resources that have been provided to public safety just this last week in the economic statement, which will allow us to make improvements to meet the challenges that the White House seems to be raising with us. I am convinced that working together with my colleagues here and beyond, we're going to do this for Canadians. This is just too important not to get right together.
This will be the last question. Dernière question, s'il vous plaît.
Hi, Ministers. Raif Patel, the Toronto Star. The Prime Minister is not, standing behind you, supporting you publicly. The Prime Minister is not here today to answer questions and address Canadians. My question's for each of you. What do you make of that?
The Prime Minister is working hard to make sure that we lead this government and we deal with the pressing issues of today. The Prime Minister has all of our full support, and he obviously has shown lots of confidence in us, and that's why we're here today. We were just with him inside and had some great conversation as to the work that we have ahead of us. And we're really laser focused on doing that work and making sure we deliver for Canadians.
Certainly, this is a key moment, and we're a team. We're here to work together for Canadians to ensure that we are able to address the important issues facing us. And we have new energy around the table now, so you can rest assured that we will be doing our best to be sure we do the right things at the right time.
And in English too. Est-ce qu'il a pris une décision? Est-ce qu'il doit partir?
C'est beaucoup.
Should the Prime Minister resign? Obviously, we have confidence in the Prime Minister and the government. Otherwise, we would not be here. We also have a great deal of determination when it comes to meeting the challenges facing us. You heard my colleague David talking about the border and our relations with the United States. That remains a top priority for us. There's the economy and jobs and workers. And this is what I've been working on in recent months, and I will be working even harder on under my new role.
He's left you alone in the cold. Where is he?
The Prime Minister has of course, been working all week, working to fashion the government and to continue to work on our priorities. The Prime Minister is the hardest working person I know.
This was the last question.
The Prime Minister has been very focused on working with his cabinet, working with his government on Canadians' priorities.
That was the last question. You could go ahead.
Okay. Okay.
Open mic.
C'est fini.
Look, the Liberal Party is an extraordinary institution. I remember being here this summer and discussing the fact that you should never count the Liberal Party of Canada out. Thank you.
Merci.
Okay,
Thank you very much, and Merry Christmas, Joyeux Noël à tout le monde. Merci. Thank you.
That is the last group of ministers that were shuffled into new roles or different roles today as Justin Trudeau works to stabilize government, but also perhaps save his own job as Prime Minister of Canada. Questions there at the end about where the Prime Minister is and why he is not standing with them and why he is not speaking to Canadians. I'll just mention, though, before we tackle that issue, that some of those ministers are immediately getting briefings from their assistant deputy ministers or deputy ministers. And there is an official cabinet meeting happening today with this group at 3 p.m. Eastern. We are standing by to hear from Pierre Poilievre in the next 5 minutes or so. But let's tackle that issue a little bit here, because they were asked directly, where is the Prime Minister? And Steve McKinnon said he's been working all week to fashion this government. I think he's been doing other things too, David. But
yeah, well, and Ruby Sahota said he is working hard to lead this government and deal with the pressing issues of today. Well, one of the pressing issues of today, Rosemary, is the future of the Prime Minister, what exactly his thought process is, where he is in that process, when he will explain to Canadians what is going to happen with the highest office in the land, at least elected office in the land. And we're no closer to having that clarity. For whatever reason, look, one of the last questions there, my old job of doing TV items for the National, a sound up of "he's left you alone in the cold, where is he?" makes it into the piece, right? Because that speaks to the moment right now, that he has been visible at a fundraiser's reception. He's been visible at a Christmas party. He was visible in Rideau Hall twice this week when Dom LeBlanc became finance minister, and today with the larger shuffle, he has not been present and vocal about what he is thinking, what he is doing, and when Canadians are going to get an answer.
And we all understand those questions are perhaps impossible to answer. But to your point, he has spoken to Liberals. Yeah. He has not spoken to Canadians. Yeah.
And sending out 3 groups of ministers is odd, like doing these little packages, and they
have done that before.
But it's still. But usually, when you do a shuffle, almost a third of cabinet's been shuffled. The leader of our government should be out there talking about it and what their priorities are and what they're working on. And the fact that he's only done Liberal Party events since the incident Monday, where his most senior person quit, I think is telling.
You could explain the choices you made today, and then say to the Canadians, I have another choice to make, and I will let you know by this date on the calendar. Or at least ballpark it.
Yeah, sure.
Because the dollar went below 70 cents this week, not necessarily because of all of this, but it's a psychological barrier. And there is this political crisis unfolding while Trump is coming and all these other things are happening, and the absence is just getting filled by so many other things.
It does feel as though, Vandana, he is speaking to the people who are creating the problem for him or wonder what his future is going to be without thinking about the country that feels a little destabilized too. Not just the party, it is the country.
Yeah, I mean, I think he had to speak at Lorry Club. You had to speak at the party.
He didn't have to show up at that.
But people were coming in to see him, and they were coming in for the party, right? There was still a huge lineup for him for photos, at both Lorry Club and at the party. There was more that I was, my husband next to me was like, I'm pretty surprised, but people were there. And people who are not new people getting their last photo, people who have had their photos, they still want to show support, etc.
I'd take my photo with them.
But I think that tells me he's not sure what to say as yet, because that will be the question of the day. What are you going to do? And he's still thinking that through, and I think until he has a strong answer, I think that's the only thing.
I think that's totally fair, but could he not, Greg, have said, I realize that this has been a difficult week, but I want you to know that we did this shuffle today to address the concerns of Canadians, that we are taking things seriously. I don't know, I'm not in his head, but it seems to me there's something you could say.
Yeah. I was just saying, Mella's great line, no comment is a comment, it's a choice. And I was wondering what your thoughts were on this too, because it will start to become the story the longer he avoids it, and so it's not helping. I mean, I remember back a couple of months ago when Minister Guilbeault made a comment at a Quebec Chamber of Commerce about no major road problems, and Fred had promised one when you ran, and Sean Fraser did, and it's a pretty big project in Nova Scotia. That's the first thing I thought of. And, I wrote to somebody at the centre and just said, look, if this comes up on a panel, I'm not defending it. I live in a province I'm from a province that doesn't have a lot of, transit. And they said, don't worry, we're going to send the Prime Minister out before question period to clean this up. And my next question was, why? Chrystia would never have done that. Harper would have never done that. Harper would have given you 5 lines that made sure that the minister knew he was in trouble. But I think your brand was so strong when you're Justin Trudeau in 2015 and did help rebuild the party. But they didn't conceive that your brand is not always going to be as strong or the value that it once was. And so you didn't have the way that Cochrane did with, you had Sheila Copps, you had John Manley, you had Paul Martin, you had, Alan Rock, you had lots of other people that were, for Canadian politics, fairly well known. Trudeau was such a strong brand, and so they always went with that as their knee-jerk response. And now when it's time to perhaps step back a little bit and be thoughtful, well, the absence seems that much greater because it's so unlike their pattern.
Although Dominic LeBlanc has filled in a little bit, I take your point to address some of those things. But what are your thoughts? Obviously, you think you would like to hear from him, or you think people should hear from him?
Absolutely. I think you need to say something to people. Whether it's folks around this table or the kind man who drove me into studio today, who says he doesn't really pay attention, but he can't believe that he hasn't heard what the Prime Minister said. He said that to me, right? So I totally take your point of he has to be at those events. That's likely right, but that's also a choice that you're showing folks, right? So people who are either worried about what Minister Freeland's resignation told the world on Monday, or really just what it means for them in their regular life, why they should be hearing from the Prime Minister, what the Prime Minister wants to do, and there are things, to your point, that you can say. You can say, I'm not sure what my future looks like. I've heard people. I take these issues really seriously. I need to take some time. I need to talk with my family, and I need to decide what next steps are. Those are things you can still signal value. You could still show people that you're listening and that you hear them and that you take things seriously without really saying a whole lot, right?
So anything he says would be interpreted, right, and analyzed, and we would be talking about it
as opposed to now, right?
Totally.
I mean, where it's whispers in the dark, right? It is people speaking for him, we presume, people interpreting his thoughts from speaking,
or body language, even,
and that's voodoo, right? Like you're coming out of it with two completely different sets of interpretations from people who may have watched the same conversation. Like going back, because we've had no shortage of caucus members willing to come on and talk about things, and even we had 3 of them sitting here on Tuesday, and they all had a different interpretation of his mood at caucus. And they're all there. They all saw it. They're all there. It's like, I think he's staying. I think he's going. I don't know what he's going to do. What's that?
Depends on their relationship with him,
right.
too, how well they know him.
Right, or they're projecting their hopes onto him. Like it's sort of like a blank screen right now upon which they are projecting their political, goals. But we know the Prime Minister is reflecting because everyone else is telling us that. He hasn't told us. And I don't mean us, the media, the people sitting at this table. I just mean the country. Like, he asked the opposition leaders to set aside their partisanship for the good of the country to deal with Trump. I know this is difficult for him personally, but he's still the Prime Minister. So, you kind of got to set aside your personal feelings to speak to the country about the future of the Prime Ministership. It is at least equivalent to what you've asked the other leaders to do in a difficult time, or a time of opportunity for them, a difficult time for the country.
I think there also becomes a problem too if he's now going to go on holidays, like everybody will.
2025 is what we'll hear from him.
Hopefully.
Hopefully, yes.
And maybe pictures will turn up of him and his family, and they usually go to BC for the holidays, and then those will be the pictures that are out there, and I don't know. I just don't know how you manage that, or maybe this is just so overwhelming and destabilizing that they're not even wrapping their head around that part.
But how do they not know this was coming? They've been struggling for 2 years now in the polls. Last June in St. Paul's when they lost that, they lost LaSalle in the fall, and it's like. This was building and building and building, and the dam broke with Chrystia Freeland. But
well, they didn't know that was coming.
No, but they knew how unpopular he was and how they're directionless, and they kept, we kept hearing that something was coming, ads were coming.
But you went through this with Erin O'Toole, and we could see it coming. That the caucus was turning on them. That is a really unique environment when you're, there. Who are you taking advice from? How does it break through? Who are you reaching out to? I mean, it's a really, really odd situation. It doesn't happen very often in Canadian politics.
I think Greg's point. Go ahead.
Sorry. Well, the different thing with Erin is they took him out pretty quickly.
You guys always do.
He on for 2 years or a year trying to flail around.
When it comes to regicide, you guys are really good.
We take care of it.
Yeah, I think St. Paul's, LaSalle, I will say that, I think the war also in the Middle East has had a profound effect on both of those things. And I think there's always a sense of what is the pathway back? How do we rebuild these communities? There's always going to be something else. They have a new campaign director. So there's always something we could lean on to. I think here, yes, it is hard to figure out what is the next step. And I think that's what they're contemplating.
Yeah, I also think, and I should just let viewers know, we're standing by to bring you Pierre Poilievre's response to the cabinet shuffle. My guess is not a fan. And again, he'll call for an election and for the Prime Minister to go. But I do get the sense from the people that I talk to that there is also, there remains an enormous amount of respect for the Prime Minister and a desire for him to take the time that he needs to get to a decision. If he gets to the wrong decision in their minds, I think then we're in for some trouble. But anyway, he is not speaking to Canadians today. I guess his message that you should take if you're sitting at home watching this is the cabinet shuffle. It is what he has delivered here, which is at very least a message to Canadians that he has not made up his mind and that the government will continue to function.
Well, yes, and we know this because it's what we are being told by people who are not named Justin Trudeau. and I keep coming back to this point that I don't know how you wait until 2025, but it seems like that is what it's going to be. And, and if you can't go out in public until this is settled completely in your mind, there is a public requirement to doing the government stuff, right? In terms of we're going to meet with, the Trump administration sometime after Christmas, right? Or the incoming Trump administration to show them border plans. If the demand changes, if Trump says something new and provocative that you sort of have to respond to as the leader of the country level, does that not happen? Like it raises a lot of questions about just what we're going to see and hear from the Prime Minister while this is going on in his internal deliberations. Okay, as we wait for the leader of the official opposition, let's bring you up to speed on a couple of things that the other leaders have said today. The NDP leader, Jagmeet Singh, perhaps the most dramatic shift, I don't know if it was so dramatic, a shift, let's just call it a shift, from the other day saying that the Prime Minister needed to resign on Monday to now saying this in a letter, quote, "The Liberals don't deserve another chance. That's why the NDP will vote to bring this government down and give Canadians a chance to vote for a government who will work for them. No matter who is leading the Liberal Party, this government's time is up. We will put forward a clear motion of non-confidence in the next sitting of the House of Commons." That is the very first time that Jagmeet Singh has said that. He did rip up his supply and confidence agreement with the government. He then went on to vote to support the government, the Conservatives would remind you, 8 times. So this is a significant shift and perhaps a sign of a couple things, that the NDP realize that supporting the government is not helping them, and that an election is perhaps a risk worth taking at this stage. Maybe as we wait for Pierre Poilievre, let's just talk about where their heads are at right now. Fred, I'll bring you in for that. I mean, they have been calling for an election more urgently now, and I think we talked about it on Monday. But because you would like the election too. The idea that
for the good of the country.
Right. Okay.
Not the Conservative
Party. You're funny.
Fred Delory, Patriot. That's how we're going to see for him from now on.
If there were to be a leadership race, that changes a lot of factors. It changes who you're running against, which I have spoken to Conservatives who have said, we'd prefer to run against Justin Trudeau because he's got all the baggage. And it changes the timing, and it potentially changes, the dynamics, because if there's a leadership race, who knows what Donald Trump will do during that period. Exactly. And that could also change things here. So give me your thoughts on sort of the leadership race versus election.
So, look, when it comes to a leadership race, we could be dragged out into a long Liberal civil war that's now in the public, in the front pages of the news for months and months and months, while we're dealing with a trade war with our closest partner in the U.S. It's going to be potentially catastrophic for us. We need a government right away that could take him on. We need a mandate.
Okay, but how does it affect the Conservative Party? Put aside Canada.
I would say if the Liberals bring in a new leader, I think the Liberals are still heading down a path of defeat, no matter who's going to be running it, particularly if it's a Chrystia Freeland or a Anita Anand or or Dom LeBlanc, anyone who's been a part of this for the last number of years. Pretty hard to differentiate yourself and to say we're not part of all of the bad things that we think have happened at the countries in the state it's in.
So is that why Conservatives? Is that why Conservatives constantly attack Mark Carney? Because as an outsider, he has an advantage.
I think it's the view of that he is likeliest to win the leadership, so it's prepositioning that. He's now kind of tied himself to the Liberals though with this weird economic role he took as an advisor. So there's still some holes that can now be poked at him, along with the other things. Chrystia Clark is the really only true outsider that I think can mount a campaign, and she's won a leadership before. But at the end of the day, I think it's too little too late for where the Liberals are. I think Trudeau will lead them to fourth. I think if they have a new leader, they might be able to come in second against the Bloc. And sadly, the NDP, I don't know where they...
But you give that example, but the three leaders that the Conservatives chose were all part of the Harper government. Scheer, O'Toole, Poilievre. So the advice that you're giving the Liberal Party is not the advice that your party
Harper's
followed.
Conservatives were not that unpopular in 2019 or 21. Going to the next election, Trudeau's Liberals are at the bottom of the barrel. It's a very different scenario.
I don't know. I think depending on, this is not Canadians who are going to be choosing the next leader, whenever that is. And you're going to have somebody who has some base in the Liberal Party, some support in the Liberal Party. You're going to have somebody familiar. And I'm not sure bringing in an outsider right now is...
I'm happy if you pick a Don LeBlanc or Chrystia Freeland. Please do.
We are relieved. Fred is happy.
Of your leadership versus election, I think timing-wise, you're kind of the same. If you drop it even in January, you still need a 4 to 6 week campaign writ period. You need to get sworn in. People need clearances. Leadership, I bet you they'll go to a very as short as possible leadership race. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe only 2 or 3 really come out trying to run. And then you're still back to the same timing thing. So I think either way, they both are hard for the country, but timing-wise, about the same.
But that brings me back to the point Anita Anand made and that I made. If both are bad for the country in terms of timing and who we're facing, right? Maybe he wakes up in January and says, I'll get us through this mess. Right.
Yeah, well, but then the problem is the calendar is no longer his to control, right? Jagmeet Singh's statement today, the dramatic, not so dramatic shift, at least the clarity. Another thing you'd want to hear from the Prime Minister on, the fact that he has now been told by all the other parties in the House of Commons he does not have the confidence of the House of Commons. The minute he comes back, they will all work together. Not together, but...
Yeah, I'm curious what the NDP actually mean by that. In the letter, I think Jagmeet spells out that they will move a motion of non-confidence. Doesn't mean they may not vote on some other things before they get to their own motion.
Well, if there's border measures, for example,
and
budget, things that need to be brought in right now, maybe we'll see, right? There's now an extra layer of uncertainty about the capacity of this government to respond to the U.S. issue because of this.
And the NDP may have put some lines in there that are a bit cute that may try to give themselves some wiggle room.
Yeah, I mean, what if the government comes back and says we're going to do this for seniors, we're going to take the GST off? I mean, that would be pretty hard for Jagmeet Singh to vote against, right? There's ways there might be ways to buy him off still.
They would vote against the first non-confidence motion, just that they would present their own and vote against.
I'm just looking for the letter now so I get the exact wording. So that's what I'm shuffling around.
But that's one of the things that they're always up against, right? They need to go to an election, but they can't be their goal is to move away from the Liberals, but their goal is not to move closer to the Conservatives, right? They need to control that narrative a little bit. And I think that's what we're seeing with Jagmeet saying we're going to put forward a motion of non-confidence and we're going to vote against.
Of our own.
Yeah. We're going to.
We won't accept the conservative one that uses our own words.
We're the ones who are going to, we're going to take control of this.
Right,
and we're the ones who are going to
So the language in the letter, sorry, just to be clear, is the Liberals don't deserve another chance. That's why the NDP will vote to bring this government down and give Canadians a chance to vote for a government who will work for them. No matter who is leading the Liberal Party, this government's time is up. Mm-hmm. We will put forward a clear motion of non-confidence in the next sitting of the House of Commons. Now, there's no wiggle room in that because time is up. Doesn't mean unless you do this, unless you do that.
Except they say we will put forward a motion.
There could be months and months of the House sitting before we get to that motion.
There's a little wiggle.
That's not NDP timeline, right? That's the government is going to come back and there's government.
No, but they're not saying we're going to vote down at the first opportunity.
No, they're not.
They've put in lines to say give themselves so-called space to continue to support.
It's going to be hard to wiggle out of this one.
So you're saying
I think that's right. I think that that's right. I think that the government is going to take a look at the calendar and they're going to decide what votes are supply votes, what votes are the ones that actually mean non-confidence in the government. And I agree with you, David. I think that the NDP's not going to have a choice. They're going to have to say no.
We can interpret it a lot of different ways. But it's a new position that he's taken today, and we can interpret whether he's left himself a little room or not. Let's just sort of recap where we are as we come up to the top of the hour at 2 Eastern. We are waiting for Pierre Poilievre, who is late. That's what leaders do. He's going to come out and respond to the cabinet shuffle, undoubtedly, and demand again that there be an election. He probably will point to the arrival of Donald Trump as a reason for that election to happen, and perhaps for a government to have a strong mandate to deal with the president-elect. We have already seen the government's, Justin Trudeau's new cabinet now, this cabinet that he was forced to design in a moment of deep political crisis. Not the cabinet that he was contemplating this time last week when he had talked to Chrystia Freeland about creating a Canada-U.S. cabinet position that she would have, leaving finance. Those talks, we are told, were ongoing through last weekend until finally Chrystia Freeland made the decision Monday that that was not acceptable to her and walked away from her position and the Deputy Prime Minister position on the very day she was set to table the fall economic statement. I would note that there is no Deputy Prime Minister in this cabinet. That position has also been removed. Maybe I can just show the changes of the new faces in cabinet, if I can do that, just for people that may have missed out on that part of the story. There are new Liberal faces joining, 8 new Liberal faces. You can see there. Rachel Bendayan, Elizabeth Briere is the National Revenue, Terry Duguid, a Manitoba MP. We've got Nate Erskine-Smith, we've talked about a lot, takes on Sean Fraser's job. Darren Fisher from Nova Scotia. David McGuinty becomes Minister of Public Safety. Ruby Sahota moves from Whip to Minister of Democratic Institutions. And Newfoundland and Labrador MP Joanne Thompson becomes Minister of Seniors. There are 4 other cabinet ministers that saw some shifts today, either picking up slight changes to their portfolios, like Anita Anand, who retains transport and has now picked up internal trade, or Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor, who becomes the president of the Treasury Board. So that is where we are at on this day of a cabinet shuffle for Justin Trudeau. Again, heard from all of those ministers in one way or another, not hearing from the Prime Minister himself today, though he will chair the cabinet meeting that is happening in an hour's time, the first meeting with this new cabinet, and will sort of, I guess, lay out what he thinks they should be doing over the next couple of weeks as people go back to their ridings and sort of rejig and regroup for the months ahead, as we wait to hear from him, of course, about what he is thinking about for his own political future. Calls for him to resign have grown over the course of the past number of days, leading us to 19 MPs at this stage who are publicly saying that they think it is the time for the Prime Minister to leave. Though many of those MPs say there are other people who feel the same but aren't yet saying it publicly. Pierre Poilievre expected to come out shortly to talk to us from the West Block about this cabinet shuffle and where he thinks things should go next. But we do know that the House has risen. That happened on Tuesday. So eventually everyone, well, Pierre Poilievre lives near Ottawa, so he won't go home, but eventually people will go home. And part of that, David, just to go back to the Prime Minister's future, leads me to think again about what has happened over the course of the past 6 months and how often it has seemed as though, oh, maybe they're going to do something dramatic and regroup and then they just sort of skate on by and put their heads down. And so I believe it when people tell me that he is seriously reflecting on his future, but I also know that there is a pattern of going away and then coming back and not pretending that nothing happened, but hoping that people have forgotten or moved on or whatever.
Well, they do things that are dramatic, just not the way I think they were hoping to be dramatic. Because it's interesting that, after Toronto St. Paul's, there was a demand for a caucus meeting.
That's right.
People signed a letter, sent it to them. They just wanted a national caucus meeting. They wanted the pressure release valve to talk about what was going on and what they were going to do, and they didn't get it. They got a series of smaller meetings. They got broken up into different groups, and it seemed by a lot of people as being managed. Then they rolled into the national caucus meeting without having had that, and national caucus meeting, people expected that to be the inflection point. This was out in Nanaimo in early September, but with Toronto St. Paul, or sorry, La Salle Verdun was just a few days away. So people were kind of in abeyance until that happened. And then they lost that. And then there still wasn't sort of the big response people were counting on. There was talk about leaning into Trudeau's celebrity factor, letting Trudeau be Trudeau, putting him on podcasts, you know, all over.
Which he did. He did all
Which
that.
he did,
yeah.
you know, and that was sort of started even before that. But American podcasts, you know, which is an interesting choice because
That's what most Canadians watch.
yeah, sure. Well, but maybe, right? Like it's tough.
Not
to really,
during moments like this, Fred.
Well,
they listen to
yeah.
our podcast.
But
Just so you know.
it's tough to really measure the spillover. My point is that there were calls and demands for things, and then they went on the foreign trip, and then the caucus really mobilized
That's
and
right.
organized, and
When
then
they
they
were
did the
away,
letter, and he stared that down,
Yeah.
and which leads us to now, right? Like it has been a determination to respond to it, to manage it for the centre's interests, not necessarily what the caucus was telling them, because it was this moment at the Christmas party speech the other day when he praised people who work in constituency, right? Who works in constit, he said. And you people really know what Canadians want because you're out there every day. And the people who go to those constituency offices are his caucus, and they were coming back and telling him Canadians want change, and staring that down, which is interesting, right?
Yeah, Dave,
sorry, go ahead.
David, just in your litany that, and
Sorry. We also
Accidental
lost,
litany, yeah.
getting close to Christmas, the Catholic in me comes out. But the one thing you did leave out, and it was a podcast, it was the interview he did with Nathaniel Erskine-Smith, which was eye-opening, to say the least, for members of caucus in terms of the Prime Minister's thought process. And then quickly, Fred, the other thing I just want to say is there was an expectation for change. From London last year, you know, I was talking to a host in Toronto who was a radio host. They were expecting some announcements last year at the cabinet in Charlottetown. That never happened. So there's been an expectation for signs of change. Doesn't even have to be change, signs of change that have never happened. And people have kind of, as you alluded to, Rosemary, they see this pattern where you say you're going to reflect and come back. And I've seen the end of this movie. I know how this works out. There's going to be no change. And I think that's what you're kind of feeling.
What we've seen, like with the podcast tour, it was all tactics. There was no strategy. There was no actual message that he was pushing on why, other than here I am, Justin Trudeau, making milkshakes with a popular TikToker. That you weren't telling me anything. There was nothing there that was really getting people excited, and that's what's been missing. And the fact that right before that caucus meeting in Nanaimo, on Victoria Island, their campaign manager quit.
Right.
Like this is complete disarray. There's been nothing looking forward to the election apparently, and that's
Yeah, one of the other things that people talk about in caucus are the attack ads. And I realize that they don't have oodles of money like Conservatives, but I think they had shown some version of something to caucus of attack ads, and then they just didn't go anywhere and they didn't see anything. And so that too is, and that's also something Nate Erskine-Smith said in his podcast to the Prime Minister. Why aren't you going after this guy? There's a missed opportunity to try and frame him.
Yeah, they did put, well, they don't call them attack ads, they call them contrast ads, right? Because attack ads are too negative. But they put them on social media. They did up their buy on social media. But, you know, it's not like the Pierre Poilievre heavy rotation television ads that you see.
And the ads were about vaccines and stuff from like years ago.
It was exactly. It was farm care, dental care, vaccines. It just didn't meet the moment, right? And you talked earlier, Rosie, about comes back and hopes that folks have kind of forgotten. That has seemed to be the Liberal strategy. I would say the last year, 2 years, 3 years is, you know, we're going to wait to see the Conservatives mess up. We're going to wait and Pierre Poilievre is going to make a mistake and then things will be good again. Or we're going to wait to see Trump elected and then people will want to vote for us. Or we're going to wait, caucus is going to stop being upset and things will get better. This attitude of just, well, people come back around. They like us. Things are fine. We're not going to change anything. Something will happen and things will get better, seems to be the strategy. Even Minister Miller, when the letter came out, he was like, oh, well, that's not what people are talking about. People are happy with the government right now, or they're happy with what the government is doing. They just don't necessarily like who's saying it right now. Like that to me is time after time, you're actually not hearing people, right? You're not connected with what people are saying very loudly to you now, saying you need to do something, and they just seem instead to want to wait instead of actually doing something.
Yeah, I mean, I understand from all your perspectives why it seems that it's like, okay, we'll just go away. It'll just go away. I think what it really is that it's a belief of the PM's ability to campaign and the ability that, okay, we'll just govern really well, we'll manage this immigration thing, and then things will get better, the economy's getting better, the inflation rate's getting better, macroeconomics is like, the indicators of how the economy's doing is getting better, but at the end of the day, what's happening on the day-to-day basis, people aren't seeing that, and that's
It's not campaigning.
Yeah, and the other piece I think that they were starting to work on, we'll see where it goes from here, is trying to demonstrate the things that they've done for Canadians, all those things you talked about there, and then the threat. And then I love how you all have your little agendas. And then the threat that Pierre Poilievre takes them away. We started like you could see that as
you heard that in the cabinet.
Yeah, and that's sort of their best bet, I think, in terms of campaigning and speaking to Canadians. We're still waiting for Pierre Poilievre, just so you know. He's a little bit delayed here.
Underline it though, Rosie, is there has been this persistent hope that external factors would change the political equation rather than their own actions and their own things, right? As Mel laid out, the inflation went down, interest rates dropped. Well, interest rates got cut, Trump got elected, and things got worse, right? They haven't gotten better. And like I've covered 3 campaigns where Justin Trudeau was the leader. 2 of them I traveled with him and other leaders throughout the campaign, and his energy and his industry and his ability to campaign is undeniable. But if that was the secret sauce, then how do you explain Toronto St. Paul? How do you explain LaSalle? How do you explain...
Because he wasn't there, he would say.
Well, because why wasn't he there? Yeah. Because he couldn't be there. The security situation around him has changed, in the last election, the convoy adjacent sort of people, you saw rock throwing. Now you have Israel, Gaza, the whole Middle East conflict where both sides are mad at this government, which creates, campaign execution challenges in terms of doing these things. Yeah. But it's the reliance on external factors to change your circumstances rather than operating on a crisis footing of full urgency and going as if you are in a campaign, because you are in a campaign.
Yeah,
There's no days off now.
As someone said to me this week, someone I respect a lot said, that's because when it's over, it's over. And there's nothing you can do to turn the tide. When people are tired of you, they're tired of you. And that's where things get after 10 years, as we saw with Stephen Harper. It was, even without some of the big mistakes that were made in that campaign in 2015, I don't know that there was anything that he could have said at that time.
Yeah, and look at what we're talking about. We're not talking about, I'd like to talk about Darren Fisher. He's a real good guy. He's municipal councillor in Nova Scotia. Everything in downtown Halifax, very concentrated. The banking, the municipal government, provincial government. At one point, my 2 sisters and I were working in a 3-block area. Darren had a small business of small convenience stores around there. His grandmother ran a very well-known Dartmouth business called Fisher Stationery. Anita Anand going to Transport Canada. I saw her at the Liberal Christmas party. She was telling me about how she's really learned every constituency in Canada is reflected by Transport Canada. We have hydrogen potential on the East Coast. I want a really engaged transport minister for that. Nathaniel Erskine-Smith, I know he and Sean Fraser have been talking already about where to go. But unfortunately, we can't talk about that because there is this other large issue that we're not dealing with. And those of us who have been watching it up close, this slow-moving train has been going and no one seems to be saying anything about it.
What do we do to...
Yeah, Fred, do you want in there? Yeah.
It reminds me in the 21 election. The Liberals called the election without a real plan or a message. They went weeks without anything. And then they got, things came together for them the last few weeks. COVID spiked, and there's other issues that they were able to capitalize. And I feel that that's mentality is baked in with them. In 2019, they were struggling. Blackface happened, and then there was issues with the Conservative leader that they went after. But I think blackface, as I've said, has
Here's Pierre Poilievre.
Hello, everyone. Merry Christmas.
Noël très chaotique.
But it's a very chaotic Christmas. And today, we're seeing, I don't know what. Is this a comedy?
Un cirque de clowns?
Or a clown circus?
Je ne sais quoi.
Or I just don't know, but it's clear that the Prime Minister has lost control. He's lost control of the borders, of immigration, lost control of spending, lost control of inflation, lost control of debt, crime and drugs. He has even lost control of his own party. His Minister of Finance resigned a few hours before presenting the fall economic statement that was going to show a deficit of $60 billion, an inflationary deficit 55% higher than what was promised 8 months ago. And this is a real drama. This is a soap opera where the players are looking after themselves and are no longer working for Canadians. They are fighting for their positions and for their power when, in fact, the country is out of control. Let's take Mr. Trudeau. He has been in office for 9 years. He's caused a huge decline in our standard of living, an explosion in crime, and he wants to stay in power. Ms. Freeland, she wanted to keep her position, even with the broken promises and the large deficit, and even with out-of-control spending, until the Prime Minister said that he wanted to get rid of her. Mr. Carney, the economic advisor to Mr. Trudeau, wanted to become Minister of Finance until he thought that this would be an embarrassment to him. So suddenly, after contributing to that economic plan, he suddenly reversed directions. Mr. Blanchet, who voted 200 times to keep Mr. Trudeau in power, including 10 days ago, very suddenly, he changed his mind as well, and he's absolutely stunned to see the chaos that has happened. And of course, Mr. Jagmeet Singh, a man who announced in September that he would break off his deal with Justin Trudeau, after which he voted 8 times to keep Mr. Trudeau in power, including 11 days ago. If Mr. Singh had voted non-confidence 10 or 11 days ago, when I brought in an opposition motion using his own words in the House of Commons, we would now be 11 days into an election campaign. But he saved Mr. Trudeau, and suddenly, after Parliament has shut down and there's no possibility of introducing a motion, all of a sudden he wants to vote in favor of one. It's ridiculous. That is the drama, the soap opera, but that is not the drama that I'm interested in. The drama I'm interested in is what is affecting ordinary Canadians who have been affected by the decisions of this government. I'm interested in the drama of people who have seen the worst inflation in the real estate market of any G7 country since Trudeau has been in power. I'm interested in the drama of people, the 2 million people who have to go to food banks, an amount that has doubled. I'm interested in the victims of crime, of which there is 50% more since this government was elected, and 116% more in terms of crimes committed with a gun. I'm interested in people who are now unemployed because of the destructive policies of this government. I'm interested in workers who must now use tools that are not as good as those of their U.S. competitors. I'm interested in single parents who now have to pay more for food because the cost of food has increased by 37% here in Canada. Faster than in the United States. And I'm interested in the drama of families who have lost a loved one. 47,000 people died of an overdose after the liberalization of drugs by the Trudeau government and the Bloc. Now, Mr. Singh, Mr. Carney, Ms. Blanchette, Ms. Freeland, are they interested in those tragedies? No, they're interested in themselves. And what we learned today is that Mr. Trudeau no longer has the confidence of Parliament. Of course, the Conservatives do not have confidence in him. The Bloc suddenly no longer has confidence in him. And Mr. Singh suddenly no longer has confidence in Justin Trudeau. 18 members of Parliament have already said that they do not have confidence in Justin Trudeau. And all of that has happened since the last non-confidence motion. So Mr. Trudeau can no longer govern. You cannot govern when you don't have the confidence of the House of Commons. And that is why, in a few minutes, I will be sending a letter to the Governor General of Canada demanding that she recall Parliament to hold a non-confidence vote on Mr. Trudeau to decide whether there's going to be an election that will allow Canadians to take back control of their lives and their country, to take back control of the borders, take back control of immigration, take back control of spending, of inflation, of the cost of living, by eliminating inflationary deficits and eliminating the GST on new homes, by cutting gifts to corporations, bureaucracy, and consultants to take back control of spending. That is what we need now. In a month from now, the U.S. will have a new president. If we have a confidence vote or non-confidence vote in the House of Commons in the coming days, we will have a prime minister with a true mandate by the end of January. And that is what we need. We need someone who is strong, someone who can face up to Mr. Trump, who can take back control of spending, of immigration, of our borders, and crime here in Canada, and protect Canadians. Let us stop working for politicians and seeing this kind of soap opera on the Parliament Hill. Let's work for Canadians. Let's put Canada first.
Thank you very much, everyone. Today we saw the next episode of the chaotic clown show that is costing Canadians after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government. And look at all the players in this drama. They're taking care of themselves, fighting for their own personal self-interest while they embarrass the country, tank our dollar, unleash crime and chaos in our community, threaten our trade relationship with our biggest partner. Let's go through these players. Justin Trudeau, who egomaniacally holds on to power even though 80% of Canadians want to fire him. Then there's Chrystia Freeland, who is just fine with doubling the debt, doubling housing costs, doubling the number of people going to food banks, quadrupling the carbon tax, breaking the immigration system, but then suddenly had a change of heart the second she realized she was getting a demotion. So it was really all about her. A demotion that would see her replaced with carbon tax Carney, who had committed to the Prime Minister that he would take the job of Finance Minister after he, as the economic advisor after all, helped write this fall economic update with a $62 billion deficit included in it. And then you have Jagmeet Singh, who after he duped you all and claimed he'd ripped up his deal with Trudeau, voted 8 times to keep Trudeau in office over the last session of Parliament. And including voting against a non-confidence motion that was made up of his own words 11 days ago. If he had voted for his own words, we would be a third of the way into an election campaign right now. But he suddenly had an epiphany and says that he can no longer support the costly chaos that he has enabled as part of the NDP Liberal coalition. This is quite the drama with all these personalities that you're all breathlessly covering, but I'm interested in the dramas of other people, real people, the people who have seen their housing costs doubled, rising faster than any other G7 country, the 2 million people lined up at food banks, which is also double, the 50% increase, people who are part of the 50% more crime victims, or the 116% more gun crime victims since Trudeau took office, or the millions that are unemployed as our economy collapses, or the seniors who will struggle to put food on the table after our dollar tanked in the middle of all this chaotic clown show on Monday, now below 70 cents a litre for the first time in almost 2 decades. I worry about the workers whose wages are stagnant while American workers boom because our investment per worker has collapsed by 23%. I worry about the single moms who are struggling to pay for the massive increase in food prices that have gone up 37% faster in Canada than in the United States, something that coincided with the NDP Liberal carbon tax on farmers and truckers. I worry about the 28% of Canadians who said they're considering moving to another country because life has become so hellish after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government. I worry about the children who will inherit the $1.2 trillion debt. More debt was added in the last 9 years of this NDP Liberal government than in all prior governments combined. I worry about the families who've lost were among those who've lost people to drug overdoses. Now 47,000 Canadians have died, more than died in the Second World War, after the NDP Liberals liberalized hard drugs and allowed our border to fly open. I worry about the people who've lost hope in this country. They are the ones we should be focused on. Instead, we're focusing on the chaotic clown show that is costing Canadians today. This cannot go on. With a U.S. president coming in threatening tariffs early next year, we cannot have a chaotic clown show running our government into the ground. What is clear is that Justin Trudeau does not have the confidence of Parliament. Since the last confidence votes happened, there have been 3 major developments. 1, the leader of the Bloc says he's changed his mind. He no longer has confidence in the Prime Minister. 2, just today, Jagmeet Singh claimed that he no longer has confidence in the Prime Minister, albeit he intends to wait until he gets his pension, until he votes accordingly. But still, he says he's lost confidence. And then there are 18 Liberal MPs, including the former Deputy Prime Minister, who've all lost confidence in the Prime Minister. Add them all up and you have 70% of parliamentarians who do not have confidence in the Prime Minister. And in the middle of a trade, border, crime, and cost of living emergency. This cannot go on. And that is why, in just a few moments, I will be writing the Governor-General, asking her to urgently reconvene Parliament and require a non-confidence vote so the Prime Minister can judge whether he stays in power, continuing to ruin our country, or whether we get an axe the tax election to allow Canadians to take back control of their lives and their country. With a Prime Minister who can take back control of our borders, our immigration, our spending, our cost of living, who will get rid of the GST on new homes and axe the carbon tax to bring down the cost of living, to show a strong, smart presentation to the incoming president, with a new Prime Minister that has the brains and backbone to put Canada first. Thank you.
Comment vous allez faire pour convaincre le gouvernement? Il n'y a rien qui l'oblige à vous écouter. Comment vous allez faire pour la convaincre?
Forces anyone to listen to you. How are you going to be able to convince the Governor-General to recall Parliament? I think she has a responsibility to do that because the Prime Minister has lost the confidence of Parliament. Not only has he lost control of the borders, of immigration, of spending, and the cost of living, but he's lost control of his own party. And I can show you with public reports that he does not have the confidence of his own party. 60 members of Parliament no longer have confidence in him. So it is impossible for him to govern. We need a vote in the House of Commons before the end of the year in order to allow an election to be called where Canadians will be able to take back control of their lives and their country.
Mr. Poilievre, Brian Mulroney met with Ronald Reagan several months before becoming Prime Minister in 1984, and you have a direct line to the Vice President-elect through a member of your caucus. Why not reach out to the Trump administration before the next election to tell them to stop the devastating 25% tariff?
Well, I've already told them that they should stop tariffs from coming ahead on Canada. But I'm not the Prime Minister, and that's precisely why we need an axe the tax election. Because right now, it looks like a chaotic clown show that's costing Canadians. Right now, the incoming president, who's at his strongest moment, sees nothing but weakness from the NDP Liberal government. He has no idea who's in charge over here. He sees premiers saying one thing, other premiers saying other things, the Prime Minister hiding under his desk. We're still astonished that it's now been weeks since the U.S. President said he would maybe jokingly that Canada would be the 51st state. And it's incredible the Prime Minister of Canada has not responded to that, which just is an illustration of the absolute, total, pathetic weakness of Justin Trudeau and his entire chaotic government. The only way for me to have the moral authority to get a deal with incoming President Trump is to have the strength that comes from winning election and having a 4-year mandate so that I face him with a position of strength.
You said this week in a radio interview that prorogation in this scenario would be against the rules.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's the likely scenario? And if so, how would that compare to what Stephen Harper did in 2008 when he was facing a non-confidence vote and prorogued Parliament, which was quite controversial at the time?
Well, the difference is that in the Harper era, he prorogued to stop an undemocratic coalition from taking over against the will of the people. In this case, a prorogation would be to preserve an undemocratic coalition that has lost the confidence of both the House and of Canadians. If Jagmeet Singh this time is telling the truth, which remains to be seen, then he will join with me and write the Governor General. So in fact, I'm giving my letter not only to the Governor General, but I'm giving it to the leaders of the NDP and Bloc, and I'm encouraging them to write the Governor General as well, if they're serious about a non-confidence vote, to recall Parliament. I'll answer your questions. To recall Parliament and vote on whether we call a carbon tax election. Now, Mr. Singh, you know, right now, you've all once again been duped and reported without any criticism of what he's done. He's talking about holding a non-confidence vote in March. So we're going to have months and months and months of this total chaos if Jagmeet Singh gets his way. And it conveniently will get him his pension. So the whole 41 million Canadians are being held hostage by the pension of one man. So I'm asking Mr. Singh to put patriotism ahead of pension, sign a letter to the Governor General confirming in writing what he said in front of the cameras, that is, that he no longer has got confidence in this Prime Minister and that he is ready to go to an axe the tax election.
Is it possible to go to an election before Inauguration Day, or would you like to see it? How can you just like lay out
the sooner
how
the better.
you
I mean, it's irresponsible for us not to go to an election. The absolute mayhem, if I could answer your question, every minute that this chaotic clown show goes on is irresponsible for Canada. The only way to put Canada first is to immediately elect a new Prime Minister who has the strength and smarts, the brains and backbone to put Canada first.
Last question. Are you comfortable with the Democratic precedent of having the Governor General not only bring the House back, but set the agenda for that House of Commons? Would you tolerate that as Prime Minister in the future?
Well, I wouldn't tolerate anything that's going on right now. I think it's a total mayhem. I've never seen anything like it. It's hallucinogenic to imagine that the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister would resign the day she was supposed to introduce her fall budget. A budget that, by the way, we forget, is 55% bigger deficit than they promised, $62 billion in new inflation, and the Prime Minister has lost the confidence of 60 of his own MPs, and somehow he's clinging to power. We have a guy here who has lost control of everything, and yet he clings to power. This cannot go on. So what I'm proposing is the most democratic thing that can happen. Let's have a vote in the House to let Canadians have a vote at the ballot box to elect a new common sense government that will put Canada first. Thank you very much.
Okay, that is the Conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre, coming out to respond and react to the cabinet shuffle that Justin Trudeau announced today, saying that it is chaos.
He's just come back to the microphone, Rosie.
Has he?
I think.
Where's he been? He's hiding under his desk. Just shows how weak he is. I've already said Canada will never be the 51st state. We are a proud people with a heroic past and a brilliant future. We are the best friend in the world to the United States, which is the greatest military and economic superpower the world has ever seen. The President has raised some concerns about the border and military. I will rebuild our border and our military to put those concerns to rest, but I will also defend our economy. We will bring home production to this country with massive tax relief and fast speeding up permits so that we are less reliant and more strengthened against these kinds of risks. And all of that will be good for Canadians, will be good for Americans. What we really need, though, President Trump has made it clear he wants to put America first. Well, all the more to him, I'm going to put Canada first. Thank you.
Okay, now he's really done. That was the Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre reacting to the cabinet shuffle that Justin Trudeau did earlier today, bringing in new faces and moving a couple of other faces around, saying that this is chaos and that in a time of chaos and mayhem were the words he used, facing Donald Trump and the arrival of Donald Trump, that is not acceptable. He says the sooner the better for an election, and he wishes we were in one now. He also suggested, or he says he's going to write to the Governor General, asking her to call for a confidence vote in the House in order to get an election started, just so we're clear on what is actually possible. The House is still in session at this time. It is on a recess, a winter break. So the Governor General would not be the person that you would write to recall the House. It would be the Speaker of the House of Commons. On the second point, the Governor General it would be very unlikely that the Governor General would be able to grant anything that Pierre Poilievre said right there. She certainly can't decide to have a confidence vote. That also is not within her purview. What she could do is decide that there was some sort of impasse, and if someone came forward and said, we'd like to form government, there could be a conversation there. That is indeed what happened in 2008, when the Liberals, the NDP, and a little bit of the Bloc tried to form a coalition to take over for Stephen Harper. But even then, the Governor General allowed him to prorogue and didn't allow that coalition to take over. So I think the message we should get from Pierre Poilievre here is he really wants an election and he's trying to find a way to have it. But the mechanism that he has laid out is simply not the one that's going to work for him here.
He's put the letter on his socials, Rosie, and the key paragraph, it says, that is why I'm asking you to use your authority to inform the Prime Minister that he must either dissolve Parliament,
well, that's
though the
different.
Prime Minister can't dissolve Parliament, only the Governor General can, and call an election or reconvene Parliament on the earliest day that is not a statutory holiday before the end of the calendar year, so not on Christmas, to prove to you and to Canadians that he has the confidence of the House to continue as Prime Minister. In a crisis like this, with so much at stake for our country, all parliamentarians must put aside personal plans and act in the interests of Canadians. So, you know, the Governor General can summon Parliament when it hasn't, to have a throne speech and start a new session. She can prorogue it and she can dissolve it at the request of the Prime Minister. The calling it back on a recess and putting a non-confidence motion, not something she can do. So, constitutional experts will weigh in on that. I would say there were two political things that Mr. Poilievre said there, or three, really. When he came back, after he walked away, he said, where has he been? I'm assuming the Prime Minister. He's hiding under his desk. That's a clip that is going to feed into the narrative we've been talking about today, pointing out that Jagmeet Singh, who has added some clarity to things today, said he voted against his own words 11 days ago. And as we were talking about how Chrystia Freeland has reshaped the narrative, this may fly by because of the letter, but he said she was fine with everything until she was getting a demotion, which shows it's all about her. That's the attack from him to Chrystia Freeland, should she get into a leadership or become the next leader of the Liberal Party, because the record of this government is her record as a minister and record as a finance minister up until Monday. It doesn't wipe the annals of history clean.
Though that is what she was hoping to do with that letter, but you're quite right. Pierre Poilievre laying the groundwork for in case he has to switch his focus and attack. What did you make of clearly the process he's laying out makes no sense, but the desire for an election is even stronger from the leader of the opposition.
Right, well, he's putting out options. At the end of the day, it's great to see a leader speaking again. I think he's been up every day that we've been dealing with these issues where everyone else is quiet. I saw, an email from Jagmeet Singh. That was nice to see the sign of life. No idea where Trudeau is today after the swearing in. But at the end of the day...
he's heading to cabinet, to be fair.
Cabinet started now, apparently.
Good.
Maybe he'll drop by this studio.
It's happened before. It's happened before.
And he can once again say nothing and not give a...
Okay, I need to get around everybody before I wrap it up, so I'll let you finish.
Look, it's very clear Mr. Poilievre believes we need an election now, and I 100% think he's right on that. This is the time. This government has run out of gas.
I'll take a slight switch. I think he knows he wants an election now because he's ahead. And I think the longer you have that kind of 20 points ahead, the harder it is to sustain. You never know what can happen. He's going to take it for granted.
Yeah, I mean, he does make the point, too, that we've talked about extensively this week, that Donald Trump sees weakness. I think we all know that to be true right now. And that there's no point in Pierre Poilievre going down to take a meeting with J.D. Vance or Donald Trump, he says, because he wants to have the moral authority to have a mandate to negotiate with the president, which I think is probably a fair point as well, Greg.
Yeah, I thought the Trump comments were really interesting. Apparently, Poilievre said this in an interview earlier this morning and then to a Sun journalist yesterday. But what's interesting is on the 4th of December, Politico reported that J.D. Vance made a joke at a dinner about Poilievre, and he said, quote, "It's not entirely clear. It's better for us to have a Mitt Romney with a French accent as prime minister." So I'm just kind of finding it interesting because initially with Trump, the blue wall of premiers and a lot of conservatives, there was this feeling that the Liberal prime minister had to kind of work and get along and take some of this stuff from Trump. And obviously, the conservative leaders decided to draw a little line in the sand.
Well,
I don't think he's made his case for why we need an election to fight Trump. I think we need an election because I want to be prime minister. And to the point of, I find it fascinating as somebody who was there in 2019, 2021, you never heard either the conservative or the Liberal leader talk about the NDP. It was, if we don't talk about them, they don't exist, and that way they're not in the conversation. A lot of time spent talking about Jagmeet. And just to correct the record on the pension stuff, he loves to talk about the pension, but that is only if Jagmeet loses a seat. Jagmeet's going to win his seat, so the pension thing is not actually a real thing. If Jagmeet wins his seat in the next election, that's a non-question. So the fact that he continues to focus on that, to me, says they're paying attention to what he's got to say.
Well, while we're correcting the record, I don't think anyone has been breathlessly covering anything on this program. We're simply doing our job for Canadians to inform them.
Monday we were. That was what?
Today we're over it. Okay, I'll just get some last thoughts from you, David, as we wrap up our coverage. And in terms of the things to watch for next, I mean, we are moving into a holiday period, which does sort of benefit the Prime Minister if he wants to take his time, because the focus will be elsewhere.
Well, look, on Monday, at one point in the show, I was talking about how you can keep hitting the snooze button in the morning, but eventually the real world and real life is waiting out there for you, and you've got to go out and face the day. Snooze button after St. Paul's, snooze button after LaSalle, snooze button after the letter. Is it a snooze button since Monday? Does it go into the new year? I don't know what to expect next, but it needs to be a comment and a decision from the Prime Minister. That is the next move in this unfolding narrative that has been going on for a while now. But, you know, Pierre Poilievre, yes, to Mel's point, he wants an election because he wants to be Prime Minister. He's making it very clear he wants to be Prime Minister and why he wants to be Prime Minister. We know Justin Trudeau wants to be Prime Minister. He hasn't given a clear reason why he should stay as Prime Minister or if he will stay as Prime Minister. And these are the questions the country needs answered.
I actually think that Pierre Poilievre did start to make the case about why there should be an election beyond his own self-interest. I think that saying that we are facing something really potentially disastrous for the country, that we cannot have an uncertain future around the Prime Minister is not acceptable for Canadians. That to me seems like potentially his strongest argument yet for an election versus axe the tax and all the other things that people are rightly concerned about. But this is an immediate threat, and Pierre Poilievre is saying we can't be fooling around with this right now.
His math, where he stacks the 18 or 19 Liberal MPs who said the Prime Minister should go, he stacks them as non-confidence in the Prime Minister. Politically true. Parliamentary sense, not true. No. They're not necessarily going to vote non-confidence, but the letter from the NDP today makes it clear that Justin Trudeau will not command a majority of the House of Commons, the next time it meets and the next time it votes on a specific matter of confidence. I don't know if that's money for the border, these sorts of things, but on a specific matter of confidence, the snooze button gets pressed, but the countdown clock got pressed by Jagmeet Singh today to whenever the vote happens.
And just so people also understand, procedurally, of course, the Prime Minister still does have the confidence of the House, technically, because it does require a vote of non-confidence for that to happen, although it does seem as though he's headed in that direction. Okay, I just want to thank everybody for this extensive coverage. David Cochrane, of course, in his own studio, letting me come here and sit next to him, the host of CBC's Power and Politics. He'll be back at 5 p.m. Oh, no, you won't be. You're going on holidays.
My youngest boy, it's his 8th birthday, and so I am starting my Christmas holidays early to celebrate with him. Love you, buddy, and happy birthday. I'm sure you're watching.
He was supposed to be off today, David, so thank you for coming in and doing all this coverage with us, and a Merry Christmas to you. Vandana Khatter, Greg McEachern, Fred Delory, Melanie Richer, thank you all very much. You've all been very generous with your time this week. Yeah, we appreciate it very, very much. Merry Christmas, happy holidays. Hopefully we don't call you again.
Oh, I can't wait.
Thank you all so much for watching what has been a dramatic week of political events here in Ottawa. I'll be on the National later tonight with another round of At Issue, because why not? We will be back if news warrants, but otherwise I'll see you on Sunday. Thank you all so much for watching. Andrew Nichols picks up our coverage right now.
The House resumes next month after the holiday break. The Prime Minister added 8 new MPs to his cabinet today. He also changed the roles of 4 others.
Hi, Dave.